Chapter 12, Part 1 of Shirley. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Shirley, by Charlotte Brontë. Chapter 12. Shirley and Caroline, Part 1. Shirley showed she had been sincere in saying she should be glad of Caroline's society by frequently seeking it; and indeed if she had not sought it she would not have had it, for Miss Helstone was slow to make fresh acquaintance. She was always held back by the idea that people could not want her, that she could not amuse them, and a brilliant, happy, youthful creature like the heiress of Fieldhead seemed to her too completely independent of society so uninteresting as hers ever to find it really welcome. Shirley might be brilliant and probably happy likewise, but no one is independent of genial society, and though in about a month she had made the acquaintance of most of the families round, and was on quite free and easy terms with all the Mrs. Sykes, and all the Mrs. Pearson, and the too superlative Mrs. Wynn of Walden Hall, yet it appeared she found none amongst them very genial. She fraternized with none of them, to use her own words. If she had had the bliss to be really Shirley Keeldar, Esquire, Lord of the Manor of Briarfield, there was not a single fair one in this and the two neighbouring parishes whom she should have felt disposed to request to become Mrs. Keeldar, Lady of the Manor. This declaration she made to Mrs. Prior, who received it very quietly, as she did most of her pupils' off-hand speeches, responding, "My dear, do not allow that habit of alluding to yourself as a gentleman to be confirmed. It is a strange one. Those who do not know you, hearing you speak thus, would think you affected masculine manners." Shirley never laughed at her former governess. Even the little formalities and harmless peculiarities of that lady were respectable in her eyes. Had it been otherwise, she would have proved herself a weak character at once, for it is only the weak who make a butt of quiet worth. Therefore she took her remonstrance in silence. She stood quietly near the window, looking at the grand cedar on her lawn, watching a bird on one of its lower boughs. Presently she began to chirrup to the bird. Soon her chirrup grew clearer. Ere long she was whistling. The whistle struck into a tune, and very sweetly and deftly it was executed. "My dear!" expostulated Mrs. Prior. "Was I whistling?" said Shirley. "I forgot. I beg your pardon, ma'am. I had resolved to take care not to whistle before you." "But, Miss Keeldar, where did you learn to whistle? You must have got the habit since you came down into Yorkshire. I never knew you guilty of it before." "Oh, I learned to whistle a long while ago." "Who taught you?" "No one. I took it up by listening, and I had laid it down again. But lately, yesterday evening, as I was coming up our lane, I heard a gentleman whistling that very tune in the field on the other side of the hedge, and that reminded me." "What gentleman was it?" "We have only one gentleman in this region, ma'am, and that is Mr. Moore. At least he is the only gentleman who is not grey-haired. My two venerable favourites, Mr. Helstone and Mr. Yorke, it is true, are fine old beaux, infinitely better than any of the stupid young ones." Mrs. Prior was silent. "You do not like Mr. Helstone, ma'am?" "My dear, Mr. Helstone's office secures him from criticism." "You generally contrive to leave the room when he is announced." "Do you walk out this morning, my dear?" "Yes, I shall go to the rectory and seek and find Caroline Helstone, and make her take some exercise. She shall have a breezy walk over Nunneley Common." "If you go in that direction, my dear, have the goodness to remind Miss Helstone to wrap up well, as there is a fresh wind, and she appears to me to require care." "You shall be minutely obeyed, Mrs. Prior. Meantime, will you not accompany us yourself?" "No, my love, I should be a restraint upon you. I am stout, and cannot walk so quickly as you would wish to do." Shirley easily persuaded Caroline to go with her, and when they were fairly out on the quiet road, traversing the extensive and solitary sweep of Nunneley Common, she as easily drew her into conversation. The first feelings of diffidence overcome, Caroline soon felt glad to talk with Miss Keeldar. The very first interchange of slight observations sufficed to give each an idea of what the other was. Shirley said she liked the green sweep of the common turf, and, better still, the heath on its ridges, for the heath reminded her of moors. She had seen moors when she was travelling on the borders near Scotland. She remembered particularly a district traversed one long afternoon on a sultry but sunless day in summer. They journeyed from noon till sunset over what seemed a boundless waste of deep heath, and nothing had they seen but wild sheep, nothing heard but the cries of wild birds. "I know how the heath would look on such a day," said Caroline. "Purple black, a deeper shade of the sky tint, and that would be livid." "Yes, quite livid, with brassy edges to the clouds, and here and there a white gleam, more ghastly than the lurid tinge, which, as you looked at it, you momentarily expected would kindle into blinding lightning." "Did it thunder?" "It muttered distant peals, but the storm did not break till evening, after we had reached our inn, that inn being an isolated house at the foot of a range of mountains." "Did you watch the clouds come down over the mountains?" "I did. I stood at the window an hour watching them. The hills seemed rolled in a sullen mist, and when the rain fell in whitening sheets, suddenly they were blotted from the prospect, they were washed from the world." "I have seen such storms in hilly districts in Yorkshire, and at their riotous climax, while the sky was all cataract, the earth all flood, I have remembered the deluge." "It is singularly reviving after such hurricanes to feel calm return, and from the opening clouds to receive the consolatory gleam, softly testifying that the sun is not quenched." "Miss Keeldar, just stand still now, and look down at Nunneley dale and wood." They both halted on the green brow of the common. They looked down on the deep valley robed in May raiment, on varied meads, some pearled with daisies, and some golden with kingcups. To-day all this young verdure smiled clear in sunlight; transparent emerald and amber gleams played over it. On Nunwood, the sole remnant of antique British forest in a region whose lowlands were once all sylvan chase, as its highlands were breast-deep heather, slept the shadow of a cloud. The distant hills were dappled, the horizon was shaded and tinted like mother of pearl, silvery blues, soft purples, evanescent greens, and rose shades, all melting into fleeces of white cloud, pure as azury snow, allured the eye as with a remote glimpse of heaven's foundations. The air blowing on the brow was fresh and sweet and bracing. "Our England is a bonny island," said Shirley, "and Yorkshire is one of her bonniest nooks." "You are a Yorkshire girl too?" "I am, Yorkshire in blood and birth. 5 generations of my race sleep under the aisles of Briarfield Church. I drew my first breath in the old black hall behind us." Hereupon Caroline presented her hand, which was accordingly taken and shaken. "We are compatriots," said she. "Yes," agreed Shirley, with a grave nod. "And that," asked Miss Keeldar, pointing to the forest, "that is Nunwood?" "It is." "Were you ever there?" "Many a time." "In the heart of it?" "Yes." "What is it like?" "It is like an encampment of forest sons of Anak. The trees are huge and old. When you stand at their roots, the summits seem in another region. The trunks remain still and firm as pillars, while the boughs sway to every breeze. In the deepest calm their leaves are never quite hushed, and in high wind a flood rushes, a sea thunders above you." "Was it not one of Robin Hood's haunts?" "Yes, and there are mementoes of him still existing. To penetrate into Nunwood, Miss Keeldar, is to go far back into the dim days of old. Can you see a break in the forest about the centre?" "Yes, distinctly." "That break is a dell, a deep hollow cup, lined with turf as green and short as the sod of this common. The very oldest of the trees, gnarled mighty oaks, crowd about the brink of this dell. In the bottom lie the ruins of a nunnery. We will go, you and I alone, Caroline, to that wood, early some fine summer morning, and spend a long day there. We can take pencils and sketch books, and any interesting reading book we like. And of course we shall take something to eat. I have 2 little baskets in which Mrs. Gill, my housekeeper, might pack our provisions, and we could each carry our own. It would not tire you too much to walk so far?" "Oh, no, especially if we rested the whole day in the wood, and I know all the pleasantest spots. I know where we could get nuts in nutting time. I know where wild strawberries abound. I know certain lonely, quite untrodden glades, carpeted with strange mosses, some yellow as if gilded, some a sombre gray, some gem green. I know groups of trees that ravish the eye with their perfect picture-like effects, rude oak, delicate birch, glossy beech, clustered in contrast, and ash trees stately as Saul standing isolated, and superannuated wood giants clad in bright shrouds of ivy. Miss Keeldar, I could guide you." "You would be dull with me alone?" "I should think not. I think we should suit. And what third person is there whose presence would not spoil our pleasure? Indeed, I know of none about our own ages, no lady at least; and as to gentlemen—" "An excursion becomes quite a different thing when there are gentlemen of the party," interrupted Caroline. "I agree with you, quite a different thing to what we are proposing. We are going simply to see the old trees, the old ruins, to pass a day in old times, surrounded by olden silence, and above all by quietude." "You are right; and the presence of gentlemen dispels the last charm, I think. If they are of the wrong sort, like your Malones and your young Sykeses and Wynns, irritation takes the place of serenity. If they are of the right sort, there is still a change, I can hardly tell what change, one easy to feel, difficult to describe. We forget nature, imprimis. And then nature forgets us, covers her vast calm brow with a dim veil, conceals her face and withdraws the peaceful joy with which, if we had been content to worship her only, she would have filled our hearts. What does she give us instead? More elation and more anxiety, an excitement that steals the hours away fast, and a trouble that ruffles their course. Our power of being happy lies a good deal in ourselves, I believe," remarked Caroline sagely. "I have gone to Nunwood with a large party, all the curates and some other gentry of these parts, together with sundry ladies, and I found the affair insufferably tedious and absurd. And I have gone quite alone, or accompanied but by Fanny, who sat in the woodman's hut and sewed or talked to the good wife, while I roamed about and made sketches or read; and I have enjoyed much happiness of a quiet kind all day long. But that was when I was young, 2 years ago." "Did you ever go with your cousin, Robert Moore?" "Yes, once." "What sort of a companion is he on these occasions?" "A cousin, you know, is different to a stranger." "I am aware of that; but cousins, if they are stupid, are still more insupportable than strangers, because you cannot so easily keep them at a distance." "But your cousin is not stupid?" "No, but—" "Well?" "If the company of fools irritates, as you say, the society of clever men leaves its own peculiar pain also. Where the goodness or talent of your friend is beyond and above all doubt, your own worthiness to be his associate often becomes a matter of question." "Oh, there I cannot follow you. That crotchet is not one I should choose to entertain for an instant. I consider myself not unworthy to be the associate of the best of them. of gentlemen, I mean, though that is saying a great deal. Where they are good, they are very good, I believe. Your uncle, by the by, is not a bad specimen of the elderly gentleman. I am always glad to see his brown, keen, sensible old face, either in my own house or any other. Are you fond of him? Is he kind to you? Now speak the truth." "He has brought me up from childhood, I doubt not, precisely as he would have brought up his own daughter, if he had had one, and that is kindness. But I am not fond of him. I would rather be out of his presence than in it." "Strange, when he has the art of making himself so agreeable." "Yes, in company. But he is stern and silent at home. As he puts away his cane and shovel hat in the rectory hall, so he locks his liveliness in his bookcase and study desk, the knitted brow and brief word for the fireside, the smile, the jest, the witty sally for society." "Is he tyrannical?" "Not in the least. He is neither tyrannical nor hypocritical. He is simply a man who is rather liberal than good natured, rather brilliant than genial, rather scrupulously equitable than truly just, if you can understand such superfine distinctions." "Oh, yes. Good nature implies indulgence, which he has not; geniality, warmth of heart, which he does not own; and genuine justice is the offspring of sympathy and considerateness, of which, I can well conceive, my bronzed old friend is quite innocent. I often wonder, Shirley, whether most men resemble my uncle in their domestic relations, whether it is necessary to be new and unfamiliar to them in order to seem agreeable or estimable in their eyes, and whether it is impossible to their natures to retain a constant interest and affection for those they see every day." "I don't know. I can't clear up your doubts. I ponder over similar ones myself sometimes. But, to tell you a secret, if I were convinced that they were necessarily and universally different from us, fickle, soon petrifying, unsympathizing, I would never marry. I should not like to find out that what I loved did not love me, that it was weary of me, and that whatever effort I might make to please would hereafter be worse than useless, since it was inevitably in its nature to change and become indifferent. That discovery once made, what should I long for? To go away, to remove from a presence where my society gave no pleasure." "But you could not, if you were married." "No, I could not. There it is. I could never be my own mistress more. A terrible thought. It suffocates me. Nothing irks me like the idea of being a burden and a bore, an inevitable burden, a ceaseless bore. Now, when I feel my company superfluous, I can comfortably fold my independence round me like a mantle, and drop my pride like a veil, and withdraw to solitude. If married, that could not be." "I wonder we don't all make up our minds to remain single," said Caroline. "We should if we listened to the wisdom of experience. My uncle always speaks of marriage as a burden, and I believe whenever he hears of a man being married he invariably regards him as a fool, or at any rate as doing a foolish thing." "But, Caroline, men are not all like your uncle. Surely not. I hope not." She paused and mused. "I suppose we each find an exception in the one we love, till we are married," suggested Caroline. "I suppose so. And this exception we believe to be of sterling materials. We fancy it like ourselves. We imagine a sense of harmony. We think his voice gives the softest, truest promise of a heart that will never harden against us. We read in his eyes that faithful feeling, affection. I don't think we should trust to what they call passion at all, Caroline. I believe it is a mere fire of dry sticks, blazing up and vanishing. But we watch him, and see him kind to animals, to little children, to poor people. He is kind to us likewise, good, considerate. He does not flatter women, but he is patient with them, and he seems to be easy in their presence, and to find their company genial. He likes them not only for vain and selfish reasons, but as we like him, because we like him. Then we observe that he is just, that he always speaks the truth, that he is conscientious. We feel joy and peace when he comes into a room. We feel sadness and trouble when he leaves it. We know that this man has been a kind son, that he is a kind brother. Will anyone dare to tell me that he will not be a kind husband? My uncle would affirm it unhesitatingly. He will be sick of you in a month, he would say. Mrs. Pryor would seriously intimate the same. Miss Yorke and Miss Mann would darkly suggest ditto. If they are true oracles, it is good never to fall in love. Very good if you can avoid it. I choose to doubt their truth. I am afraid that proves you are already caught. Not I. But if I were, do you know what soothsayers I would consult? Let me hear. Neither man nor woman, elderly nor young, the little Irish beggar that comes barefoot to my door, the mouse that steals out of the cranny in the wainscot, the bird that in frost and snow pecks at my window for a crumb, the dog that licks my hand and sits beside my knee. Did you ever see anyone who was kind to such things? Did you ever see anyone whom such things seemed instinctively to follow, like, rely on? We have a black cat and an old dog at the rectory. I know somebody to whose knee that black cat loves to climb, against whose shoulder and cheek it likes to purr. The old dog always comes out of his kennel and wags his tail, and whines affectionately when somebody passes. And what does that somebody do? He quietly strokes the cat and lets her sit while he conveniently can, and when he must disturb her by rising, he puts her softly down, and never flings her from him roughly. He always whistles to the dog, and gives him a caress. Does he? It is not Robert. But it is Robert. Handsome fellow, said Shirley, with enthusiasm. Her eyes sparkled. Is he not handsome? Has he not fine eyes, and well-cut features, and a clear, princely forehead? He has all that, Caroline. Bless him, he is both graceful and good. I was sure you would see that he was. When I first looked at your face, I knew you would. I was well inclined to him before I saw him. I liked him when I did see him. I admire him now. There is charm in beauty for itself, Caroline. When it is blent with goodness, there is a powerful charm. When mind is added, Shirley? Who can resist it? Remember my uncle, Mesdames Pryor, Yorke, and Mann. Remember the croaking of the frogs of Egypt. He is a noble being. I tell you, when they are good, they are lords of the creation. They are the sons of God. Moulded in their Maker's image, the minutest spark of his spirit lifts them almost above mortality. Indisputably, a great, good, handsome man is the first of created things. Above us? I would scorn to contend for empire with him. I would scorn it. Shall my left hand dispute for precedence with my right? Shall my heart quarrel with my pulse? Shall my veins be jealous of the blood which fills them? Men and women, husbands and wives, quarrel horribly, Shirley. Poor things! Poor fallen, degenerate things! God made them for another lot, for other feelings. But are we men's equals, or are we not? Nothing ever charms me more than when I meet my superior, one who makes me sincerely feel that he is my superior. Did you ever meet him? I should be glad to see him any day. The higher above me, so much the better. It degrades to stoop. It is glorious to look up. What frets me is, that when I try to esteem, I am baffled. When religiously inclined, there are but false gods to adore. I disdain to be a pagan. Miss Keeldar, will you come in? We are here at the rectory gates. Not to-day, but to-morrow I shall fetch you to spend the evening with me. Caroline Helstone, if you really are what at present to me you seem, you and I will suit. I have never in my whole life been able to talk to a young lady as I have talked to you this morning. Kiss me, and good-bye." End of Chapter 12, Part 1. Chapter 12, Part 2 of Shirley. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Shirley, by Charlotte Brontë. Chapter 12. Shirley and Caroline, Part 2. Mrs. Prior seemed as well disposed to cultivate Caroline's acquaintance as Shirley. She, who went nowhere else, called on an early day at the rectory. She came in the afternoon, when the rector happened to be out. It was rather a close day. The heat of the weather had flushed her, and she seemed fluttered, too, by the circumstance of entering a strange house, for it appeared her habits were most retiring and secluded. When Miss Helstone went to her in the dining-room, she found her seated on the sofa, trembling, fanning herself with her handkerchief, and seeming to contend with a nervous discomposure that threatened to become hysterical. Caroline marvelled somewhat at this unusual want of self-command in a lady of her years, and also at the lack of real strength in one who appeared almost robust; for Mrs. Prior hastened to allege the fatigue of her walk, the heat of the sun, etc., as reasons for her temporary indisposition; and still as, with more hurry than coherence, she again and again enumerated these causes of exhaustion, Caroline gently sought to relieve her by opening her shawl and removing her bonnet. Attentions of this sort Mrs. Prior would not have accepted from every one. In general, she recoiled from touch or close approach, with a mixture of embarrassment and coldness far from flattering to those who offered her aid. To Miss Helstone's little light hand, however, she yielded tractably, and seemed soothed by its contact. In a few minutes she ceased to tremble, and grew quiet and tranquil. Her usual manner being resumed, she proceeded to talk of ordinary topics. In a miscellaneous company, Mrs. Prior rarely opened her lips, or, if obliged to speak, she spoke under restraint, and consequently not well. In dialogue she was a good converser; her language, always a little formal, was well chosen; her sentiments were just; her information was varied and correct. Caroline felt it pleasant to listen to her, more pleasant than she could have anticipated. On the wall opposite the sofa where they sat hung 3 pictures, the centre one, above the mantelpiece, that of a lady; the 2 others, male portraits. "That is a beautiful face," said Mrs. Prior, interrupting a brief pause which had followed half an hour's animated conversation. "The features may be termed perfect. No statuary's chisel could improve them. It is a portrait from the life, I presume?" "It is a portrait of Mrs. Helstone." "Of Mrs. Mathewson Helstone, of your uncle's wife?" "It is, and it is said to be a good likeness. Before her marriage she was accounted the beauty of the district." "I should say she merited the distinction. What accuracy in all the lineaments!" "It is, however, a passive face. The original could not have been what is generally termed a woman of spirit." "I believe she was a remarkably still, silent person." "One would scarcely have expected, my dear, that your uncle's choice should have fallen on a partner of that description. Is he not fond of being amused by lively chat?" "In company he is; but he always says he could never do with a talking wife. He must have quiet at home. You go out to gossip, he affirms; you come home to read and reflect." "Mrs. Mathewson lived but a few years after her marriage, I think I have heard." "About 5 years." "Well, my dear," pursued Mrs. Prior, rising to go, "I trust it is understood that you will frequently come to Fieldhead. I hope you will. You must feel lonely here, having no female relative in the house. You must necessarily pass much of your time in solitude." "I am inured to it. I have grown up by myself. May I arrange your shawl for you?" Mrs. Prior submitted to be assisted. "Should you chance to require help in your studies," she said, "you may command me." Caroline expressed her sense of such kindness. "I hope to have frequent conversations with you. I should wish to be of use to you." Again Miss Helstone returned thanks. She thought what a kind heart was hidden under her visitor's seeming chilliness. Observing that Mrs. Prior again glanced with an air of interest towards the portraits as she walked down the room, Caroline casually explained, "The likeness that hangs near the window, you will see, is my uncle, taken 20 years ago. The other, to the left of the mantelpiece, is his brother James, my father. They resemble each other in some measure," said Mrs. Prior, "yet a difference of character may be traced in the different mould of the brow and mouth." "What difference?" inquired Caroline, accompanying her to the door. "James Helstone, that is my father, is generally considered the best looking of the two. Strangers, I remark, always exclaim, 'What a handsome man!' Do you think his picture handsome, Mrs. Prior?" "It is much softer or finer featured than that of your uncle." "But where or what is the difference of character to which you alluded? Tell me; I wish to see if you guess right." "My dear, your uncle is a man of principle. His forehead and his lips are firm, and his eye is steady." "Well, and the other? Do not be afraid of offending me. I always like the truth." "Do you like the truth? It is well for you. Adhere to that preference. Never swerve thence. The other, my dear, if he had been living now, would probably have furnished little support to his daughter. It is, however, a graceful head, taken in youth, I should think. My dear," turning abruptly, "you acknowledge an inestimate value in principle?" "I am sure no character can have true worth without it." "You feel what you say? You have considered the subject?" "Often. Circumstances early forced it upon my attention." The lesson was not lost, then, though it came so prematurely. "I suppose the soil is not light nor stony; otherwise, seed falling in that season never would have borne fruit. My dear, do not stand in the air of the door; you will take cold. Good afternoon." Miss Helstone's new acquaintance soon became of value to her. Their society was acknowledged a privilege. She found she would have been in error indeed to have let slip this chance of relief, to have neglected to avail herself of this happy change. A turn was thereby given to her thoughts, a new channel was opened for them, which, diverting a few of them at least from the one direction in which all had hitherto tended, abated the impetuosity of their rush, and lessened the force of their pressure on one worn down point. Soon she was content to spend whole days at Field Head, doing by turns whatever Shirley or Mrs. Prior wished her to do; and now one would claim her, now the other. Nothing could be less demonstrative than the friendship of the elder lady, but also nothing could be more vigilant, assiduous, untiring. I have intimated that she was a peculiar personage, and in nothing was her peculiarity more shown than in the nature of the interest she evinced for Caroline. She watched all her movements; she seemed as if she would have guarded all her steps. It gave her pleasure to be applied to by Miss Helstone for advice and assistance. She yielded her aid, when asked, with such quiet yet obvious enjoyment, that Caroline ere long took delight in depending on her. Shirley Keeldar's complete docility with Mrs. Prior had at first surprised Miss Helstone, and not less the fact of the reserved ex governess being so much at home and at ease in the residence of her young pupil, where she filled with such quiet independency a very dependent post. But she soon found that it needed but to know both ladies to comprehend fully the enigma. Every one, it seemed to her, must like, must love, must prize Mrs. Prior when they knew her. No matter that she perseveringly wore old-fashioned gowns, that her speech was formal and her manner cool, that she had 20 little ways such as nobody else had. She was still such a stay, such a counselor, so truthful, so kind in her way, that, in Caroline's idea, none once accustomed to her presence could easily afford to dispense with it. As to dependency or humiliation, Caroline did not feel it in her intercourse with Shirley, and why should Mrs. Prior? The heiress was rich, very rich, compared with her new friend. One possessed a clear 1,000 a year, the other not a penny; and yet there was a safe sense of equality experienced in her society, never known in that of the ordinary Briarfield and Winbury gentry. The reason was, Shirley's head ran on other things than money and position. She was glad to be independent as to property. By fits she was even elated at the notion of being lady of the manor, and having tenants and an estate. She was especially tickled with an agreeable complacency when reminded of "all that property" down in the hollow, comprising an excellent cloth mill, dye house, warehouse, together with the messuage gardens and outbuildings termed Hollow's Cottage. But her exultation, being quite undisguised, was singularly inoffensive, and, for her serious thoughts, they tended elsewhere. To admire the great, reverence the good, and be joyous with the genial, was very much the bent of Shirley's soul. She mused, therefore, on the means of following this bent far oftener than she pondered on her social superiority. In Caroline, Miss Keeldar had first taken an interest because she was quiet, retiring, looked delicate, and seemed as if she needed some one to take care of her. Her predilection increased greatly when she discovered that her own way of thinking and talking was understood and responded to by this new acquaintance. She had hardly expected it. Miss Helstone, she fancied, had too pretty a face, manners and voice too soft, to be anything out of the common way in mind and attainments; and she very much wondered to see the gentle features light up archly to the reveille of a dry sally or two risked by herself, and more did she wonder to discover the self-won knowledge treasured, and the untaught speculations working, in that girlish, curl-veiled head. Caroline's instinct of taste, too, was like her own. Such books as Miss Keeldar had read with the most pleasure were Miss Helstone's delight also. They held many aversions, too, in common, and could have the comfort of laughing together over works of false sentimentality and pompous pretension. Few, Shirley conceived, men or women, have the right taste in poetry, the right sense for discriminating between what is real and what is false. She had again and again heard very clever people pronounce this or that passage, in this or that versifier, altogether admirable, which, when she read, her soul refused to acknowledge as anything but cant, flourish, and tinsel, or, at the best, elaborate wordiness. Curious, clever, learned, perhaps, haply even tinged with the fascinating hues of fancy, but, God knows, as different from real poetry as the gorgeous and massy vase of mosaic is from the little cup of pure metal; or, to give the reader a choice of similes, as the milliner's artificial wreath is from the fresh-gathered lily of the field. Caroline, she found, felt the value of the true ore, and knew the deception of the flashy dross. The minds of the two girls, being toned in harmony, often chimed very sweetly together. One evening they chanced to be alone in the oak parlor. They had passed a long, wet day together without ennui. It was now on the edge of dark. Candles were not yet brought in. Both, as twilight deepened, grew meditative and silent. A western wind roared high round the hall, driving wild clouds and stormy rain up from the far remote ocean. All was tempest outside the antique lattices, all deep peace within. Shirley sat at the window, watching the rack in heaven, the mist on earth, listening to certain notes of the gale that planed like restless spirits, notes which, had she not been so young, gay, and healthy, would have swept her trembling nerves like some omen, some anticipatory dirge. In this her prime of existence and bloom of beauty, they but subdued vivacity to pensiveness. Snatches of sweet ballads haunted her ear; now and then she sang a stanza. Her accents obeyed the fitful impulse of the wind; they swelled as its gusts rushed on, and died as they wandered away. Caroline, withdrawn to the farthest and darkest end of the room, her figure just discernible by the ruby shine of the flameless fire, was pacing to and fro, murmuring to herself fragments of well-remembered poetry. She spoke very low, but Shirley heard her, and, while singing softly, she listened. This was the strain: "Obscurest night involved the sky, the Atlantic billows roared, when such a destined wretch as I, washed headlong from on board, of friends, of hope, of all bereft, his floating home forever left." Here the fragment stopped, because Shirley's song, erewhile somewhat full and thrilling, had become delicately faint. "Go on," said she. "Then you go on too. I was only repeating the Castaway." "I know. If you can remember it all, say it all." And as it was nearly dark, and, after all, Miss Keeldar was no formidable auditor, Caroline went through it. She went through it as she should have gone through it. The wild sea, the drowning mariner, the reluctant ship swept on in the storm, you heard, were realized by her; and more vividly was realized the heart of the poet, who did not weep for the castaway, but who, in an hour of tearless anguish, traced a semblance to his own God abandoned misery in the fate of that man forsaken sailor, and cried from the depths where he struggled: "No voice divine the storm allayed, no light propitious shone, when, snatched from all effectual aid, we perished, each alone. But I beneath a rougher sea, and whelmed in deeper gulfs than he." "I hope William Cooper is safe and calm in heaven now," said Caroline. "Do you pity what he suffered on earth?" asked Miss Keeldar. "Pity him, Shirley? What can I do else? He was nearly broken hearted when he wrote that poem, and it almost breaks one's heart to read it. But he found relief in writing it, I know he did; and that gift of poetry, the most divine bestowed on man, was, I believe, granted to allay emotions when their strength threatens harm. It seems to me, Shirley, that nobody should write poetry to exhibit intellect or attainment. Who cares for that sort of poetry? Who cares for learning? Who cares for fine words in poetry? And who does not care for feeling, real feeling, however simply, even rudely expressed? It seems you care for it, at all events; and certainly, in hearing that poem, one discovers that Cooper was under an impulse strong as that of the wind which drove the ship, an impulse which, while it would not suffer him to stop to add ornament to a single stanza, filled him with force to achieve the whole with consummate perfection. You managed to recite it with a steady voice, Caroline. I wonder thereat. Cooper's hand did not tremble in writing the lines; why should my voice falter in repeating them? Depend on it, Shirley, no tear blistered the manuscript of the Castaway. I hear in it no sob of sorrow, only the cry of despair. But, that cry uttered, I believe the deadly spasm passed from his heart, that he wept abundantly, and was comforted." Shirley resumed her ballad minstrelsy. Stopping short, she remarked ere long, "One could have loved Cooper, if it were only for the sake of having the privilege of comforting him." "You never would have loved Cooper," rejoined Caroline promptly. "He was not made to be loved by woman." "What do you mean?" "What I say. I know there is a kind of natures in the world, and very noble, elated natures too, whom love never comes near. You might have sought Cooper with the intention of loving him, and you would have looked at him, pitied him, and left him, forced away by a sense of the impossible, the incongruous, as the crew were borne from their drowning comrade by the furious blast. You may be right. Who told you this? And what I say of Cooper I should say of Rousseau. Was Rousseau ever loved? He loved passionately, but was his passion ever returned? I am certain, never. And if there were any female Coopers and Rousseaus, I should assert the same of them. Who told you this, I ask? Did Moore? Why should anybody have told me? Have I not an instinct? Can I not divine by analogy? Moore never talked to me either about Cooper or Rousseau or love. The voice we hear in solitude told me all I know on these subjects. Do you like the characters of the Rousseau order, Caroline? Not at all, as a whole. I sympathize intensely with certain qualities they possess. Certain divine sparks in their nature dazzle my eyes, and make my soul glow. Then, again, I scorn them. They are made of clay and gold. The refuse and the ore make a mass of weakness. Taken together, I feel them unnatural, unhealthy, repulsive. I dare say I should be more tolerant of a Rousseau than you would, Carry. Submissive and contemplative yourself, you like the stern and the practical. By the way, you must miss that cousin Robert of yours very much, now that you and he never meet. I do. And he must miss you? That he does not. I cannot imagine, pursued Shirley, who had lately got a habit of introducing Moore's name into the conversation, even when it seemed to have no business there, I cannot imagine but that he was fond of you, since he took so much notice of you, talked to you, and taught you so much. He never was fond of me. He never professed to be fond of me. He took pains to prove that he only just tolerated me. Caroline, determined not to err on the flattering side in estimating her cousin's regard for her, always now habitually thought of it and mentioned it in the most scanty measure. She had her own reasons for being less sanguine than ever in hopeful views of the future, less indulgent to pleasurable retrospections of the past. "Of course, then," observed Miss Keeldar, "you only just tolerated him in return?" "Shirley, men and women are so different. They are in such a different position. Women have so few things to think about, men so many. You may have a friendship for a man, while he is almost indifferent to you. Much of what cheers your life may be dependent on him, while not a feeling or interest of moment in his eyes may have reference to you. Robert used to be in the habit of going to London, sometimes for a week or a fortnight together. Well, while he was away, I found his absence a void. There was something wanting. Briarfield was duller. Of course, I had my usual occupations. Still, I missed him. As I sat by myself in the evenings, I used to feel a strange certainty of conviction I cannot describe, that if a magician or a genius had at that moment offered me Prince Ali's tube, you remember it in the Arabian Nights, and if, with its aid, I had been enabled to take a view of Robert, to see where he was, how occupied, I should have learned, in a startling manner, the width of the chasm which gaped between such as he and such as I. I knew that, however my thoughts might adhere to him, his were effectually sundered from me. "Caroline," demanded Miss Keeldar abruptly, "don't you wish you had a profession, a trade?" "I wish it 50 times a day. As it is, I often wonder what I came into the world for. I long to have something absorbing and compulsory to fill my head and hands, and to occupy my thoughts." "Can labor alone make a human being happy?" "No, but it can give varieties of pain, and prevent us from breaking our hearts with a single tyrant master torture. Besides, successful labor has its recompense. A vacant, weary, lonely, hopeless life has none. But hard labor and learned professions, they say, make women masculine, coarse, unwomanly. And what does it signify whether unmarried and never to be married women are unattractive and inelegant or not? Provided only they are decent, decorous, and neat, it is enough. The utmost which ought to be required of old maids, in the way of appearance, is that they should not absolutely offend men's eyes as they pass them in the street. For the rest, they should be allowed, without too much scorn, to be as absorbed, grave, plain-looking, and plain-dressed as they please. You might be an old maid yourself, Caroline, you speak so earnestly. I shall be one. It is my destiny. I will never marry a Malone or a Sykes, and no one else will ever marry me." Here fell a long pause. Shirley broke it. Again the name by which she seemed bewitched was almost the first on her lips. "Lena. Did not Moore call you Lena sometimes?" "Yes, it is sometimes used as the abbreviation of Caroline in his native country. Well, Lena, do you remember my one day noticing an inequality in your hair, a curl wanting on that right side, and your telling me that it was Robert's fault, as he had once cut therefrom a long lock?" "Yes." "If he is, and always was, as indifferent to you as you say, why did he steal your hair?" "I don't know." "Yes, I do. It was my doing, not his. Everything of that sort always was my doing. He was going from home to London, as usual, and the night before he went I had found in his sister's workbox a lock of black hair, a short, round curl. Hortense told me it was her brother's, and a keepsake. He was sitting near the table. I looked at his head. He has plenty of hair. On the temples were many such round curls. I thought he could spare me one. I knew I should like to have it, and I asked for it. He said, on condition that he might have his choice of a tress from my head. So he got one of my long locks of hair, and I got one of his short ones. I keep his, but I dare say he has lost mine. It was my doing, and one of those silly deeds it distresses the heart and sets the face on fire to think of. One of those small but sharp recollections that return, lacerating your self-respect like tiny penknives, and forcing from your lips, as you sit alone, sudden, insane-sounding interjections. "Caroline!" "I do think myself a fool, Shirley, in some respects. I do despise myself. But I said I would not make you my confessor, for you cannot reciprocate foible for foible. You are not weak. How steadily you watch me now! Turn aside your clear, strong, she-eagle eye. It is an insult to fix it on me thus. What a study of character you are! Weak, certainly, but not in the sense you think. Come in." This was said in answer to a tap at the door. Miss Keeldar happened to be near it at the moment, Caroline at the other end of the room. She saw a note put into Shirley's hands, and heard the words, "From Mr. Moore, ma'am." "Bring candles," said Miss Keeldar. Caroline sat expectant. "A communication on business," said the heiress. But when candles were brought, she neither opened nor read it. The rector's Fanny was presently announced, and the rector's niece went home. Chapter 12.
Chapter 13, Part 1 of Shirley. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Shirley by Charlotte Brontë. Chapter 13, Part 1. Further communications on business. In Shirley's nature prevailed at times an easy indolence. There were periods when she took delight in perfect vacancy of hand and eye, moments when her thoughts, her simple existence, the fact of the world being around, and heaven above her, seemed to yield her such fullness of happiness that she did not need to lift a finger to increase the joy. Often, after an active morning, she would spend a sunny afternoon in lying stirless on the turf at the foot of some tree of friendly umbrage. No society did she need but that of Caroline, and it sufficed, if she were within call. No spectacle did she ask but that of the deep blue sky, and such cloudlets as sailed afar and aloft across its span. No sound but that of the bee's hum, the leaf's whisper. Her sole book in such hours was the dim chronicle of memory, or the sibyl page of anticipation. From her young eyes fell on each volume a glorious light to read by. Round her lips at moments played a smile which revealed glimpses of the tale or prophecy. It was not sad, not dark. Fate had been benign to the blissful dreamer, and promised to favor her yet again. In her past were sweet passages, in her future rosy hopes. Yet one day, when Caroline drew near to rouse her, thinking she had lain long enough, behold, as she looked down, Shirley's cheek was wet as if with dew. Those fine eyes of hers shone humid and brimming. "Shirley, why do you cry?" asked Caroline, involuntarily laying stress on "you." Miss Keeldar smiled, and turned her picturesque head towards the questioner. "Because it pleases me mightily to cry," she said. "My heart is both sad and glad. But why, you good, patient child, why do you not bear me company? I only weep tears, delightful and soon wiped away. You might weep gall, if you choose." "Why should I weep gall?" "Mateless, solitary bird," was the only answer. "And are not you, too, mateless, Shirley?" "At heart, no." "Oh, who nestles there, Shirley?" But Shirley only laughed gaily at this question, and alertly started up. "I have dreamed," she said, "a mere daydream, certainly bright, probably baseless." Miss Helstone was by this time free enough from illusions. She took a sufficiently grave view of the future, and fancied she knew pretty well how her own destiny and that of some others were tending. Yet old associations retained their influence over her, and it was these, and the power of habit, which still frequently drew her, of an evening, to the field stile and the old thorn overlooking the hollow. One night, the night after the incident of the note, she had been at her usual post, watching for her beacon, watching vainly. That evening no lamp was lit. She waited till the rising of certain constellations warned her of lateness, and signed her away. In passing Fieldhead, on her return, its moonlight beauty attracted her glance, and stayed her step an instant. Tree and hall rose peaceful under the night sky and clear full orb. Pearly paleness gilded the building, mellow brown gloom bosomed it round. Shadows of deep green brooded above its oak-wreathed roof. The broad pavement in front shone pale also. It gleamed as if some spell had transformed the dark granite to glistening Parian. On the silvery space slept two sable shadows, thrown sharply defined from two human figures. These figures, when first seen, were motionless and mute. Presently they moved in harmonious step, and spoke in low harmonious key. Earnest was the gaze that scrutinized them as they emerged from behind the trunk of the cedar. "Is it Mrs. Pryor and Shirley?" "Certainly it is Shirley. Who else has a shape so lithe and proud and graceful? And her face, too, is visible, her countenance careless and pensive, and musing and mirthful, and mocking and tender. Not fearing the dew, she has not covered her head. Her curls are free, they veil her neck and caress her shoulder with their tendril rings. An ornament of gold gleams through the half-closed folds of the scarf she has wrapped across her bust, and a large bright gem glitters on the white hand which confines it. Yes, that is Shirley." Her companion, then, is, of course, Mrs. Pryor? Yes, if Mrs. Pryor owns 6 feet of stature, and if she has changed her decent widow's weeds for masculine disguise. The figure walking at Miss Kilder's side is a man, a tall, young, stately man. It is her tenant, Robert Moore. The pair speak softly. Their words are not distinguishable. To remain a moment to gaze is not to be an eavesdropper, and as the moon shines so clearly, and their countenances are so distinctly apparent, who can resist the attraction of such interest? Caroline, it seems, cannot, for she lingers. There was a time when, on summer nights, Moore had been wont to walk with his cousin, as he was now walking with the heiress. Often had she gone up the hollow with him after sunset, to scent the freshness of the earth, where a growth of fragrant herbage carpeted a certain narrow terrace, edging a deep ravine, from whose rifted gloom was heard a sound like the spirit of the lonely watercourse, moaning amongst its wet stones, and between its weedy banks, and under its dark bower of alders. "But I used to be closer to him," thought Caroline. "He felt no obligation to treat me with homage. I needed only kindness. He used to hold my hand. He does not touch hers. And yet Shirley is not proud where she loves. There is no haughtiness in her aspect now, only a little in her port. What is natural to and inseparable from her, what she retains in her most careless as in her most guarded moments. Robert must think as I think, that he is at this instant looking down on a fine face, and he must think it with a man's brain, not with mine. She has such generous yet soft fire in her eyes. She smiles. What makes her smile so sweet? I saw that Robert felt its beauty, and he must have felt it with his man's heart, not with my dim woman's perceptions. They look to me like 2 great happy spirits. Yonder silver pavement reminds me of that white shore we believe to be beyond the death flood. They have reached it. They walk there united. And what am I, standing here in shadow, shrinking into concealment, my mind darker than my hiding place? I am one of this world, no spirit, a poor doomed mortal, who asks in ignorance and hopelessness wherefore she was born, to what end she lives, whose mind forever runs on the question, how she shall at last encounter, and by whom be sustained through death. This is the worst passage I have come to yet. Still I was quite prepared for it. I gave Robert up, and gave him up to Shirley, the first day I heard she was come. The first moment I saw her, rich, youthful, and lovely. She has him now. He is her lover. She is his darling. She will be far more his darling yet when they are married. The more Robert knows of Shirley, the more his soul will cleave to her. They will both be happy, and I do not grudge them their bliss. But I groan under my own misery. Some of my suffering is very acute. Truly I ought not to have been born. They should have smothered me at the first cry. Here, Shirley stepping aside to gather a dewy flower, she and her companion turned into a path that lay nearer the gate. Some of their conversation became audible. Caroline would not stay to listen. She passed away noiselessly, and the moonlight kissed the wall, which her shadow had dimmed. The reader is privileged to remain, and try what he can make of the discourse. I cannot conceive why nature did not give you a bulldog's head, for you have all a bulldog's tenacity, said Shirley. Not a flattering idea. Am I so ignoble? And something also you have of the same animal's silent ways of going about its work. You give no warning, you come noiselessly behind, seize fast, and hold on. This is guesswork. You have witnessed no such feat on my part. In your presence I have been no bulldog. Your very silence indicates your race. How little you talk in general, yet how deeply you scheme. You are far-seeing. You are calculating. I know the ways of these people. I have gathered information of their intentions. My note last night informed you that Barraclough's trial had ended in his conviction and sentence to transportation. His associates will plot vengeance. I shall lay my plans so as to counteract, or at least be prepared for theirs. That is all. Having now given you as clear an explanation as I can, am I to understand that for what I propose doing I have your approbation? I shall stand by you so long as you remain on the defensive. Yes. Good. Without any aid, even opposed or disapproved by you, I believe I should have acted precisely as I now intend to act, but in another spirit. I now feel satisfied. On the whole, I relish the position. I dare say you do. That is evident. You relish the work which lies before you still better than you would relish the execution of a government order for army cloth. I certainly feel it congenial. So would old Helstone. It is true, there is a shade of difference in your motives. Many shades, perhaps. Shall I speak to Mr. Helstone? I will, if you like. Act as you please. Your judgment, Miss Keeldar, will guide you accurately. I could rely on it myself, in a more difficult crisis, but I should inform you, Mr. Helstone is somewhat prejudiced against me at present. I am aware. I have heard all about your differences. Depend upon it they will melt away. He cannot resist the temptation of an alliance under present circumstances. I should be glad to have him. He is of true metal. I think so also. An old blade, and rusted somewhat, but the edge and temper still excellent. Well, you shall have him, Mr. Moore. That is, if I can win him. Whom can you not win? Perhaps not the rector, but I will make the effort. Effort? He will yield for a word, a smile. By no means. It will cost me several cups of tea, some toast and cake, and an ample measure of remonstrances, expostulations, and persuasions. It grows rather chill. I perceive you shiver. Am I acting wrongly to detain you here? Yet it is so calm. I even feel it warm, and society such as yours is a pleasure to me so rare. If you were wrapped in a thicker shawl, I might stay longer and forget how late it is, which would chagrin Mrs. Pryor. We keep early and regular hours at Fieldhead, Mr. Moore, and so, I am sure, does your sister at the cottage. Yes, but Hortense and I have an understanding the most convenient in the world, that we shall each do as we please. How do you please to do? 3 nights in the week I sleep in the mill, but I require little rest, and when it is moonlight and mild, I often hunt the hollow till daybreak. When I was a very little girl, Mr. Moore, my nurse used to tell me tales of fairies being seen in that hollow. That was before my father built the mill, when it was a perfectly solitary ravine. You will be falling under enchantment. I fear it is done, said Moore, in a low voice. But there are worse things than fairies to be guarded against, pursued Miss Keeldar. Things more perilous, he subjoined. Far more so. For instance, how would you like to meet Michael Hartley, that mad Calvinist, and Jacobin weaver? They say he is addicted to poaching, and often goes abroad at night with his gun. I have already had the luck to meet him. We held a long argument together one night. A strange little incident it was. I liked it. Liked it? I admire your taste. Michael is not sane. Where did you meet him? In the deepest, shadiest spot in the glen, where the water runs low, under brushwood. We sat down near the plank bridge. It was moonlight, but clouded, and very windy. We had a talk. On politics? And religion. I think the moon was at the full, and Michael was as near crazed as possible. He uttered strange blasphemy in his antinomian fashion. Excuse me, but I think you must have been nearly as mad as he to sit listening to him. There is a wild interest in his ravings. The man would be half a poet if he were not wholly a maniac, and perhaps a prophet if he were not a profligate. He solemnly informed me that hell was foreordained my inevitable portion, that he read the mark of the beast on my brow, that I had been an outcast from the beginning. God's vengeance, he said, was preparing for me, and affirmed in a vision of the night he had beheld the manner and instrument of my doom. I wanted to know further, but he left me with these words, "The end is not yet." Have you ever seen him since? About a month afterwards, in returning from market, I encountered him and Moses Barraclough both in an advanced stage of inebriation. They were praying in a frantic sort at the roadside. They accosted me as Satan, bid me avaunt, and clamored to be delivered from temptation. Again, but a few days ago, Michael took the trouble of appearing at the counting-house door, hatless, in his shirt-sleeves. His coat and castor having been detained at the public-house in pledge, he delivered himself of the comfortable message that he could wish Mr. Moore to set his house in order, as his soul was likely shortly to be required of him. Do you make light of these things? The poor man had been drinking for weeks, and was in a state bordering on delirium tremens. What then? He is the more likely to attempt the fulfillment of his own prophecies. It would not do to permit incidents of this sort to affect one's nerves. Mr. Moore, go home. So soon? Pass straight down the fields, not round by the lane and plantations. It is early yet. It is late. For my part, I am going in. Will you promise me not to wander in the hollow tonight? If you wish it. I do wish it. May I ask whether you consider life valueless? By no means. On the contrary, of late, I regarded my life as invaluable. Of late? Existence is neither aimless nor hopeless to me now, and it was both 3 months ago. I was then drowning, and rather wished the operation over. All at once a hand was stretched to me, such a delicate hand, I scarcely dared trust it. Its strength, however, has rescued me from ruin. Are you really rescued? For the time, your assistance has given me another chance. Live to make the best of it. Don't offer yourself as a target to Michael Hartley. And good night. Miss Helstone was under a promise to spend the evening of the next day at Fieldhead. She kept her promise. Some gloomy hours had she spent in the interval. Most of the time had been passed shut up in her own apartment, only issuing from it, indeed, to join her uncle at meals, and anticipating inquiries from Fanny by telling her that she was busy altering a dress, and preferred sewing upstairs to avoid interruption. She did so. She plied her needle continuously, ceaselessly, but her brain worked faster than her fingers. Again, and more intensely than ever, she desired a fixed occupation, no matter how onerous, how irksome. Her uncle must be once more entreated, but first she would consult Mrs. Pryor. Her head labored to frame projects as diligently as her hands to plaint and stitch the thin texture of the muslin summer dress spread on the little white couch at the foot of which she sat. Now and then, while thus doubly occupied, a tear would fill her eyes and fall on her busy hands. But this sign of emotion was rare and quickly effaced. The sharp pang passed, the dimness cleared from her vision, she would rethread her needle, rearrange tuck and trimming, and work on. Late in the afternoon she dressed herself. She reached Fieldhead, and appeared in the oak parlor just as tea was brought in. Shirley asked her why she came so late. "Because I have been making my dress," said she. "These fine sunny days began to make me ashamed of my winter merino, so I have furbished up a lighter garment." "In which you look as I'd like to see you," said Shirley. "You are a ladylike little person, Caroline. Is she not, Mrs. Pryor?" Mrs. Pryor never paid compliments, and seldom indulged in remarks, favorable or otherwise, on personal appearance. On the present occasion she only swept Caroline's curls from her cheek as she took a seat near her, caressed the oval outline, and observed, "You get somewhat thin, my love, and somewhat pale. Do you sleep well? Your eyes have a languid look," and she gazed at her anxiously. "I sometimes dream melancholy dreams," answered Caroline, "and if I lie awake for an hour or two in the night, I am continually thinking of the rectory as a dreary old place. You know it is very near the churchyard. The back part of the house is extremely ancient, and it is said that the out kitchens there were once enclosed in the churchyard, and that there are graves under them. I rather long to leave the rectory." "My dear, you are surely not superstitious?" "No, Mrs. Pryor, but I think I grow what is called nervous. I see things under a darker aspect than I used to do. I have fears I never used to have, not of ghosts, but of omens and disastrous events, and I have an inexpressible weight on my mind which I would give the world to shake off, and I cannot do it." "Strange!" cried Shirley. "I never feel so." Mrs. Pryor said nothing. "Fine weather, pleasant days, pleasant scenes are powerless to give me pleasure," continued Caroline. "Calm evenings are not calm to me. Moonlight, which I used to think mild, now only looks mournful. Is this weakness of mind, Mrs. Pryor, or what is it? I cannot help it. I often struggle against it. I reason, but reason and effort make no difference." "You should take more exercise," said Mrs. Pryor. "Exercise? I exercise sufficiently. I exercise till I am ready to drop." "My dear, you should go from home." "Mrs. Pryor, I should like to go from home, but not on any purposeless excursion or visit. I wish to be a governess as you have been. It would oblige me greatly if you would speak to my uncle on the subject." "Nonsense!" broke in Shirley. "What an idea! Be a governess! Better be a slave at once! Where is the necessity of it? Why should you dream of such a painful step?" "My dear," said Mrs. Pryor, "you are very young to be a governess, and not sufficiently robust. The duties a governess undertakes are often severe." "And I believe I want severe duties to occupy me." "Occupy you!" cried Shirley. "When are you idle? I never saw a more industrious girl than you. You are always at work." "Come," she continued, "come and sit by my side and take some tea to refresh you. You don't care much for my friendship, then, that you wish to leave me?" "Indeed I do, Shirley, and I don't wish to leave you. I shall never find another friend so dear." At which words Miss Keeldar put her hand into Caroline's with an impulsively affectionate movement, which was well seconded by the expression of her face. "If you think so, you had better make much of me," she said, "and not run away from me. I hate to part with those to whom I am become attached. Mrs. Pryor there sometimes talks of leaving me, and says I might make a more advantageous connection than herself. I should as soon think of exchanging an old-fashioned mother for something modish and stylish. As for you, why, I began to flatter myself we were thoroughly friends, that you liked Shirley almost as well as Shirley likes you, and she does not stint her regard." "I do like Shirley. I like her more and more every day. But that does not make me strong or happy." "And would it make you strong or happy to go and live as a dependent amongst utter strangers? It would not, and the experiment must not be tried. I tell you it would fail. It is not in your nature to bear the desolate life governesses generally lead. You would fall ill. I won't hear of it." End of Section 23. Recording by Katie Riley. September 2009. Chapter 13, Part 2 of Shirley. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Shirley by Charlotte Brontë. Chapter 13, Part 2. And Miss Keeldar paused, having uttered this prohibition very decidedly. She soon recommenced, still looking somewhat corsée. "Why, it is my daily pleasure now to look out for the little cottage bonnet and the silk scarf glancing through the trees in the lane, and to know that my quiet, shrewd, thoughtful companion and monitress is coming back to me, that I shall have her sitting in the room to look at, to talk to, or to let alone, as she and I please. This may be a selfish sort of language, I know it is, but it is the language which naturally rises to my lips. Therefore I utter it." "I would write to you, Shirley." "And what are letters? Only a sort of pis-aller. Drink some tea, Caroline. Eat something. You eat nothing. Laugh and be cheerful. And stay at home." Miss Helstone shook her head and sighed. She felt what difficulty she would have to persuade anyone to assist or sanction her in making that change in her life which she believed desirable. Might she only follow her own judgment, she thought she could be able to find, perhaps a harsh, but an effectual cure for her sufferings. But this judgment, founded on circumstances she could fully explain to none, least of all to Shirley, seemed, in all eyes but her own, incomprehensible and fantastic, and was accordingly opposed. There really was no present pecuniary need for her to leave a comfortable home and take a situation, and there was every probability that her uncle might in some way permanently provide for her. So her friends thought, and as far as their lights enabled them to see, they reasoned correctly. But of Caroline's strange sufferings, which she desired so eagerly to overcome or escape, they had no idea. Of her racked nights and dismal days, no suspicion. It was at once impossible and hopeless to explain. To wait and endure was her only plan. Many that want food and clothing have cheerier lives and brighter prospects than she had. Many, harassed by poverty, are in a strait less afflictive. "Now, is your mind quieted?" inquired Shirley. "Will you consent to stay at home?" "I shall not leave it against the approbation of my friends," was the reply. "But I think in time they will be obliged to think as I do." During this conversation Mrs. Pryor looked far from easy. Her extreme habitual reserve would rarely permit her to talk freely or to interrogate others closely. She could think a multitude of questions she never ventured to put, give advice in her mind which her tongue never delivered. Had she been alone with Caroline, she might possibly have said something to the point. Miss Keeldar's presence, accustomed as she was to it, sealed her lips. Now, as on 1,000 other occasions, inexplicable nervous scruples kept her back from interfering. She merely showed her concern for Miss Helstone in an indirect way, by asking her if the fire made her too warm, placing a screen between her chair and the hearth, closing a window whence she imagined a draught proceeded, and often and relentlessly glancing at her. Shirley resumed. "Having destroyed your plan," she said, "which I hope I have done, I shall construct a new one of my own. Every summer I make an excursion. This season I propose spending 2 months either at the Scotch lochs or the English lakes. That is, I shall go there, provided you consent to accompany me. If you refuse, I shall not stir a foot." "You are very good, Shirley." "I would be very good if you would let me. I have every disposition to be good. It is my misfortune and habit, I know, to think of myself paramount to anybody else, but who is not like me in that respect? However, when Captain Keeldar is made comfortable, accommodated with all he wants, including a sensible genial comrade, it gives him a thorough pleasure to devote his spare efforts to making that comrade happy. And should we not be happy, Caroline, in the Highlands? We will go to the Highlands. We will, if you can bear a sea voyage, go to the Isles, the Hebrides, the Shetlands, the Orkney Islands. Would you not like that? I see you would. Mrs. Pryor, I call you to witness. Her face is all sunshine at the bare mention of it." "I should like it much," returned Caroline, to whom, indeed, the notion of such a tour was not only pleasant, but gloriously reviving. Shirley rubbed her hands. "Come, I can bestow a benefit!" she exclaimed. "I can do a good deed with my cash. My 1,000 a year is not merely a matter of dirty banknotes and jaundiced guineas. Let me speak respectfully of both, though, for I adore them. But it may be, health to the drooping, strength to the weak, consolation to the sad. I was determined to make something of it, better than a fine old house to live in, than satin gowns to wear, better than deference from acquaintance, and homage from the poor. Here is to begin. This summer, Caroline, Mrs. Pryor, and I go out into the North Atlantic, beyond the Shetland, perhaps to the Faroe Isles. We will see seals in Suderoe, and doubtless mermaids in Stramo." "Caroline is laughing, Mrs. Pryor. I made her laugh. I have done her good." "I shall like to go, Shirley," again said Miss Helstone. "I long to hear the sound of waves, ocean waves, and to see them as I have imagined them in dreams, like tossing banks of green light, strewed with vanishing and reappearing wreaths of foam, whiter than lilies. I shall delight to pass the shores of those lone rock islets, where the seabirds live and breed unmolested. We shall be on the track of the old Scandinavians, of the Norsemen. We shall almost see the shores of Norway. This is a very vague delight that I feel, communicated by your proposal, but it is a delight." "Will you think of Fitful Head, now, when you lie awake at night, of gulls shrieking round it, and waves tumbling in upon it, rather than of graves under the rectory hat kitchen?" "I will try, and instead of musing about remnants of shrouds, and fragments of coffins, and human bones and molds, I will fancy seals lying in the sunshine on solitary shores where neither fisherman nor hunter ever come, of rock crevices full of pearly eggs bedded in seaweed, of unscared birds covering white sands in happy flocks." "And what will become of that inexpressible weight you said you had on your mind?" "I will try to forget it in speculation on the sway of the whole great deep above a herd of whales rushing through the livid and liquid thunder down from the frozen zone. 100 of them, perhaps, wallowing, flashing, rolling in the wake of a patriarch bull, huge enough to have been spawned before the flood, such a creature as poor Smart had in his mind when he said, 'Strong against tides, the enormous whale emerges as he goes.' I hope our bark will meet with no such shoal or herd as you term it, Caroline. I suppose you fancy the sea mammoths pasturing about the bases of the everlasting hills, devouring strange provender in the vast valleys through and above which the sea billows roll. I should not like to be capsized by the patriarch bull." "I suppose you expect to see mermaids, Shirley?" "One of them, at any rate. I do not bargain for less, and she is to appear in some such fashion as this. I am to be walking by myself, on deck, rather late of an August evening, watching and being watched by a full harvest moon. Something is to rise white on the surface of the sea, over which that moon mounts silent and hangs glorious. The object glitters and sinks. It rises again. I think I hear it cry, with an articulate voice. I call you up from the cabin. I show you an image, fair as alabaster, emerging from the dim wave. We both see the long hair, the lifted and foam white arm, the oval mirror brilliant as a star. It glides nearer. A human face is plainly visible, a face in the style of yours, whose straight, pure, excuse the word, it is not appropriate, whose straight, pure lineaments paleness does not disfigure. It looks at us, but not with your eyes. I see a preternatural lure in its wily glance. It beckons. Were we men, we should spring at the sign. The cold billow would be dared for the sake of the colder enchantress. Being women, we stand safe, though not dreadless. She comprehends our unmoved gaze. She feels herself powerless. Anger crosses her front. She cannot charm, but she will appall us. She rises high, and glides all revealed on the dark wave ridge. Temptress terror! Monstrous likeness of ourselves! Are you not glad, Caroline, when at last, and with a wild shriek, she dives? But surely she is not like us. We are neither temptresses, nor terrors, nor monsters. Some of our kind, it is said, are all three. There are men who ascribe to woman in general such attributes. My dears, here interrupted Mrs. Pryor, does it not strike you that your conversation for the last 10 minutes has been rather fanciful? But there is no harm in our fancies, is there, ma'am? We are aware that mermaids do not exist. Why speak of them as if they did? How can you find interest in speaking of a nonentity? I don't know, said Shirley. My dear, I think there is an arrival. I heard a step in the lane while you were talking. And is not that the garden gate which creaks? Shirley stepped to the window. Yes, there is someone, said she, turning quietly away, and as she resumed her seat, a sensitive flush animated her face, while a trembling ray at once kindled and softened her eye. She raised her hand to her chin, cast her gaze down, and seemed to think as she waited. The servant announced Mr. Moore, and Shirley turned round when Mr. Moore appeared at the door. His figure seemed very tall as he entered, and stood in contrast with the three ladies, none of whom could boast a stature much beyond the average. He was looking well, better than he had been known to look for the past 12 months. A sort of renewed youth glowed in his eye and color, and an invigorated hope and settled purpose sustained his bearing. Firmness in his countenance still indicated, but not austerity. It looked as cheerful as it was earnest. "I am just returned from Stilborough," he said to Miss Keeldar, as he greeted her, "and I thought I would call to impart to you the result of my mission." "You did right not to keep me in suspense," she said, "and your visit is well timed. Sit down. We have not finished tea. Are you English enough to relish tea, or do you faithfully adhere to coffee?" Moore accepted tea. "I am learning to be a naturalized Englishman," said he. "My foreign habits are leaving me one by one." And now he paid his respects to Mrs. Pryor, and paid them well, with a grave modesty that became his age, compared with hers. Then he looked at Caroline, not, however, for the first time. His glance had fallen upon her before. He bent towards her as she sat, gave her his hand, and asked her how she was. The light from the window did not fall upon Miss Helstone. Her back was turned towards it. A quiet though rather low reply, a still demeanor, and the friendly protection of early twilight kept out of view each traitorous symptom. None could affirm that she had trembled or blushed, that her heart had quaked, or her nerves thrilled. None could prove emotion. A greeting showing less effusion was never interchanged. Moore took the empty chair near her, opposite Miss Keeldar. He had placed himself well. His neighbor, screened by the very closeness of this vicinage from his scrutiny, and sheltered further by the dusk which deepened each moment, soon regained not merely seeming but real mastery of the feelings which had started into insurrection at the first announcement of his name. He addressed his conversation to Miss Keeldar. "I went to the barracks," he said, "and had an interview with Colonel Ryde. He approved my plans, and promised the aid I wanted. Indeed, he offered a more numerous force than I require. 6 will suffice. I don't intend to be swamped by redcoats. They are needed for appearance rather than anything else. My main reliance is on my own civilians." "And on their captain," interposed Shirley. "What, Captain Keeldar?" inquired Moore, slightly smiling and not lifting his eyes. The tone of raillery in which he said this was very respectful and suppressed. "No," returned Shirley, answering the smile. "Captain Gerard Moore, who trusts much to the prowess of his own right arm, I believe." "Furnished with his counting-house ruler," added Moore. Resuming his usual gravity, he went on. "I received by this evening's post a note from the Home Secretary in answer to mine. It appears they are uneasy at the state of matters here in the North. They especially condemn the supineness and pusillanimity of the mill owners. They say, as I have always said, that inaction, under present circumstances, is criminal, and that cowardice is cruelty, since both can only encourage disorder and lead finally to sanguinary outbreaks. There is the note. I brought it for your perusal. And there is a batch of newspapers, containing further accounts of proceedings in Nottingham, Manchester, and elsewhere. He produced letters and journals, and laid them before Miss Keeldar. While she perused them, he took his tea quietly, but, though his tongue was still, his observant faculties seemed by no means off duty. Mrs. Pryor, sitting in the background, did not come within the range of his glance, but the two younger ladies had the full benefit thereof. Miss Keeldar, placed directly opposite, was seen without effort. She was the object his eyes, when lifted, naturally met first, and, as what remained of daylight, the gilding of the west, was upon her, her shape rose in relief from the dark paneling behind. Shirley's clear cheek was tinted yet with the color which had risen into it a few minutes since. The dark lashes of her eyes looking down as she read, the dusk yet delicate line of her eyebrows, the almost sable gloss of her curls, made her heightened complexion look fine as the bloom of a red wild flower by contrast. There was natural grace in her attitude, and there was artistic effort in the ample and shining folds of her silk dress, an attire simply fashioned, but almost splendid from the shifting brightness of its dye, warp and woof being of tints deep and changing as the hue on a pheasant's neck. A glancing bracelet on her arm produced the contrast of gold and ivory. There was something brilliant in the whole picture. It is to be supposed that Moore thought so, as his eyes dwelt long on it, but he seldom permitted his feelings, or his opinions, to exhibit themselves in his face. His temperament boasted a certain amount of phlegm, and he preferred an undemonstrative, not ungentle, but serious aspect to any other. He could not, by looking straight before him, see Caroline, as she was close at his side. It was necessary, therefore, to maneuver a little to get her well within the range of his observation. He leaned back in his chair and looked down on her. In Miss Helstone, neither he nor anyone else could discover brilliancy. Sitting in the shade, without flowers or ornaments, her attire the modest muslin dress, colorless but for its narrow stripe of pale azure, her complexion unflushed, unexcited, the very brownness of her hair and eyes invisible by this faint light, she was, compared with the heiress, as a graceful pencil sketch compared with a vivid painting. Since Robert had seen her last, a great change had been wrought in her. Whether he perceived it might not be ascertained. He said nothing to that effect. "How is Hortense?" asked Caroline softly. "Very well, but she complains of being unemployed. She misses you." "Tell her that I miss her, and that I write and read a portion of French every day." "She will ask if you sent your love. She is always particular on that point. You know she likes attention." "My best love, my very best. And say to her that whenever she has time to write me a little note, I shall be glad to hear from her. What if I forget? I am not the surest messenger of compliments." "No, don't forget, Robert. It is no compliment. It is in good earnest." "And must therefore be delivered punctually." "If you please." "Hortense will be ready to shed tears. She is tender-hearted on the subject of her pupil. Yet she reproaches you sometimes for obeying your uncle's injunctions too literally. Affection, like love, will be unjust now and then." And Caroline made no answer to this observation, for indeed her heart was troubled, and to her eyes she would have raised her handkerchief. If she had dared to, she would have declared how the very flowers in the garden of Paulo's cottage were dear to her, how the little parlor of that house was her earthly paradise, how she longed to return to it as much, almost, as the first woman, in her exile, must have longed to revisit Eden. Not daring, however, to say these things, she held her peace. She sat quietly at Robert's side, waiting for him to say something more. It was long since this proximity had been hers, long since his voice had addressed her. Could she, with any show of probability, even of possibility, have imagined that the meeting gave him pleasure, to her it would have given deep bliss. Yet, even in doubt that it pleased, in dread that it might annoy him, she received the boon of the meeting as an imprisoned bird would the admission of sunshine to its cage. It is of no use arguing, contending against the sense of present happiness. To be near Robert was to be revived. End of section 24. Recording by Katie Riley. September 2009. Chapter 13, Part 3 of Shirley. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Shirley by Charlotte Brontë. Chapter 13, Part 3. Miss Keeldar laid down the papers. "And are you glad or sad for all these menacing tidings?" she inquired of her tenant. "Not precisely either, but I certainly am instructed. I see that our only plan is to be firm. I see that efficient preparation and a resolute attitude are the best means of averting bloodshed." He then inquired if she had observed some particular paragraph, to which she replied in the negative, and he rose to show it to her. He continued the conversation, standing before her. From the tenor of what he said, it appeared evident that they both apprehended disturbances in the neighborhood of Briarfield, though in what form they expected them to break out was not specified. Neither Caroline nor Mrs. Pryor asked questions. The subject did not appear to be regarded as one ripe for free discussion. Therefore, the lady and her tenant were suffered to keep details to themselves, unimportuned by the curiosity of their listeners. Miss Keeldar, in speaking to Mr. Moore, took a tone at once animated and dignified, confidential and self-respecting. When, however, the candles were brought in, and the fire was stirred up, and the fullness of light thus produced rendered the expression of her countenance legible, you could see that she was all interest, life, and earnestness. There was nothing coquettish in her demeanor. Whatever she felt for Moore, she felt it seriously. And serious, too, were his feelings, and settled were his views, apparently, for he had made no petty effort to attract, dazzle, or impress. He contrived, notwithstanding, to command a little, because the deeper voice, however mildly modulated, the somewhat harder mind, now and then, though involuntarily and unintentionally, bore down by some peremptory phrase or tone the mellow accents and susceptible, if high, nature of Shirley. Miss Keeldar looked happy in conversing with him, and her joy seemed twofold, a joy of the past and present, of memory and of hope. What I have just said are Caroline's ideas of the pair. She felt what has just been described. In thus feeling, she tried not to suffer, but suffered sharply, nevertheless. She suffered, indeed, miserably. A few minutes before, her famished heart had tasted a drop and crumb of nourishment that, if freely given, would have brought back abundance of life where life was failing. But the generous feast was snatched from her, spread before another, and she remained but a bystander at the banquet. The clock struck 9. It was Caroline's time for going home. She gathered up her work, put the embroidery, the scissors, the thimble into her bag. She bade Mrs. Pryor a quiet good night. Receiving from that lady a warmer pressure of the hand than usual, she stepped up to Miss Keeldar. "Good night, Shirley." Shirley started up. "What? So soon? Are you going already?" "It is past 9. I never heard the clock. You will come again tomorrow, and you will be happy tonight, will you not? Remember our plans." "Yes," said Caroline. "I have not forgotten." Her mind misgave her that neither those plans nor any other could permanently restore her mental tranquillity. She turned to Robert, who stood close behind her. As he looked up, the light of the candles on the mantelpiece fell full on her face. All its paleness, All its change, all its forlorn meaning were clearly revealed. Robert had good eyes, and might have seen it, if he would. Whether he did see it, nothing indicated. "Good night," she said, shaking like a leaf, offering her thin hand hastily, anxious to part from him quickly. "You are going home?" he asked, not touching her hand. "Yes." "Is Fanny come for you?" "Yes." "I may as well accompany you a step of the way. Not up to the rectory, though, lest my old friend Helstone should shoot me from the window." He laughed and took his hat. Caroline spoke of unnecessary trouble. He told her to put on her bonnet and shawl. She was quickly ready, and they were soon both in the open air. Moore drew her hand under his arm, just in his old manner, that manner which she ever felt to be so kind. "You may run on, Fanny," he said to the housemaid. "We shall overtake you." And when the girl had got a little in advance, he enclosed Caroline's hand in his, and said he was glad to find she was a familiar guest at Fieldhead. He hoped her intimacy with Miss Keeldar would continue. Such society would be both pleasant and improving. Caroline replied that she liked Shirley. "And there is no doubt the liking is mutual," said Moore. "If she professes friendship, be certain she is sincere. She cannot feign, she scorns hypocrisy. And, Caroline, are we never to see you at Hollow's Cottage again?" "I suppose not, unless my uncle should change his mind." "Are you much alone now?" "Yes, a good deal. I have little pleasure in any society but Miss Keeldar's." "Have you been quite well lately?" "Quite." "You must take care of yourself. Be sure not to neglect exercise. Do you know, I fancied you somewhat altered, a little fallen away and pale. Is your uncle kind to you?" "Yes, he is just as he always is." "Not too tender, that is to say, not too protective and attentive. And what ails you then? Tell me, Lena." "Nothing, Robert." But her voice faltered. "That is to say, nothing that you will tell me. I am not to be taken into confidence. Separation is then quite to estrange us, is it?" "I do not know. Sometimes I almost fear it is." "But it ought not to have that effect. Should auld acquaintance be forgot, and days auld lang syne?" "Robert, I don't forget." "It is 2 months, I should think, Caroline, since you were at the cottage." "Since I was within it, yes." "Have you ever passed that way in your walk?" "I have come to the top of the field sometimes of an evening, and looked down. Once I saw Hortense in the garden watering her flowers, and I know at what time you light your lamp in the counting house. I have waited for it to shine out now and then, and I have seen you bend between it and the window. I knew it was you. I could almost trace the outline of your form." "I wonder I never encountered you. I occasionally walk to the top of the Hollows field after sunset." "I know you do. I had almost spoken to you one night, you passed so near me." "Did I? I passed near you, and did not see you. Was I alone?" "I saw you twice, and neither time were you alone." "Who was my companion? Probably nothing but Joe Scott, or my own shadow by moonlight." "No, neither Joe Scott nor your shadow, Robert. The first time you were with Mr. York, and the second time what you call your shadow was a shape with a white forehead and dark curls, and a sparkling necklace round its neck. But I only got a glimpse of you and that fairy shadow. I did not wait to hear you converse." "It appears you walk invisible. I noticed a ring on your hand this evening. Can it be the ring of Gyges? Henceforth, when sitting in the counting house by myself, perhaps at dead of night, I shall permit myself to imagine that Caroline may be leaning over my shoulder, reading with me from the same book, or sitting at my side, engaged in her own particular task, and now and then raising her unseen eyes to my face to read there my thoughts. You need fear no such infliction. I do not come near you. I only stand afar off, watching what may become of you. When I walk out along the hedgerows in the evening, after the mill is shut, or at night when I take the watchman's place, I shall fancy the flutter of every little bird over its nest, the rustle of every leaf, a movement made by you. Tree shadows will take your shape. In the white sprays of hawthorn, I shall imagine glimpses of you. Lena, you will haunt me. I will never be where you would not wish me to be, nor see nor hear what you would wish unseen and unheard. I shall see you in my very mill in broad daylight. Indeed, I have seen you there once. But a week ago I was standing at the top of one of my long rooms. Girls were working at the other end, and amongst half a dozen of them, moving to and fro, I seemed to see a figure resembling yours. It was some effect of doubtful light or shade, or of dazzling sunbeam. I walked up to this group. What I sought had glided away. I found myself between two buxom lasses in pinafores. I shall not follow you into your mill, Robert, unless you call me there. Nor is that the only occasion on which imagination has played me a trick. One night, when I came home late from market, I walked into the cottage parlor thinking to find Hortense, but instead of finding her, I thought I found you. There was no candle in the room. My sister had taken the light upstairs with her. The window blind was not drawn, and broad moonbeams poured through the panes. You were there, Lina, at the casement, shrinking a little to one side in an attitude not unusual with you. You were dressed in white, as I have seen you dressed at an evening party. For half a second, your fresh, living face seemed turned towards me, looking at me. For half a second, my idea was to go and take your hand, to chide you for your long absence, and welcome your present visit. 2 steps forward broke the spell. The drapery of the dress changed the outline, the tints of the complexion dissolved, and were formless. Positively, as I reached the spot, there was nothing left but the sweep of a white muslin curtain, and a balsam plant in a flower pot, covered with a flush of bloom, sic transit, etc. It was not my wraith, then? I almost thought it was. No, only gauze, crockery, and pink blossom, a sample of earthly illusions. I wonder you have time for such illusions, occupied as your mind must be. So do I, but I find in myself, Lina, 2 natures, one for the world and business, and one for home and leisure. Gerard Moore is a hard dog, brought up to mill and market. The person you call your cousin Robert is sometimes a dreamer, who lives elsewhere than in cloth hall and counting house. Your 2 natures agree with you. I think you are looking in good spirits and health. You have quite lost the harassed air which had often pained one to see in your face a few months ago. Do you observe that? Certainly I am disentangled of some difficulties. I have got clear of some shoals, and have more sea room. And with a fair wind you may now hope to make a prosperous voyage? I may hope it, yes, but hope is deceptive. There is no controlling wind or wave. Gusts and swells perpetually trouble the mariner's course. He dare not dismiss from his mind the expectation of tempest. But you are ready for a breeze. You are a good seaman, an able commander. You are a skillful pilot. Robert, you will weather the storm. My kinswoman always thinks the best of me, but I will take her words for a propitious omen. I will consider that in meeting her tonight I have met with one of those birds whose appearance is to the sailor a harbinger of good luck. A poor harbinger of good luck is she who can do nothing, who has no power. I feel my incapacity. It is of no use saying I have the will to serve you, when I cannot prove it. Yet I have the will. I wish you success. I wish you high fortune and true happiness. When did you ever wish me anything else? What is Fanny waiting for? I told her to walk on. Oh, we have reached the churchyard. Then we are to part here, I suppose. We might have sat a few minutes in the church porch, if the girl had not been with us. It is so fine a night, so summer mild and still. I have no particular wish to return yet to the Hollow. But we cannot sit in the porch now, Robert. Caroline said this because Moore was turning her round towards it. Perhaps not, but tell Fanny to go in. Say we are coming. A few minutes will make no difference. The church clock struck 10. My uncle will be coming out to take his usual sentinel round, and he always surveys the church and churchyard. And if he does? If it were not for Fanny, who knows we are here? I should find pleasure in dodging and eluding him. We could be under the east window when he is at the porch. As he came round to the north side, we could wheel off to the south. We might, at a pinch, hide behind some of the monuments. That tall erection of the Winnes would screen us completely. Robert, what good spirits you have! Go, go, added Caroline hastily. I hear the front door. I don't want to go. On the contrary, I want to stay. You know my uncle will be terribly angry. He forbade me to see you because you are a Jacobin. A queer Jacobin! Go, Robert, he is coming. I hear him cough. Diable! It is strange. What a pertinacious wish I feel to stay! You remember what he did to Fanny's... began Caroline, and stopped abruptly short. Sweetheart was the word that ought to have followed, but she could not utter it. It seemed calculated to suggest ideas she had no intention to suggest. Ideas delusive and disturbing. Moore was less scrupulous. Fanny's sweetheart, he said at once. He gave him a shower bath under the pump, did he not? He'd do as much for me, I dare say, with pleasure. I should like to provoke the old Turk. Not, however, against you. But he would make a distinction between a cousin and a lover, would he not? Oh, he would not think of you in that way. Of course not. His quarrel with you is entirely political. Yet I should not like the breach to be widened, and he is so testy. Here he is at the garden gate. For your own sake and mine, Robert, go. The beseeching words were aided by a beseeching gesture and a more beseeching look. Moore covered her clasped hands an instant with his, answered her upward by a downward gaze, said good night, and went. Caroline was in a moment at the kitchen door behind Fanny. The shadow of her shovel hat at that very instant fell on a moonlit tomb. The rector emerged erect as a cane from his garden and proceeded in slow march, his hands behind him, down the cemetery. Moore was almost caught. He had to dodge, after all, to coast round the church, and finally to bend his tall form behind the Winnes' ambitious monuments. There he was forced to hide full 10 minutes, kneeling with one knee on the turf, his hat off, his curls bare to the dew, his dark eyes shining, and his lips parted with inward laughter at his position. For the rector meantime stood coolly star-gazing and taking snuff within 3 feet of him. It happened, however, that Mr. Helstone had no suspicion whatever on his mind, for being usually but vaguely informed of his niece's movements, not thinking it worth while to follow them closely, he was not aware that she had been out at all that day, and imagined her then occupied with book or work in her chamber, where, indeed, she was by this time, though not absorbed in the tranquil employment he ascribed to her, but standing at her window with fast-throbbing heart, peeping anxiously from behind the blind, watching for her uncle to re-enter and her cousin to escape, and at last she was gratified. She heard Mr. Helstone come in, she saw Robert stride the tombs and vault the wall. She then went down to prayers. When she returned to her chamber, it was to meet the memory of Robert. Slumber's visitation was long averted. Long she sat at her lattice. Long gazed down the old garden and older church, on the tombs laid out all grey and calm and clear in the moonlight. She followed the steps of the night, on its pathway of stars, far into the wee sma' hours ayont the twa. She was with Moore in spirit the whole time. She was at his side. She heard his voice. She gave her hand into his hands. It rested warm in his fingers. When the church clock struck, when any other sound stirred, when a little mouse, familiar to her chamber, an intruder for which she would never permit Fanny to lay a trap, came rattling amongst the links of her locket chain, her one ring and another trinket or two on the toilet table, to nibble a bit of biscuit laid ready for it, she looked up, recalled momentarily to the real. Then she said half aloud, as if deprecating the accusation of some unseen and unheard monitor, I am not cherishing love dreams. I am only thinking because I cannot sleep. Of course, I know he will marry Shirley. With returning silence, with the lull of the chime, and the retreat of her small untamed and unknown protege, She still resumed the dream, nestling to the vision's side, listening to, conversing with it. It paled at last. As dawn approached, the setting stars and breaking day dimmed the creation of fancy. The wakened song of birds hushed her whispers. The tale full of fire, quick with interest, borne away by the morning wind, became a vague murmur. The shape that, seen in a moonbeam, lived, had a pulse, had movement, wore health's glow and youth's freshness, turned cold and ghostly gray, confronted with the red of sunrise. It wasted. She was left solitary at last. She crept to her couch, chill and dejected. End of section 25. Recording by Katie Riley. September 2009.
Shirley by Charlotte Brontë, Chapter 14. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Shirley seeks to be saved by works. Of course I know he will marry Shirley, were her first words when she rose in the morning. And he ought to marry her. She can help him, she added firmly. But I shall be forgotten when they are married, was the cruel seceding thought. Oh, I shall be wholly forgotten. And what shall I do when Robert is taken quite from me? Where shall I turn? My Robert. I wish I could justly call him mine. But I am poverty and incapacity. Shirley is wealth and power, and she is beauty too, and love. I cannot deny it. This is no sordid suit. She loves him, not with inferior feelings. She loves, or will love, as he must feel proud to be loved. Not a valid objection can be made. Let them be married then, but afterwards I shall be nothing to him. As for being his sister and all that stuff, I despise it. I will either be all or nothing to a man like Robert. No feeble shuffling or false cant is endurable. Once let that pair be united, and I will certainly leave them. As for lingering about, playing the hypocrite, and pretending to calm sentiments of friendship, when my soul will be wrung with other feelings, I shall not descend to such degradation. As little could I fill the place of their mutual friend as that of their deadly foe. As little could I stand between them as trample over them. Robert is a first-rate man, in my eyes. I have loved, do love, and must love him. I would be his wife, if I could. As I cannot, I must go where I shall never see him. There is but one alternative, to cleave to him as if I were part of him, or to be sundered from him, wide as the two poles of a sphere. Sunder me then, Providence, part us speedily. Some such aspirations as these were again working in her mind late in the afternoon, when the apparition of one of the personages haunting her thoughts passed the parlour window. Miss Kildare sauntered slowly by, her gait, her countenance wearing that mixture of wistfulness and carelessness which, when quiescent, was the wonted cast of her look and character of her bearing. When animated, the carelessness quite vanished, the wistfulness became blent with a genial gaiety, seasoning the laugh, the smile, the glance, with a unique flavour of sentiment, so that mirth from her never resembled the crackling of thorns under a pot. "What do you mean by not coming to see me this afternoon as you promised?" was her address to Caroline as she entered the room. "I was not in the humour," replied Miss Helston very truly. Shirley had already fixed on her a penetrating eye. "No," she said, "I see you are not in the humour for loving me. You are in one of your sunless, inclement moods, when one feels a fellow creature's presence is not welcome to you. You have such moods. Are you aware of it? Do you mean to stay long, Shirley? Yes, I am come to have my tea, and must have it before I go. I shall take the liberty, then, of removing my bonnet without being asked. And this she did, and then stood on the rug with her hands behind her. A pretty expression you have in your countenance, she went on, still gazing keenly, though not inimically, rather indeed pityingly, at Caroline. Wonderfully self-supported you look, you solitude-seeking, wounded dear. Are you afraid Shirley will worry you, if she discovers that you are hurt and that you bleed? I never do fear Shirley. But sometimes you dislike her, often you avoid her. Shirley can feel when she is slighted and shunned. If you had not walked home in the company you did last night, you would have been a different girl to-day. What time did you reach the rectory? By 10? You took 3/4 of an hour to walk a mile. Was it you, or more, who lingered so? Shirley, you talk nonsense. He talked nonsense, that I doubt not, or he looked it, which is 1,000 times worse. I see the reflection of his eyes on your forehead at this moment. I feel disposed to call him out, if I could only get a trustworthy second. I feel desperately irritated. I felt so last night, and have felt it all day. You don't ask me why, she proceeded after a pause, you little silent, over-modest thing, and you don't deserve that I should pour out my secrets into your lap without an invitation. Upon my word, I could have found it in my heart to have dogged Moore yesterday evening with dire intent. I have pistols, and can use them. Stuff, Shirley! Which would you have shot, me or Robert? Neither, perhaps. Perhaps myself. More likely a bat or a tree bough. Here's a puppy, your cousin. A quite serious, sensible, judicious, ambitious puppy. I see him standing before me, talking his half-stern, half-gentle talk, bearing me down, as I am very conscious he does, with his fixity of purpose, etc., and then I have no patience with him. Miss Keeldar started off on a rapid walk through the room, repeating energetically that she had no patience with men in general, and with her tenant in particular. You are mistaken, urged Caroline in some anxiety. Robert is no puppy or male flirt, I can vouch for that. You vouch for it? Do you think I'll take your word on the subject? There is no one's testimony I would not credit sooner than yours. To advance Moore's fortune you would cut off your right hand. But not tell lies, and if I speak the truth I must assure you that he was just civil to me last night, that was all. I never asked what he was, I can guess. I saw him from your window take your hand in his long fingers just as he went out my gate. That is nothing. I am not a stranger, you know. I am an old acquaintance, and his cousin. I feel indignant, and that is the long and short of the matter, responded Miss Keeldar. All my comfort, she added presently, is broken up by his manoeuvres. He keeps intruding between you and me. Without him we should be good friends. But that 6 feet of puppyhood makes a perpetually reoccurring eclipse of our friendship. Again and again he crosses and obscures the disc I want always to see clear. Ever and anon he renders me to you a mere bore and nuisance. No, Shirley, no. He does. You did not want my society this afternoon, and I feel it hard. You are naturally somewhat reserved, but I am a social personage, who cannot live alone. If we were but left unmolested, I had that regard for you that I could bear you in my presence for ever, and not for the fraction of a second do I ever wish to be rid of you. You cannot say as much respecting me. Shirley, I can say anything you wish, Shirley. I like you. You wish me at Jericho tomorrow, Lena. I shall not. I am every day growing more accustomed to, fonder of you. You know I am too English to get up vehement friendship all at once. But you are so much better than common. You are so different to everyday young ladies. I esteem you. I value you. You are never a burden to me, never. Do you believe what I say?" "Partly," replied Miss Keeldar, smiling rather incredulously. "But you are a peculiar personage. Quite as you look, there is both a force and a depth somewhere within, not easily reached or appreciated. Then you certainly are not happy." "And unhappy people are really good, is that what you mean?" "Not at all. I mean rather that unhappy people are often preoccupied, and not in the mood for discoursing with companions of my nature. Moreover, there is a sort of unhappiness which not only depresses but corrodes, and that, I fear, is your portion. Will pity do you any good, Lena? If it will, take some from Shirley. She offers largely, and warrants the article genuine." "Shirley, I never had a sister. You never had a sister. But it flashes on me at this moment how sisters feel towards each other. Affection twined with their life, which no shocks of feeling can uproot, which little quarrels only trample an instant, that it may spring more freshly when the pressure is removed. Affection that no passion can ultimately outrival, with which even love itself cannot do more than compete in force and truth. Love hurts us so, Shirley. It is so tormenting, so racking, and it burns away our strength with its flame. In affection is no pain and no fire, only sustenance and balm. I am supported and soothed when you, that is you only, are near, Shirley. Do you believe me now? I am always easy of belief when the creed pleases me. We really are friends then, Lena, in spite of the black eclipse?" "We really are," returned the other, drawing Shirley towards her and making her sit down, "chance what may. Come then, we will talk of something else than the troubler." But at this moment the rector came in, and the something else of which Miss Keeldar was about to talk was not again alluded to till the moment of her departure. She then delayed a few minutes in the passage to say, "Caroline, I wish to tell you that I have a great weight on my mind. My conscience is quite uneasy, as if I had committed or was going to commit a crime. It is not my private conscience, you must understand, but my landed proprietor and lord of the manor conscience. I have got into the clutch of an eagle with iron talons. I have fallen under a stern influence, which I scarcely approve, but cannot resist. Something will be done ere long, I fear, which it by no means pleases me to think of. To ease my mind, and to prevent harm as far as I can, I mean to enter on a series of good works. Don't be surprised, therefore, if you see me all at once turn outrageously charitable. I have no idea how to begin. But you must give me some advice. We will talk more on the subject tomorrow. And just ask that excellent person, Miss Ainley, to step up to Fieldhead. I have some notion of putting myself under her tuition. Won't she have a precious pupil? Drop a hint to her, Lena, that, though a well-meaning, I am rather a neglected character, and then she will feel less scandalized at my ignorance about clothing societies and such things." On the morrow, Caroline found Shirley sitting gravely at her desk, with an account book, a bundle of bank-notes, and a well-filled purse before her. She was looking mighty serious, but a little puzzled. She said she had been casting an eye over the weekly expenditure in housekeeping at the Hall, trying to find out where she could retrench, that she had also just given audience to Mrs. Gill, the cook, and had sent that person away with the notion that her, Shirley's, brain was crazed. "I have lectured her on the duty of being careful," said she, in a way quite new to her. So eloquent was I on the text of economy that I surprised myself. For you see, it is altogether a fresh idea. I never thought, much less spoke, on the subject till lately. But it is all theory, for when I came to the practical part I could retrench nothing. I had not firmness to take off a single pound of butter, or to prosecute to any clear result an inquest into the destiny of either dripping, lard, bread, cold meat, or other kitchen prerequisite whatever. I know we never get up illuminations at Fieldhead, but I could not ask the meaning of sundry quite unaccountable pounds of candles. We do not wash for the parish, yet I viewed in silence items of soap and bleaching powder calculated to satisfy the solicitude of the most anxious inquirer after our position in reference to those articles. Carnivorous I am not, nor is Mrs. Pryor, nor is Mrs. Gill herself, yet I only hemmed and opened my eyes a little wide when I saw the butcher's bills, whose figures seemed to prove that fact falsehood. I mean, Caroline, you may laugh at me, but you can't change me. I am a poltroon on certain points. I feel it. There is a base alloy of moral cowardice in my composition. I blushed and hung my head before Mrs. Gill when she ought to have been faltering confessions to me. I found it impossible to get up the spirit even to hint, much less to prove, to her that she was a cheat. I have no calm dignity, no true courage about me. Shirley, what fit of self-injustice is this? My uncle, who is not given to speak well of women, says there are not 10,000 men in England as genuinely fearless as you. I am fearless physically, but I am nervous about danger. I was not startled from self-possession when Mr. Wynn's great red bull rose with a bellow before my face, as I was crossing the cowslip lea alone, stooped his begrimed sullen head and made a run at me, but I was afraid of seeing Mrs. Gill brought to shame and confusion of face. You have twice, 10 times my strength of mind on certain subjects, Caroline. You, who no persuasions can induce to pass a bull, however quiet he looks, would have firmly shown my housekeeper she had done wrong. Then you would have gently and wisely admonished her, and at last, I dare say, provided she had seemed penitent, you would have very sweetly forgiven her. Of this conduct I am incapable. However, in spite of exaggerated imposition, I still find we live within our means. I have money in hand, and I really must do some good with it. The Briarfield poor are badly off. They must be helped. What ought I to do, think you, Lena? Had I not better distribute the cash at once? No, indeed, Shirley, you will not manage properly. I have often noticed that your only notion of charity is to give shillings and half-crowns in a careless, free-handed sort of way, which is liable to continual abuse. You must have a Prime Minister, or you will get yourself into a series of scrapes. You suggested Miss Ainley yourself. To Miss Ainley I will apply, and, meantime, promise to keep quiet and not begin throwing away your money. What a great deal you have, Shirley! You must feel very rich with all that. Yes, I feel of consequence. It is not an immense sum, but I feel responsible for its disposal, and really this responsibility weighs on my mind more heavily than I could have expected. They say that there are some families almost starving to death in Briarfield. Some of my own cottagers are in wretched circumstances. I must and will help them. Some people say we shouldn't give alms to the poor, Shirley. They are great fools for their pains. For those who are not hungry, it is easy to palaver about the degradation of charity and so on, but they forget the brevity of life, as well as its bitterness. We have none of us long to live. Let us help each other through seasons of want and woe, as well we can, without heeding in least the scruples of vain philosophy. But you do help others, Shirley. You give a great deal as it is. Not enough. I must give more, or, I tell you, my brother's blood will some day be crying to heaven against me. For, after all, if political incendiaries come here to kindle conflagration in the neighbourhood, and my property is attacked, I shall defend it like a tigress. I know I shall. Let me listen to Mercy as long as she is near me, her voice once drowned by the shout of ruffian defiance, and I shall be full of impulses to resist and quell. If once the poor gather and rise in the form of the mob, I shall turn against them as an aristocrat. If they bully me, I must defy. If they attack, I must resist. And I will. You talk like Robert. I feel like Robert, only more fierily. Let them meddle with Robert, or Robert's mill, or Robert's interests, and I shall hate them. At present I am no patrician, nor do I regard the poor around me as plebeians. But if once they violently wrong me or mine, and then presume to dictate to us, I shall quite forget pity for their wretchedness, and respect for their poverty, in scorn of their ignorance, and wrath at their insolence. Shirley, how your eyes flash! Because my soul burns. Would you, any more than me, let Robert be borne down by numbers? If I had your power to aid Robert, I would use it as you mean to use it. If I could be such a friend to him as you can be, I would stand by him as you mean to stand by him, till death. And now, Lena, though your eyes don't flash, they glow. You drop your lids, but I saw a kindled spark. However, it is not yet come to fighting. What I want to do is prevent mischief. I cannot forget, either day or night, that these embittered feelings of the poor against the rich have been generated in suffering. They would neither hate nor envy us if they did not deem us so much happier than themselves. To allay this suffering and thereby lessen this hate, let me, out of my abundance, give abundantly, and that the donation may go further, let it be made wisely. To that intent we must introduce some clear, calm, practical sense into our counsels. So go and fetch Miss Ainley. Without another word, Caroline put on her bonnet and departed. It may, perhaps, appear strange that neither she nor Shirley thought of consulting Mrs. Pryor on their scheme, but they were wise in abstaining. To have consulted her, and this they knew by instinct, would only have been to involve her in painful embarrassment. She was far better informed, better read, a deeper thinker than Miss Ainley, but of administrative energy, of executive ability, she had none. She would subscribe her own modest mite to a charitable object willingly. Secret almsgiving suited her, but in public plans, on a large scale, she could take no part. As to originating them, that was out of the question. This Shirley knew, and therefore she did not trouble Mrs. Pryor by unveiling conferences which could only remind her of her own deficiencies and do no good. It was a bright day for Miss Ainley when she was summoned to Fieldhead to deliberate on projects so congenial to her. When she was seated with all honour and deference at her table, with paper, pen, ink, and, what was best of all, cash before her, and requested to draw up a regular plan for administering relief to the destitute poor of Briarfield. She, who knew them all, had studied their wants, had again and again felt in what way they might best be succoured. Could the means of succour only be found, was fully competent to the undertaking, and a meek exultation gladdened her kind heart, as she felt herself able to answer clearly and promptly the eager questions put by the two young girls. As she showed them in her answers how much and what serviceable knowledge she had acquired of the condition of her fellow creatures round her. Shirley placed at her disposal £300, and at sight of the money Miss Ainley's eyes filled with joyful tears. For she already saw the hungry fed, the naked clothed, the sick comforted thereby. She quickly drew up a simple, sensible plan for its expenditure, and she assured them brighter times would now come round, for she doubted not the lady of Fieldhead's example would be followed by others. She should try to get additional subscriptions, and to form a fund, but first she must consult the clergy. Yes, on that point she was peremptory. Mr. Helstone, Dr. Boultby, Mr. Hall, must be consulted. For not only must Briarfield be relieved, but Winbury and Nunneley, It would, she averred, be presumption in her to take a single step unauthorised by them. The clergy were sacred beings in Miss Ainley's eyes. No matter what might be the insignificance of the individual, his station made him holy. The very curates, who in their trivial arrogance were hardly worthy to tie her pattern strings, or to carry her cotton umbrella, or check woollen shawl, she, in her pure sincere enthusiasm, looked upon as sucking saints. No matter how clearly their little vices and enormous absurdities were pointed out to her, she could not see them. She was blind to ecclesiastical defects. The white surplice covered a multitude of sins. Shirley, knowing this harmless infatuation on the part of her recently chosen Prime Minister, stipulated expressly that the curates were to have no voice in the disposal of the money, that their meddling fingers were not to be inserted into the pie. The rectors, of course, must be paramount, and they might be trusted. They had some experience, some sagacity, and Mr. Hall at least had sympathy and loving kindness for his fellow men. But as for the youth under them, they must be set aside, kept down, and taught that subordination and silence best become their years and capacity. It was with some horror Miss Ainley heard their language. Caroline, however, interposing with a mild word or two in praise of Mr. Sweeting, calmed her again. Sweeting was, indeed, her own favourite. She endeavoured to respect Messrs. Malone and Dunn, but the slices of sponge cake and glasses of cowslip or primrose wine she had at different times administered to Sweeting when he came to see her in her little cottage were ever offered with sentiments of truly motherly regard. The same innocuous collation she had once presented to Malone, but that personage evinced such a scorn of the offering she had never ventured to renew it. To Dunn she always served the treat, and was happy to see his approbation of it proved beyond a doubt by the fact of his usually eating 2 pieces of cake, and putting a third in his pocket. Indefatigable in her exertions where good was to be done, Miss Ainley would immediately have set out on a walk of 10 miles round to the 3 rectors in order to show her plan, and humbly solicit their approval. But Miss Keeldar interdicted this, and proposed, as an amendment, to collect the clergy in a small select reunion that evening at Fieldhead. Miss Ainley was to meet them, and the plan was to be discussed in full privy council. Shirley managed to get the senior priesthood together accordingly, and before the old maid's arrival she had, further, talked all the gentlemen into the most charming mood imaginable. She herself had taken in hand Dr. Boultby and Mr. Helstone. The first was a stubborn old Welshman, hot, opinionated, and obstinate, but withal a man who did a great deal of good, though not without making some noise about it. The latter we know. She had rather a friendly feeling for both, especially for old Helstone, and it cost her no trouble to be quite delightful to them. She took them round the garden, she gathered them flowers, she was like a kind of daughter to them. Mr. Hall she left to Caroline, or rather it was to Caroline's care Mr. Hall consigned himself. He generally thought Caroline in every party where she and he happened to be. He was not generally a ladies' man, though all ladies liked him. Something of a bookworm he was, near-sighted, spectacled, now and then abstracted. To old ladies he was kind as a son. To men of every occupation and grade he was acceptable. The truth, simplicity, frankness of his manners, the nobleness of his integrity, the reality and elevation of his piety, won him friends in every grade. His poor clerk and sexton delighted in him. The noble patron of his living esteemed him highly. It was only with young, handsome, fashionable, and stylish ladies he felt a little shy, being himself a plain man, plain in aspect, plain in manners, plain in speech. He seemed to fear their dash, elegance, and airs. But Miss Helstone had neither dash nor airs, and her native elegance was of a very quiet order, quite as the beauty of a ground-loving hedge-flower. He was a fluent, cheerful, agreeable talker. Caroline could talk, too, in a tete-a-tete. She liked Mr. Hall to come and take the seat next to her in a party, and thus secure her from Peter Augustus Malone, Joseph Dunn, or John Sykes. And Mr. Hall never failed to avail himself of this privilege when he possibly could. Such preference shown by a single gentleman to a single lady would certainly, in ordinary cases, have set in motion the tongues of the gossips. But Cyril Hall was 45 years old, slightly bald, and slightly grey, and nobody ever said or thought he was likely to be married to Miss Helstone. Nor did he think so himself. He was wedded already to his books and his parish. His kind sister Margaret, spectacled and learned like himself, made him happy in his single state. He considered it too late to change. Besides, he had known Caroline as a pretty little girl. She had sat on his knee many a time. He had bought her toys and given her books. He felt that her friendship for him was mixed with a sort of filial respect. He could not have brought himself to attempt to give another colour to her sentiments, and his serene mind could glass a fair image without feeling its depth travelled by the reflection. When Miss Ainley arrived, she was made kindly welcome by everyone. Mrs. Pryor and Margaret Hall made room for her on the sofa between them, and when the three were seated, they formed a trio which the gay and thoughtless would have scorned, indeed, as quite worthless and unattractive. A middle-aged widow and two plain spectacled old maids, yet which had its own quiet value, as many a suffering and friendless human being knew. Shirley opened the business and showed the plan. "I know the hand which drew up that," said Mr. Hall, glancing at Miss Ainley and smiling benignly. His approbation was won at once. Boltby heard and deliberated with bent brow and protruded under lip. His consent he considered too weighty to be given in a hurry. Helstone glanced sharply around with an alert, suspicious expression, as if he apprehended that female craft was at work, and that something in petticoats was somehow trying underhand to acquire too much influence, and make itself of too much importance. Shirley caught and comprehended the expression. "This scheme is nothing," she said carelessly. "It's only an outline, a mere suggestion. You, gentlemen, are requested to draw up rules of your own." And she directly fetched her writing case, smiling queerly to herself as she bent over the table where it stood. She produced a sheet of paper, a new pen, drew an armchair to the table, and presenting her hand to old Helstone, begged permission to install him in it. For a minute he was a little stiff, and stood wrinkling his copper-coloured forehead strangely. At last he muttered, "Well, you are neither my wife nor my daughter, so I'll be led for once. But mind, I know I am led. Your little female manoeuvres don't blind me." "Oh," said Shirley, dipping the pen in the ink and putting it into his hand, "you must regard me as Captain Keelder to-day. This is quite a gentleman's affair, yours and mine entirely. Doctor," so she had dubbed the rector, "the ladies there are only to be our aides de camp, and at their peril they speak, till we have settled the whole business." He smiled a little grimly and began to write. He soon interrupted himself to ask questions and consult his brethren, disdainfully lifting his glance over the curly heads of the two girls, and the demure caps of the elder ladies, to meet the winking glasses and grey pates of the priests. In the discussion which ensued, all three gentlemen, to their infinite credit, showed a thorough acquaintance with the poor of their parishes, and even minute knowledge of their separate wants. Each rector knew where clothing was needed, where food would be most acceptable, where money could be bestowed with a probability of it being judiciously laid out. Wherever their memories fell short, Miss Ainley or Miss Hall, if applied to, could help them out, but both ladies took care not to speak unless spoken to. Neither of them wanted to be foremost, but each sincerely desired to be useful, and useful the clergy consented to make them, with which boon they were content. Shirley stood behind the rectors, leaning over their shoulders now and then to glance at the rules drawn up, and the list of cases making out, listening to all they said, and still at intervals smiling her queer smile. A smile not ill-natured, but significant, too significant to be generally thought amiable. Men rarely like such of their fellows as read their inward nature too clearly and truly. It is good for women, especially, to be endowed with a soft blindness, to have mild, dim eyes that never penetrate below the surface of things, that take all for what it seems. Thousands, knowing this, keep their eyelids drooped, on system. But the most downcast glance has its loophole, through which it can, on occasion, take its sentinel survey of life. I remember once seeing a pair of blue eyes that were usually thought creepy, secretly on the alert, and I knew by their expression, an expression which chilled my blood, it was in that quarter so wondrously unexpected, that for years they had been accustomed to silent soul-reading. The world called the owner of these blue eyes bonne petite femme. She was not an English woman. I learned her nature afterward, got it off by heart, studied it in its furthest, most hidden recesses. She was the finest, deepest, subtlest schemer in Europe. When all was at length settled to Miss Gilder's mind, and the clergy had entered so fully into the spirit of her plans as to head the subscription list with their signatures for £50 each, she ordered supper to be served, having previously directed Mrs. Gill to exercise her utmost skill in the preparation of this repast. Mr. Hall was no bon vivant. He was naturally an abstemious man, indifferent to luxury. But Boltby and Helstone both liked good cookery. Their recherche supper consequently put them into an excellent humour. They did justice to it, though in a gentlemanly way, not in the mode Mr. Dunn would have done, had he been present. A glass of fine wine was likewise tasted, with discerning though most decorous relish. Captain Kildare was complimented on his taste. The compliment charmed him. It had been his aim to gratify and satisfy his priestly guests. He had succeeded, and was radiant with glee. End of chapter 14 of Shirley by Charlotte Brontë. Recording by Anna Knight in Hobart, 2009. Shirley by Charlotte Brontë, Chapter 15. This is a LibriVox recording by Anna Knight. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Mr. Dunn's Exodus. The next day Shirley expressed to Caroline how delighted she felt that the little party had gone off so well. "I rather like to entertain a circle of gentlemen," said she. "It is amusing to observe how they enjoy a judiciously concocted repast. For ourselves, you see, these choice wines and these scientific dishes are of no importance to us. But gentlemen seem to retain something of the naivete of children about food, and one likes to please them. That is, when they show the becoming, decent self-government of our admirable rectors. I watch Moore sometimes, to try and discover how he can be pleased. But he has not that child's simplicity about him. Did you ever find out his accessible point, Caroline? You have seen more of him than I." "It is not, at any rate, that of my uncle and Dr. Boltby," returned Caroline, smiling. She always felt a sort of shy pleasure in following Miss Kildar's lead respecting the discussion of her cousin's character. Left to herself, she would never have touched on the subject. But when invited, the temptation of talking about him, of whom she was ever thinking, was irresistible. "But," she added, "I really don't know what it is. For I never watched Robert in my life, but my scrutiny was presently baffled by finding he was watching me." "There it is!" exclaimed Shirley. "You can't fix your eyes on him, but his presently flash on you. He is never off his guard. He won't give you an advantage. Even when he does not look at you, his thoughts seem to be busy amongst your own thoughts, tracing your words and actions to their source, contemplating your motives at his ease. Oh, I know that sort of character, or something in the same style. It is one that piques me singularly. How does it affect you?" This question was a specimen of one of Shirley's sharp, sudden turns. Caroline used to be fluttered by them at first, but she had now got into the way of parrying these home thrusts like a little Quakeress. "Pique you? In what way does it pique you?" she said. "Here he comes!" suddenly exclaimed Shirley, breaking off, starting up and running to the window. "Here comes a diversion! I never told you of a superb conquest I have made lately, made at those parties to which I can never persuade you to accompany me. And the thing has been done without effort or intention on my part, that I aver. There is the bell, and, by all that's delicious, there are 2 of them. Do they never hunt, then, except in couples? You may have one, Lena, and you may take your choice. I hope I am generous enough. Listen to Tata." The black-muzzled, tawny dog, a glimpse of which was seen in the chapter which first introduced its mistress to the reader, here gave tongue in the hall, amidst whose hollow space the deep bark resounded formidably. A growl more terrible than the bark, menacing as muttered thunder, succeeded. "Listen, again!" cried Shirley, laughing. "You would think that the prelude to a bloody onslaught. They will be frightened. They don't know old Tartar as I do. They are not aware his uproars are all sound and fury, signifying nothing." Some bustle was heard. "Down, sir, down!" exclaimed a high-toned, imperious voice, and then came a crack of a cane or a whip. Immediately there was a yell, a scutter, a run, a positive tumult. "Oh, Malone! Malone!" "Down! Down! Down!" cried the high voice. "He really is worrying them," exclaimed Shirley. "They have struck him. A blow is what he is not used to, and will not take." Out she ran. A gentleman was fleeing up the oak staircase, making for refuge in the gallery or chambers in hot haste. Another was backing fast to the stair-foot, wildly flourishing a knotty stick, at the same time reiterating, "Down! Down! Down!" while the tawny dog bayed, bellowed, howled at him, and a group of servants came bundling from the kitchen. The dog made a spring. The second gentleman turned tail and rushed after his comrade. The first was already safe in a bedroom. He held the door against his fellow. Nothing so merciless as terror. But the other fugitive struggled hard. The door was about to yield to his strength. "Gentlemen," was uttered in Miss Kildar's silvery but vibrating tones, "spare my locks, if you please. Calm yourselves. Come down. Look at Tartar. He won't harm a cat." She was caressing the said Tartar. He lay crouched at her feet, his forepaws stretched out, his tail still in threatening agitation, his nostrils snorting, his bulldog eyes conscious of a dull fire. He was an honest, phlegmatic, stupid, but stubborn canine character. He loved his mistress, and John, the man who fed him, but was mostly indifferent to the rest of the world. Quite enough he was, unless struck or threatened with a stick, and that put a demon into him at once. "Mr. Malone, how do you do?" continued Shirley, lifting up her mirth-lit face to the gallery. "That is not the way to the oak parlour. That is Miss Pryor's apartment. Request your friend Mr. Dunn to evacuate. I shall have the greatest pleasure in receiving him in a lower room." "Ha ha!" cried Malone in hollow laughter, quitting the door, and leaning over the massive balustrade. "Really that animal alarmed Dunn. He is a little timid." He proceeded, stiffening himself, and walking trimly to the stairhead. I thought it better to follow in order to reassure him." "It appears you did. Well, come down if you please. John," turning to her manservant, "go upstairs and liberate Mr. Dunn. Take care, Mr. Malone, the stairs are slippery." In truth, they were, being of polished oak. The caution came a little late for Malone. He had slipped already in his stately descent, and was only saved from falling by a clutch at the banisters, which made the whole structure creak again. Tartar seemed to think the visitor's descent affected with unwarranted éclat, and accordingly he growled once more. Malone, however, was no coward. The spring of the dog had taken him by surprise, but he passed him now in suppressed fury rather than fear. If a look could have strangled Tartar, he would have breathed no more. Forgetting politeness in his sullen rage, Malone pushed into the parlour before Miss Keeldar. He glanced at Miss Helstone. He could scarcely bring himself to bend to her. He glared on both the ladies. He looked as if, had either of them been his wife, he would have made a glorious husband at the moment. In each hand he seemed as if he would have liked to clutch one and gripe her to death. However, Shirley took pity. She ceased to laugh, and Caroline was too true a lady to smile even at any one under mortification. Tartar was dismissed. Peter Augustus was soothed, for Shirley had looks and tones that might soothe a very bull. He had sense to feel that, since he could not challenge the owner of the dog, he had better be civil, and civil he tried to be. And his attempts being well received, he grew presently very civil and quite himself again. He had come, indeed, for the express purpose of making himself charming and fascinating. Rough portents had met on his first admission to Fieldhead, but that passage got over. Charming and fascinating he resolved to be. Like March, having come in like a lion, he proposed to go out like a lamb. For the sake of air, as it appeared, or perhaps for that of ready exit in case of some new emergency arising, he took his seat, not on the sofa where Miss Keeldar offered him enthronisation, nor yet near the fireside, to which Caroline by a friendly sigh gently invited him, but on a chair close to the door. Being no longer sullen or furious, he grew, after his fashion, constrained and embarrassed. He talked to the ladies by fits and starts, choosing for topics whatever was most intensely commonplace. He sighed deeply, significantly, at the close of every sentence. He sighed in each pause. He sighed ere he opened his mouth. At last, finding it desirable to add ease to his other charms, he drew forth to aid him an ample silk pocket-handkerchief. This was to be the graceful toy with which his unoccupied hands were to trifle. He went to work with a certain energy. He folded the red and yellow square cornerwise. He whipped it open with a waft. Again he folded it in narrower compass. He made of it a handsome band. To what purpose would he proceed to apply the ligature? Would he wrap it about his throat? His head? Should it be a comforter or a turban? Neither. Peter Augustus had an inventive, an original genius. He was about to show the ladies graces of action possessing at least the charm of novelty. He sat on the chair with his athletic Irish legs crossed, and these legs, in that attitude, he circled with the bandana and bound firmly together. It was evident he felt this device to be worth an encore. He repeated it more than once. The second performance sent Shirley to the window to laugh her silent but irrepressible laugh unseen. It turned Caroline's head aside, that her long curls might screen the smile mantling on her features. Miss Helstone, indeed, was amused by more than one point in Peter's demeanour. She was edified at the complete, though abrupt, diversion of his homage from herself to the heiress. The £5,000 he supposed her likely one day to inherit were not to be weighed in the balance against Miss Keeldar's estate and hall. He took no pains to conceal his calculations and tactics. He pretended to no gradual change of views. He wheeled about at once. The pursuit of the lesser fortune was openly relinquished for that of the greater. On what grounds he expected to succeed in his chase, himself best knew, certainly not by skilful management. From the length of time that elapsed, it appeared that John had some difficulty in persuading Mr. Dunn to descend. At length, however, that gentleman appeared, nor, as he presented himself at the oak parlour door, did he seem in the slightest degree ashamed or confused. Not a whit. Dunn, indeed, was of that coldly phlegmatic, immovable, complacent, densely self-satisfied nature which is insensible to shame. He had never blushed in his life. No humiliation could abash him. His nerves were not capable of sensation enough to stir his life, and make colour mount to his cheek. He had no fire in his blood, and no modesty in his soul. He was a frontless, arrogant, decorous slip of the commonplace, conceited, inane, insipid, and this gentleman had a notion of wooing Miss Kilda. He knew no more, however, how to set about that business than if he had been an image carved in wood. He had no idea of a taste to be pleased, a heart to be reached in courtship. His notion was, when he should have formally visited her a few times, to write a letter proposing marriage. Then he calculated she would accept him for love of his office. Then they would be married. Then he should be master at Fieldhead, and he should live very comfortably, have servants at his command, eat and drink of the best, and be a great man. You would not have suspected his intentions when he addressed his intended bride in an impertinent, injured tone. A very dangerous dog, that, Miss Kilda. I wonder you should keep such an animal. Do you, Mr. Dunn? Perhaps you will wonder more when I tell you I am very fond of him. I should say you are not serious in the assertion. Can't fancy a lady fond of that brute. 'Tis so ugly. A mere carter's dog. Pray hang him. Hang what I am fond of? And purchase in his stead some sweetly pooty pug or poodle, something appropriate to the fair sex. Ladies generally like lapdogs. Perhaps I am an exception. Oh, you can't be, you know. All ladies are alike in those matters. That is universally allowed. Tata frightened you terribly, Mr. Dunn. I hope you won't take any harm. That I shall, no doubt. He gave me a turn I shall not soon forget. When I saw him, such was Mr. Dunn's pronunciation, about to spring, I thought I should have fainted. Perhaps you did faint in the bedroom. You were a long time. No, I bore up that I might hold the door fast. I was determined not to let anyone enter. I thought I would keep a barrier between me and the enemy. But what if your friend Mr. Malone had been worried? Malone must take care of himself. Your man persuaded me to come out at last by saying the dog was chained up in his kennel. If I had not been assured of this, I would have remained all day in the chamber. But what is that? I declare the man has told a falsehood. The dog is there. And indeed Tata walked past the glass door opening to the garden, stiff, tawny, and black-muzzled as ever. He still seemed in bad humour. He was growling again, and whistling a half-strangled whistle, being an inheritance from the bulldog side of his ancestry. There are other visitors coming, observed Shirley, with that provoking coolness which the owners of formidable-looking dogs are apt to show while their animals are all bristle and bay. Tata sprang down the pavement towards the gate, bellowing avec explosion. His mistress quietly opened the glass door and stepped out chirruping to him. His bellows were already silenced, and he was lifting up his huge, blunt, stupid head to the new callers, to be patted. "What? Tata, Tata," said a cheery, rather boyish voice. "Don't you know us? Good morning, old boy." And little Mr. Sweeting, whose conscious good nature made him comparatively fearless of man, woman, child, or brute, came through the gate, caressing the guardian. His vicar, Mr. Hall, followed. He had no fear of Tata either, and Tata had no ill will to him. He snuffed both the gentlemen round, and then, as if concluding that they were harmless and might be allowed to pass, he withdrew to the sunny front of the hall, leaving the archway free. Mr. Sweeting followed, and would have played with him, but Tata took no notice of his caresses. It was only his mistress's hand whose touch gave him pleasure. To all others he showed himself obstinately insensible. Shirley advanced to meet Messrs. Hall and Sweeting, shaking hands with them cordially. They were come to tell her of certain successes they had achieved that morning in applications for subscriptions to the fund. Mr. Hall's eyes beamed benignly through his spectacles. His plain face looked positively handsome with goodness. And when Caroline, seeing who was come, ran out to meet him, and put both her hands into his, he gazed down on her with a gentle, serene, affectionate expression that gave him the aspect of a smiling Melanchthon. Instead of re-entering the house, they strayed through the garden, the ladies walking one on each side of Mr. Hall. It was a breezy, sunny day. The air freshened the girls' cheeks, and gracefully dishevelled their ringlets. Both of them looked pretty, one gay. Mr. Hall spoke oftenest to his brilliant companion, looked most frequently at the quiet one. Miss Keeldar gathered handfuls of the profusely blooming flowers, whose perfume filled the enclosure. She gave some to Caroline, telling her to choose a nosegay for Mr. Hall, and with her lap filled with delicate and splendid blossoms, Caroline sat down on the steps of a summer house. The vicar stood near her, leaning on his cane. Shirley, who could not be inhospitable, now called out the neglected pair in the oak parlour. She convoyed Don past his dread enemy Tata, who, with his nose on his forepaws, lay snoring under the meridian sun. Don was not grateful. He was never grateful for kindness and attention, but he was glad of the safeguard. Miss Keeldar, desirous of being impartial, offered the curates flowers. They accepted them with native awkwardness. Malone seemed specially at a loss when a bouquet filled one hand, while his shillelagh occupied the other. Dun's "thank you" was rich to hear. It was the most fatuous and arrogant of sounds, implying that he considered this offering an homage to his merits, and an attempt on the part of the heiress to ingratiate herself into his priceless affections. Sweeting alone received the posy like a smart, sensible little man, as he was, putting it gallantly and nattily into his buttonhole. As a reward for his good manners, Miss Keeldar, beckoning him apart, gave him some commission, which made his eyes sparkle with glee. Away he flew, round by the courtyard to the kitchen. No need to give him directions. He was always at home everywhere. Ere long he reappeared, carrying a round table, which he placed under the cedar. Then he collected 6 garden chairs from various nooks and bowers in the grounds, and placed them in a circle. The parlour-maid, Miss Keeldar kept no footman, came out, bearing a napkin-covered tray. Sweeting's nimble fingers aided in disposing glasses, plates, knives, and forks. He assisted her, too, in setting forth a neat luncheon, consisting of cold chicken, ham, and tarts. This sort of impromptu regale it was Shirley's delight to offer any chance guests, and nothing pleased her better than to have an alert, obliging little friend, like Sweeting, to run about her hand, cheerily receive and briskly execute her hospitable hints. David and she were on the best terms in the world, and his devotion to the heiress was quite disinterested, since it prejudged in nothing his faithful allegiance to the magnificent Dora Sykes. The repast turned out a very merry one. Dunn and Malone, indeed, contributed but little to its vivacity, the chief part they played in it being what concerned the knife, fork, and wine-glass. But wherefore such natures as Mr. Hall, David Sweeting, Shirley, and Caroline were assembled in health and amity, on a green lawn, under a sunny sky, amidst a wilderness of flowers, There could not be ungenial dullness. In the course of conversation, Mr. Hall reminded the ladies that Whitsuntide was approaching, when the grand United Sunday School tea-drinking and procession of the three parishes of Briarfield, Winbury, and Nunneley were to take place. Caroline, he knew, would be at her post as teacher, he said, and hoped Miss Kilda would not be wanting. He hoped she would make her first public appearance amongst them at that time. Shirley was not the person to miss an occasion of this sort. She liked festive excitement, a gathering of happiness, a concentration and combination of pleasant details, a throng of glad faces, a muster of elated hearts. She told Mr. Hall they might count on her with security. She did not know what she would have to do, but they might dispose of her as they pleased. "And," said Caroline, "you will promise to come to my table and to sit near me, Mr. Hall?" "I shall not fail, Dio Valente," said he. "I have occupied the place on her right hand at these monster tea drinkings for the last 6 years," he proceeded, turning to Miss Kilda. "They made her a Sunday school teacher when she was a little girl of 12. She is not particularly self-confident by nature, as you may have observed, and the first time she had to take a tray, as the phrase is, and make tea in public, there was some piteous trembling and flushing. I observed the speechless panic, the cups shaking in the little hand, and the overflowing teapot filled to full from the urn. I came to her aid, took a seat near her, managed the urn and the slop basin, and in fact made the tea for her like any old woman." "I was very grateful to you," interposed Caroline. "You were. You told me so with an earnest sincerity that repaid me well. Inasmuch as it was not like the majority of little ladies of 12, whom you may help and caress for ever without their evincing any quicker sense of the kindness done and meant than if they were made of wax and wood, instead of flesh and nerves. She kept close to me, Miss Kilda, the rest of the evening, walking with me over the grounds where the children were playing. She followed me into the vestry when all were summoned into church. She would, I believe, have mounted with me to the pulpit, had I not taken the previous precaution of conducting her to the rectory pew." "And he has been my friend ever since," said Caroline. "And always sat at her table, near her tray, and handed the cups. That is the extent of my services. The next thing I do for her will be to marry her some day to some curate or mill owner. But mind, Caroline, I shall inquire about the bridegroom's character, and if he is not a gentleman likely to render happy the little girl who walked with me hand in hand over Nunneley Common, I will not officiate. So take care." "The caution is useless. I am not going to be married. I shall live single like your sister Margaret, Mr. Hall." "Very well, you might do worse. Margaret is not unhappy. She has her books for a pleasure, and her brother for a care, and is content. If ever you want a home, if the day should come when Briarfield Rectory is yours no longer, come to Nunneley Vicarage. Should the old maid and bachelor be still living, they will make you tenderly welcome." "There are your flowers, now," said Caroline, who had kept the nosegay she had selected for him till this moment. "You don't care for a bouquet, but you must give it to Margaret. Only, to be sentimental for once, keep that little forget-me-not, which is a wild flower I gathered from the grass, and, to be still more sentimental, let me take 2 or 3 of the blue blossoms and put them in my souvenir." And she took out a small book with enamelled cover and silver clasp, wherein, having opened it, she inserted the flowers, writing round them in pencil, "To be kept for the sake of the Reverend Cyril Hall, my friend, May 18." The Reverend Cyril Hall, on his part also, placed a sprig in safety between the leaves of a pocket testament. He only wrote on the margin, "Caroline." "Now," said he, smiling, "I trust we are romantic enough, Miss Kilda," he continued. The curates, by the by, during this conversation, were too much occupied with their own jokes to notice what passed at the other end of the table. I hope you are laughing at this trait of exultation in the old grey-headed vicar, but the fact is I am so used to comply with the requests of this young friend of yours, I don't know how to refuse her when she tells me to do anything. You would say it is not much in my way to traffic with flowers and forget-me-nots, but, you see, when requested to be sentimental, I am obedient." "He is naturally rather sentimental," remarked Caroline. "Margaret told me so, and I know what pleases him." "That you should be good and happy? Yes, that is one of my greatest pleasures. May God long preserve to you the blessings of peace and innocence. By which phrase I mean comparative innocence, for in his sight, I am well aware, none are pure. What to our human perceptions looks spotless as we fancy angels, is to him but frailty, needing the blood of his Son to cleanse, and the strength of his Spirit to sustain. Let us each and all cherish humility, I, as you, my young friends, and we may well do it when we look into our own hearts, and see there temptations, inconsistencies, propensities, even we blush to recognise. And it is not youth, nor good looks, nor grace, nor any gentle outside charm, which makes either beauty or goodness in God's eyes. Young ladies, when your mirror or men's tongues flatter you, remember that, in the sight of her Maker, Mary Ann Ainley, a woman whom neither glass nor lips have ever panegyrized, is fairer and better than either of you. She is indeed, he added after a pause, she is indeed. You young things, wrapped up in yourselves and in earthly hopes, scarcely live as Christ lived. Perhaps you cannot do it yet. While existence is so sweet and earth so smiling to you, it would be too much to expect. She, with meek heart and due reverence, treads close in her Redeemer's steps. Here the harsh voice of Dunn broke in on the mild tones of Mr. Hall. He began, clearing his throat, evidently for a speech of some importance. "Miss Keeldar, your attention an instant, if you please." "Well," said Shirley nonchalantly, "what is it? I listen, all of me is ear, that is not eye." "I hope part of you is hand also," returned Dunn, in his vulgarly presumptuous and familiar style, "and part purse. It is to the hand and purse I propose to appeal. I came here this morning with a view to beg of you. You should have gone to Mrs. Gill, she is my almoner. To beg of you a subscription to a school. I and Dr. Boltby intend to erect one in the hamlet of Ecclefig, which is under our vicarage of Winbury. The Baptists have got possession of it, they have a chapel there, and we want to dispute the ground." "But I have nothing to do with Ecclefig. I possess no property there." "What does that signify? You're a churchwoman, ain't you?" "Admirable creature," muttered Shirley under her breath. "Exquisite address, fine style. What raptures he excites in me." Then aloud, "I am a churchwoman, certainly." "Then you can't refuse to contribute in this case. The population of Ecclefig are a parcel of brutes. We want to civilize them." "Who is to be the missionary?" "Myself, probably." "You won't fail through lack of sympathy with your flock." "I hope not. I expect success. But we must have money. There is the paper. Pray give a handsome sum." When asked for money, Shirley rarely held back. She put down her name for £5. After the £300 she had lately given, and the many smaller sums she was giving constantly, it was as much as she could at present afford. Dunn looked at it, declared the subscription shabby, and clamorously demanded more. Miss Keeldar flushed up with some indignation and more astonishment. "At present I shall give no more," said she. "Not give more? Why, I expected you to head the list with a cool 100. With your property you should never put down a signature for less." She was silent. "In the South," went on Dunn, A lady with 1,000 a year would be ashamed to give £5 for a public project. Shirley, so rarely haughty, looked so now. Her slight frame became nerved, her distinguished face quickened with scorn. "Strange remarks," said she, "most inconsiderate. Reproach in return for bounty is misplaced." "Bounty? Do you call £5 bounty?" "I do, and bounty which, had I not given it to Dr. Boultby's intended school, of the erection of which I approve, and in no sort to his curate, who seems ill-advised in his manner of applying for, or rather extorting subscriptions. Bounty, I repeat, which, but for this consideration, I should instantly reclaim." Dunn was thick-skinned. He did not feel all or half that tone, ere glance of the speaker expressed. He knew not on what ground he stood. "Wretched place, this Yorkshire," he went on. "I could never have formed an idea of the country had I not seen it. And the people, rich and poor, what a set! How coarse and uncultivated! They would be scouted in the south." Shirley leaned forward on the table, her nostrils dilating a little, her taper fingers interlaced and compressing each other hard. "The rich," pursued the infatuated and unconscious Dunn, "are a parcel of misers, never living as persons with their incomes ought to live. You must excuse Mr. Dunn's pronunciation, reader. It was very choice. He considered it genteel, and prided himself on his southern accent. Northern ears received with singular sensations his utterance of certain words. You scarcely ever see a family where a proper carriage or a regular butler is kept, and as to the poor, you look at them when they come crowding about the church doors on the occasion of a marriage or a funeral, clattering in clogs, the men in their shirt sleeves and woolcombers' aprons, the women in mob caps and bedgowns. They positively deserve that one should turn a mad cow in amongst them to rout their rabble rank. Hey, what fun it would be!" "There, you have reached the climax," said Shirley quietly. "You have reached the climax," she repeated, turning her glowing glance towards him. "You cannot go beyond it. And," she added, with emphasis, "you shall not in my house." Up she rose. Nobody could control her now, for she was exasperated. Straight she walked to her garden gates. Wide she flung them open. "Walk through," she said austerely, "and pretty quickly, and set foot on this pavement no more." Dunn was astounded. He had thought all the time he was showing himself off to high advantage, as a lofty-souled person of the first ton. He imagined he was producing a crushing impression. Had he not expressed disdain of everything in Yorkshire? What more conclusive proof could be given that he was better than anything there? And yet here he was about to be turned like a dog out of a Yorkshire garden, where under such circumstances was the concatenation accordingly. "Rid me of you instantly, instantly," reiterated Shirley as he lingered. "Madam, a clergyman? Turn out a clergyman? Off! Were you an archbishop, you have proved yourself no gentleman, and must go. Quick!" She was quite resolved. There was no trifling with her. Besides, Tata was again rising. He perceived symptoms of a commotion. He manifested a disposition to join in. There was evidently nothing for it but to go, and Dunn made his exodus, the heiress sweeping him a deep curtsy as she closed the gates on him. How dare the pompous priest abuse his flock? How dare the lisping Cockney revile Yorkshire? Was her sole observation on the circumstance as she returned to the table. Ere long the little party broke up. Miss Keeldar's ruffled and darkened brow, curled lip, and incensed eye gave no invitation to further social enjoyment. End of chapter 14 of Shirley by Charlotte Brontë, Recording by Anna Knight in Hobart, 2009.
Chapter 16 of Shirley. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Shirley by Charlotte Brontë. Chapter 16. Whitsuntide. The fund prospered. By dint of Miss Keeler's example, the three rectors' vigorous exertions, and the efficient though quiet aid of their spinster and spectacled lieutenants, Mary Ann Ainley and Margaret Hall, a handsome sum was raised; and this being judiciously managed, served for the present greatly to alleviate the distress of the unemployed poor. The neighborhood seemed to grow calmer. For a fortnight past no cloth had been destroyed, no outrage on mill or mansion had been committed in the three parishes. Shirley was sanguine that the evil she wished to avert was almost escaped, that the threatened storm was passing over. With the approach of summer she felt certain that trade would improve; it always did, and then this weary war could not last forever. Peace must return one day. With peace, what an impulse would be given to commerce! Such was the usual tenor of her observations to her tenant, Gerard Moore, whenever she met him where they could converse, and Moore would listen very quietly, too quietly to satisfy her. She would then by her impatient glance demand something more from him, some explanation, or at least some additional remark. Smiling in his way, with that expression which gave a remarkable cast of sweetness to his mouth, while his brow remained grave, he would answer to the effect that himself, too, trusted in the finite nature of the war, that it was indeed on that ground the anchor of his hopes was fixed. Thereon his speculations depended. "For you are aware," he would continue, "that I now work Hollow's Mill entirely on speculation. I sell nothing. There is no market for my goods. I manufacture for a future day. I make myself ready to take advantage of the first opening that shall occur. 3 months ago this was impossible to me. I had exhausted both credit and capital. You well know who came to my rescue, from what hand I received the loan which saved me. It is on the strength of that loan I am enabled to continue the bold game which, a while since, I feared I should never play more. Total ruin, I know, will follow loss, and I am aware that gain is doubtful, but I am quite cheerful, so long as I can be active, so long as I can strive, so long, in short, as my hands are not tied. It is impossible for me to be depressed. 1 year, nay, but 6 months of the reign of the olive, and I am safe; for, as you say, peace will give an impulse to commerce. In this you are right. But as to the restored tranquillity of the neighborhood, as to the permanent good effect of your charitable fund, I doubt. Eleemosynary relief never yet tranquillized the working classes. It never made them grateful. It is not in human nature that it should. I suppose, were all things ordered aright, they ought not to be in a position to need that humiliating relief. And this they feel. We should feel it if we were so placed. Besides, to whom should they be grateful? To you, to the clergy perhaps, but not to us mill owners. They hate us worse than ever. Then the disaffected here are in correspondence with the disaffected elsewhere. Nottingham is one of their headquarters, Manchester another, Birmingham a third. The subalterns receive orders from their chiefs. They are in a good state of discipline. No blow is struck without mature deliberation. In sultry weather you have seen the sky threaten thunder day by day, and yet night after night the clouds have cleared, and the sun has set quietly, but the danger was not gone. It was only delayed. The long threatening storm is sure to break at last. There is analogy between the moral and physical atmosphere. Well, Mr. Moore, so these conferences always ended, take care of yourself. If you think that I have ever done you any good, reward me by promising to take care of yourself. I do. I will take close and watchful care. I wish to live, not to die. The future opens like Eden before me, and still, when I look deep into the shades of my paradise, I see a vision that I like better than seraph or cherub glide across remote vistas." "Do you? Pray, what vision?" "I see—" The maid came bustling in with the tea things. The early part of that May, as we have seen, was fine, the middle was wet, but in the last week, at change of moon, it cleared again. A fresh wind swept off the silver white, deep piled rain clouds, bearing them, mass on mass, to the eastern horizon, on whose verge they dwindled, and behind whose rim they disappeared, leaving the vault behind all pure blue space, ready for the reign of the summer sun. That sun rose broad on Whitsuntide. The gathering of the schools was signalized by splendid weather. Whit Tuesday was the great day, in preparation for which the 2 large schoolrooms of Briarfield, built by the present rector chiefly at his own expense, were cleared out, whitewashed, repainted, and decorated with flowers and evergreens, some from the rectory garden, 2 cartloads from Fieldhead, and a wheelbarrow full from the more stingy domain of De Walden, the residence of Dr. Wynne. In these schoolrooms 20 tables, each calculated to accommodate 20 guests, were laid out, surrounded with benches, and covered with white cloths. Above them were suspended at least some 20 cages, containing as many canaries, according to a fancy of the district, specially cherished by Mr. Helston's clerk, who delighted in the piercing song of these birds, and knew that amidst confusion of tongues they always carolled loudest. These tables, be it understood, were not spread for the 1200 scholars to be assembled from the 3 parishes, but only for the patrons and teachers of the schools. The children's feast was to be spread in the open air. At 1 o'clock the troops were to come in. At 2 they were to be marshalled. Till 4 they were to parade the parish. Then came the feast, and afterwards the meeting, with music and speechifying in the church. Why Briarfield was chosen for the point of rendezvous, the scene of the feat, should be explained. It was not because it was the largest or most populous parish. Winbury far outdid it in that respect, nor because it was the oldest. Antique as were the hoary church and rectory, Nunnely's low-roofed temple and mossy parsonage, buried both in coeval oaks, outstanding sentinels of Nunwood, were older still. It was simply because Mr. Helston willed it so, and Mr. Helston's will was stronger than that of Boltby or Hall. The former could not, the latter would not, dispute a point of precedence with their resolute and imperious brother. They let him lead and rule. This notable anniversary had always hitherto been a trying day to Caroline Helstone, because it dragged her perforce into public, compelling her to face all that was wealthy, respectable, influential in the neighborhood, in whose presence, but for the kind countenance of Mr. Hall, she would have appeared unsupported. Obliged to be conspicuous, obliged to walk at the head of her regiment, as the rector's niece, and first teacher of the first class, obliged to make tea at the first table for a mixed multitude of ladies and gentlemen, and to do all this without the countenance of mother, aunt, or chaperone, she, meantime, being a nervous person, who mortally feared publicity, it will be comprehended that, under these circumstances, she trembled at the approach of Whitsuntide. But this year Shirley was to be with her, and that changed the aspect of the trial singularly. It changed it utterly. It was a trial no longer. It was almost an enjoyment. Miss Kilder was better in her single self than a host of ordinary friends. Quite self-possessed, and always spirited and easy, conscious of her social importance, yet never presuming upon it, it would be enough to give one courage only to look at her. The only fear was, lest the heiress should not be punctual to tryst. She often had a careless way of lingering behind time, and Caroline knew her uncle would not wait a second for anyone. At the moment of the church clock tolling 2, the bells would clash out and the march begin. She must look after Shirley, then, in this matter, or her expected companion would fail her. Whit Tuesday saw her rise almost with the sun. She, Fanny, and Eliza were busy the whole morning arranging the rectory parlors in first-rate company order, and setting out a collection of cooling refreshments, wine, fruit, cakes, on the dining-room sideboard. Then she had to dress in her freshest and fairest attire of white muslin. The perfect fineness of the day and the solemnity of the occasion warranted, and even exacted, such costume. Her new sash, a birthday present from Margaret Hall, which she had reason to believe Cyril himself had bought, and in return for which she had indeed given him a set of cambric bands in a handsome case, was tied by the dexterous fingers of Fanny, who took no little pleasure in arraying her fair young mistress for the occasion. Her simple bonnet had been trimmed to correspond with her sash. Her pretty but inexpensive scarf of white crape suited her dress. When ready, she formed a picture, not bright enough to dazzle, but fair enough to interest; not brilliantly striking, but very delicately pleasing; a picture in which sweetness of tint, purity of air, and grace of mien atoned for the absence of rich coloring and magnificent contour. What her brown eye and clear forehead showed of her mind was in keeping with her dress and face, modest, gentle, and, though pensive, harmonious. It appeared that neither lamb nor dove need fear her, but would welcome rather, in her look of simplicity and softness, a sympathy with their own natures, or with the natures we ascribe to them. After all, she was an imperfect, faulty human being, fair enough of form, hue, and array, but, as Cyril Hall said, neither so good nor so great as the withered Miss Ainley, now putting on her best black gown and Quaker drab shawl and bonnet in her own narrow cottage chamber. Away Caroline went, across some very sequestered fields and through some quite hidden lanes, to Fieldhead. She glided quickly under the green hedges and across the greener lays. There was no dust, no moisture to soil the hem of her stainless garment, or to damp her slender sandal. After the late rains all was clean, and under the present glowing sun all was dry. She walked fearlessly, then on daisy and turf, and through thick plantations. She reached Fieldhead and penetrated to Miss Kilder's dressing-room. It was well she had come, or Shirley would have been too late. Instead of making ready with all speed, she lay stretched on a couch, absorbed in reading. Mrs. Pryor stood near, vainly urging her to rise and dress. Caroline wasted no words. She immediately took the book from her, and with her own hands commenced the business of disrobing and re-robing her. Shirley, indolent with the heat, and gay with her youth and pleasurable nature, wanted to talk, laugh, and linger; but Caroline, intent on being in time, persevered in dressing her as fast as fingers could fasten strings or insert pins. At length, as she untied a final row of hooks and eyes, she found leisure to chide her, saying she was very naughty to be so unpunctual; that she looked even now the picture of incorrigible carelessness, and so Shirley did, but a very lovely picture of that tiresome quality. She presented quite a contrast to Caroline. There was style in every fold of her dress, and every line of her figure. The rich silk suited her better than a simpler costume. The deep embroidered scarf became her. She wore it negligently, but gracefully; the wreath on her bonnet crowned her well. The attention to fashion, the tasteful appliance of ornament in each portion of her dress, were quite in place with her. All this suited her, like the frank light in her eyes, the rallying smile about her lips, like her shaft-straight carriage and lightsome step. Caroline took her hand when she was dressed, hurried her downstairs, out of doors, and thus they sped through the fields, laughing as they went, and looking very much like a snow-white dove and gem-tinted bird of paradise joined in social flight. Thanks to Miss Helstone's promptitude, they arrived in good time. While yet trees hid the church, They heard the bell tolling a measured but urgent summons for all to assemble. The trooping in of numbers, the trampling of many steps, and murmuring of many voices were likewise audible. From a rising ground they presently saw, on the Winbury road, the Winbury School approaching. It numbered 500 souls. The rector and curate, Boltby and Don, headed it, the former looming large in full canonicals, walking as became a beneficed priest, under the canopy of a shovel hat, with the dignity of an ample corporation, the embellishment of the squarest and vastest of black coats, and the support of the stoutest of gold-headed canes. As the doctor walked, he now and then slightly flourished his cane, and inclined his shovel hat with a dogmatical wag toward his aide-de-camp. That aide-de-camp, Don, to wit, narrow as the line of his step was, compared to the broad bulk of his principal, contrived, notwithstanding, to look every inch a curate. All about him was pragmatical and self-complacent, from his turned-up nose and elevated chin to his clerical black gaiters, his somewhat short, strapless trousers, and his square-toed shoes. "Walk on, Mr. Don. You have undergone scrutiny. You think you look well. Whether the white and purple figures watching you from yonder hill think so, is another question." These figures come running down when the regiment has marched by. The churchyard is full of children and teachers, all in their very best holiday attire, and, distressed as is the district, bad as are the times, it is wonderful to see how respectably, how handsomely even, they have contrived to clothe themselves. That British love of decency will work miracles. The poverty which reduces an Irish girl to rags is impotent to rob the English girl of the neat wardrobe she knows necessary to her self-respect. Besides, the lady of the manor, that Shirley, now gazing with pleasure on this well-dressed and happy-looking crowd, has really done them good. Her seasonable bounty consoled many a poor family against the coming holiday, and supplied many a child with a new frock or bonnet for the occasion. She knows it, and is elate with the consciousness, glad that her money, example, and influence have really, substantially, benefited those around her. She cannot be charitable like Miss Ainley. It is not in her nature. It relieves her to feel that there is another way of being charitable, practicable for other characters, and under other circumstances. Caroline, too, is pleased, for she also has done good in her small way, robbed herself of more than one dress, ribbon, or collar she could ill spare, to aid in fitting out the scholars of her class, and as she could not give money, she has followed Miss Ainley's example in giving her time and her industry to sew for the children. Not only is the churchyard full, but the rectory garden is also thronged. Pairs and parties of ladies and gentlemen are seen walking amongst the waving lilacs and laburnums. The house also is occupied. At the wide open parlor windows gay groups are standing. These are the patrons and teachers, who are to swell the procession. In the parson's croft, behind the rectory, are the musicians of the 3 parish bands, with their instruments. Fanny and Eliza, in the smartest of caps and gowns, and the whitest of aprons, move amongst them, serving out quarts of ale, whereof a stock was brewed very sound and strong some weeks since, by the rector's orders and under his special superintendence. Whatever he had a hand in must be managed handsomely. Shabby doings, of any description, were not endured under his sanction. From the erection of a public building, a church, school, or court-house, to the cooking of a dinner, he still advocated the lordly, liberal, and effective. Miss Kilder was like him in this respect, and they mutually approved each other's arrangements. Caroline and Shirley were soon in the midst of the company. The former met them very easily for her. Instead of sitting down in a retired corner, or stealing away to her own room till the procession should be marshalled, according to her wont, she moved through the 3 parlors, conversed and smiled, absolutely spoke once or twice ere she was spoken to, and, in short, seemed a new creature. It was Shirley's presence which thus transformed her. The view of Miss Kilder's air and manner did her a world of good. Shirley had no fear of her kind, no tendency to shrink from, to avoid it. All human beings, men, women, or children, whom low breeding or coarse presumption did not render positively offensive, were welcome enough to her. Some much more so than others, of course, but, generally speaking, till a man had indisputably proved himself bad and a nuisance, Shirley was willing to think him good and an acquisition, and to treat him accordingly. This disposition made her a general favorite, for it robbed her very raillery of its sting, and gave her serious or smiling conversation a happy charm, nor did it diminish the value of her intimate friendship, which was a distinct thing from this social benevolence, depending, indeed, on quite a different part of her character. Miss Helstone was the choice of her affection and intellect. The Misses Pearson, Skies, Wynne, etc., etc., only the profiters by her good nature and vivacity. Dawn happened to come into the drawing-room while Shirley, sitting on the sofa, formed the center of a tolerably wide circle. She had already forgotten her exasperation against him, and she bowed and smiled good-humoredly. The disposition of the man was then seen. He knew neither how to decline the advance with dignity, as one whose just pride has been wounded, nor how to meet it with frankness, as one who is glad to forget and forgive. His punishment had impressed him with no sense of shame, and he did not experience that feeling on encountering his chastiser. He was not vigorous enough in evil to be actively malignant. He merely passed by sheepishly, with a righted, scowling look. Nothing could ever again reconcile him to his enemy, while no passion of resentment, for even sharper and more ignominious inflictions, could his lymphatic nature know. "He was not worth a scene," said Shirley to Caroline. "What a fool I was! To revenge on poor Don his silly spite at Yorkshire is something like crushing a gnat for attacking the hide of a rhinoceros. Had I been a gentleman, I believe I should have helped him off the premise by dint of physical force. I am glad now I only employed the moral weapon. But he must come near me no more. I don't like him. He irritates me. There is not even amusement to be had out of him. Malone is better sport." It seemed as if Malone wished to justify the preference, for the words were scarcely out of the speaker's mouth when Peter Augustus came up, all in grand tenue, gloved and scented, with his hair oiled and brushed to perfection, and bearing in one hand a huge bunch of cabbage roses, 5 or 6 in full blow. These he presented to the heiress with a grace to which the most cunning pencil could do but defective justice. And who, after this, could dare to say that Peter was not a ladies' man? He had gathered and he had given flowers. He had offered a sentimental, a poetic tribute at the shrine of love or mammon. Hercules holding the distaff was but a faint type of Peter bearing the roses. He must have thought this himself, for he seemed amazed at what he had done. He backed without a word. He was going away with a husky chuckle of self-felicitation. Then he bethought himself to stop and turn, to ascertain by ocular testimony that he really had presented a bouquet. Yes, there were 6 red cabbages on the purple satin lap, a very white hand, with some gold rings on the fingers, slightly holding them together, and streaming ringlets, half hiding a laughing face, drooped over them. Only half hiding. Peter saw the laugh. It was unmistakable. He was made a joke of. His gallantry, his chivalry, were the subject of a jest for a petticoat, for 2 petticoats. Miss Helstone, too, was smiling. Moreover, he felt he was seen through, and Peter grew black as a thundercloud. When Shirley looked up, a fell eye was fastened on her. Malone, at least, had energy enough in hate. She saw it in his glance. "Peter is worth a scene, and shall have it if he likes one day," she whispered to her friend. And now, solemn and somber as to their color, though bland enough as to their faces, appeared at the dining room door the three rectors. They had hitherto been busy in the church, and were now coming to take some little refreshment for the body ere the march commenced. The large morocco-covered easy-chair had been left vacant for Dr. Boltby. He was put into it, and Caroline, obeying the instigations of Shirley, who told her now was the time to play the hostess, hastened to hand to her uncle's vast, reverend, and on the whole worthy friend, a glass of wine and a plate of macaroons. Boltby's churchwardens, patrons of the Sunday school both, as he insisted on their being, were already beside him. Mrs. Skyes and the other ladies of his congregation were on his right hand and on his left, expressing their hopes that he was not fatigued, their fears that the day would be too warm for him. Mrs. Boltby, who held an opinion that when her lord dropped asleep after a good dinner his face became as the face of an angel, was bending over him, tenderly wiping some perspiration, real or imaginary, from his brow. Boltby, in short, was in his glory, and in a round sound voix de poitrine he rumbled out thanks for attentions, and assurances of his tolerable health. Of Caroline he took no manner of notice as she came near, save to accept what she offered. He did not see her, he never did see her, he hardly knew that such a person existed. He saw the macaroons, however, and being fond of sweets, possessed himself of a small handful thereof. The wine Mrs. Boltby insisted on mingling with hot water, and qualifying with sugar and nutmeg. Mr. Hall stood near an open window, breathing the fresh air and scent of flowers, and talking like a brother to Miss Ainley. To him Caroline turned her attention with pleasure. What should she bring him? He must not help himself, he must be served by her, and she provided herself with a little salver, that she might offer him variety. Margaret Hall joined them, so did Miss Kildare. The four ladies stood round their favourite pastor. They also had an idea that they looked on the face of an earthly angel. Cyril Hall was their pope, infallible to them as Dr. Thomas Boltby to his admirers. The throng, too, enclosed the rector of Briarfield. 20 or more pressed round him, and no parson was ever more potent in a circle than old Helstone. The curates, herding together after their manner, made a constellation of 3 lesser planets. Divers young ladies watched them afar off, but ventured not nigh. Mr. Helstone produced his watch. 10 minutes to 2, he announced aloud. Time for all to fall into line. Come. He seized his shovel hat and marched away. All rose and followed en masse. The 1,200 children were drawn up in 3 bodies of 400 souls each. In the rear of each regiment was stationed a band. Between every 20 there was an interval, wherein Helstone posted the teachers in pairs. To the van of the armies he summoned. Grace Boltby and Mary Skyes lead out Winbury. Margaret Hall and Mary Ann Ainley conduct Nunneley. Caroline Helstone and Shirley Kildare head Briarfield. Then again he gave command. Mr. Don to Winbury, Mr. Sweeting to Nunneley, Mr. Malone to Briarfield. And these gentlemen stepped up before the lady generals. The rectors passed to the full front, the parish clerks fell to the extreme rear. Helstone lifted his shovel hat, in an instant outclashed the 8 bells in the tower, loud swelled the sounding bands, flute spoke and clarion answered, deep rolled the drums, and away they marched. The broad white road unrolled before the long procession. The sun and sky surveyed it cloudless, the wind tossed the tree boughs above it, and the 1,200 children, and 140 adults, of which it was composed, trod on in time and tune, with gay faces and glad hearts. It was a joyous scene, and a scene to do good. It was a day of happiness for rich and poor. The work, first of God, and then of the clergy. Let England's priests have their due. They are a faulty set in some respects, being only of common flesh and blood, like us all, but the land would be badly off without them. Britain would miss her church, if that church fell. God save it! God also reform it! Section 28. Recording by Katie Riley. October 2009.
Chapter 17, Part 1 of Shirley. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Philippa. Shirley by Charlotte Brontë. Chapter 17, The School Feast, Part 1. Not on combat bent, nor of foemen in search, was this priest-led and women-officered company. Yet their music played martial tunes, and to judge by the eyes and carriage of some, Miss Keelder, for instance, these sounds awoke, if not a martial, yet a longing spirit. Old Helstone, turning by chance, looked into her face, and he laughed, and she laughed at him. "There is no battle in prospect," he said. "Our country does not want us to fight for it. No foe or tyrant is questioning or threatening our liberty. There is nothing to be done. We are only taking a walk. Keep your hand on the reins, Captain, and slack the fire of that spirit. It is not wanted, the more's the pity." "Take your own advice, Doctor," was Shirley's response. To Caroline she murmured, "I'll borrow of imagination what reality will not give me. We are not soldiers. Bloodshed is not my desire. Or if we are soldiers of the cross. Time has rolled back some hundreds of years, and we are bound on a pilgrimage to Palestine. But no, that is too visionary. I need a sterner dream. We are lowlanders of Scotland, following a covenanting captain up into the hills to hold a meeting out of the reach of persecuting troopers. We know that battle may follow prayer, and as we believe that in the worst issue of battle heaven must be our reward, we are ready and willing to redden the peat moss with our blood. That music stirs my soul, it wakens all my life, it makes my heart beat, not with its temperate daily pulse, but with a new thrilling vigour. I almost long for danger, for a faith, a land, or at least a lover to defend." "Look, Shirley," interrupted Caroline, "what is that red speck above Stilborough Brow? You have keener sight than I. Just turn your eagle eye to it." Miss Keelder looked. "I see," she said, then added presently, "There is a line of red." "They are soldiers, cavalry soldiers," she subjoined quickly. "They ride fast. There are 6 of them. They will pass us. No, they have turned off to the right. They saw our procession and avoid it by making a circuit. Where are they going?" "Perhaps they are only exercising their horses." "Perhaps so. We see them no more now." Mr. Helstone here spoke. "We shall pass out through Royd Lane to reach Nunneley Common by a short cut," said he. And into the straits of Royd Lane they accordingly defiled. It was very narrow, so narrow that only 2 could walk abreast without falling into the ditch which ran along each side. They had gained the middle of it when excitement became obvious in the clerical commanders. Boltby's spectacles and Helstone's Rehoboam were agitated. The curates nudged each other. Mr. Hall turned to the ladies and smiled. "What is the matter?" was the demand. He pointed his staff to the end of the lane before them. Lo and behold, another, an opposition procession, was there entering, headed also by men in black, and followed also, as they could now hear, by music. "Is it our double?" asked Shirley, "our manifold wraith? Here is a card turned up." "If you wanted a battle, you are likely to get one, at least of looks," whispered Caroline, laughing. "They shall not pass us," cried the curates unanimously. "We'll not give way." "Give way?" retorted Helstone sternly, turning round. "Who talks of giving way? You boys, mind what you are about. The ladies, I know, will be firm. I can trust them. There is not a churchwoman here but will stand her ground against these folks for the honour of the establishment. What does Miss Keelder say?" "She asks what is it?" The Dissenting and Methodist schools, the Baptists, Independents, and Wesleyans, joined in unholy alliance, and turning purposely into this lane with the intention of obstructing our march and driving us back." "Bad manners," said Shirley, "and I hate bad manners. Of course they must have a lesson." "A lesson in politeness," suggested Mr. Hall, who was ever for peace, "not an example of rudeness." Old Helstone moved on. Quickening his step, he marched some yards in advance of his company. He had nearly reached the other sable leaders, when he who appeared to act as the hostile commander-in-chief, a large, greasy man with black hair combed flat on his forehead, called a halt. The procession paused. He drew forth a hymn-book, gave out a verse, set a tune, and they all struck up the most dolorous of canticles. Helstone signalled to his bands. They clashed out with all the power of brass. He desired them to play Rule Britannia, and ordered the children to join in vocally, which they did with enthusiastic spirit. The enemy was sung and stormed down. His psalm quelled. As far as noise went, he was conquered. "Now follow me," exclaimed Helstone, "not at a run, but at a firm, smart pace. Be steady, every child and woman of you. Keep together, hold on by each other's skirts if necessary." And he strode on with such a determined and deliberate gait, and was besides so well seconded by his scholars and teachers, who did exactly as he told them, neither running nor faltering, but marching with cool, solid impetus, the curates, too, being compelled to do the same, as they were between two fires, Helstone and Miss Keelder, both of whom watched any deviation with lynx-eyed vigilance, and were ready, the one with his cane, the other with her parasol, to rebuke the slightest breach of orders, the least independent or irregular demonstration, that the body of dissenters were first amazed, then alarmed, then borne down and pressed back, and at last forced to turn tail and leave the outlet from Royd Lane free. Boltby suffered in the onslaught, but Helstone and Malone between them held him up, and brought him through the business whole in limb, though sorely tried in wind. The fat dissenter who had given out the hymn was left sitting in the ditch. He was a spirit merchant by trade, a leader of the Nonconformists, and it was said drank more water in that one afternoon than he had swallowed for a 12-month before. Mr. Hall had taken care of Caroline, and Caroline of him. He and Miss Ainley made their own quiet comments to each other afterwards on the incident. Miss Keelder and Mr. Helstone shook hands heartily when they had fairly got the whole party through the lane. The curates began to exult, but Mr. Helstone presently put the curb on their innocent spirits. He remarked that they never had sense to know what to say, and had better hold their tongues, and he reminded them that the business was none of their managing. About 3:30 the procession turned back, and at 4 once more regained the starting place. Long lines of benches were arranged in the close-shorn fields round the school. There the children were seated, and huge baskets covered up with white cloths and great smoking tin vessels were brought out. Ere the distribution of good things commenced, a brief grace was pronounced by Mr. Hall and sung by the children. Their young voices sounded melodious, even touching, in the open air. Large currant buns and hot, well-sweetened tea were then administered in the proper spirit of liberality. No stinting was permitted on this day at least, the rule for each child's allowance being that it was to have about twice as much as it could possibly eat, thus leaving a reserve to be carried home for such as age, sickness, or other impediment prevented from coming to the feast. Buns and beer circulated meantime amongst the musicians and church singers. Afterwards the benches were removed, and they were left to unbend their spirits in licensed play. A bell summoned the teachers, patrons, and patronesses to the schoolroom. Miss Keelder, Miss Helstone, and many other ladies were already there, glancing over the arrangement of their separate trays and tables. Most of the female servants of the neighbourhood, together with the clerks, the singers, and the musicians' wives, had been pressed into the service of the day as waiters. Each vied with the other in smartness and daintiness of dress, and many handsome forms were seen amongst the younger ones. About half a score were cutting bread and butter, another half score supplying hot water, brought from the coppers of the rector's kitchen. The profusion of flowers and evergreens decorating the white walls, the show of silver teapots and bright porcelain on the tables, the active figures, blithe faces, gay dresses flitting about everywhere, formed altogether a refreshing and lively spectacle. Everybody talked, not very loudly, but merrily, and the canary birds sang shrill in their high-hung cages. Caroline, as the rector's niece, took her place at one of the 3 first tables. Mrs. Boltby and Margaret Hall officiated at the others. At these tables the elite of the company were to be entertained, strict rules of equality not being more in fashion at Briarfield than elsewhere. Miss Helstone removed her bonnet and scarf that she might be less oppressed with the heat. Her long curls falling onto her neck served almost in place of a veil, and for the rest her muslin dress was fashioned modestly as a nun's robe, enabling her thus to dispense with the encumbrance of a shawl. The room was filling. Mr. Hall had taken his post beside Caroline, who now, as she rearranged the cups and spoons before her, whispered to him in a low voice remarks on the events of the day. He looked a little grave about what had taken place in Royd Lane, and she tried to smile him out of his seriousness. Miss Keelder sat near, for a wonder neither laughing nor talking, on the contrary very still, and gazing round her vigilantly. She seemed afraid lest some intruder should take a seat she apparently wished to reserve next her own. Ever and anon she spread her satin dress over an undue portion of the bench, or laid her gloves or her embroidered handkerchief upon it. Caroline noticed this manège at last, and asked her what friend she expected. Shirley bent towards her, almost touched her ear with her rosy lips, and whispered with a musical softness that often characterized her tones when what she said tended even remotely to stir some sweet secret source of feeling in her heart. "I expect Mr. Moore. I saw him last night, and I made him promise to come with his sister and to sit at our table. He won't fail me, I feel certain, but I apprehend his coming too late and being separated from us. Here is a fresh batch arriving. Every place will be taken. Provoking!" In fact, Mr. Wynne, the magistrate, his wife, his son, and his 2 daughters now entered in high state. They were Briarfield gentry. Of course their place was at the first table, and being conducted thither they filled up the whole remaining space. For Miss Keelder's comfort, Mr. Sam Wynne inducted himself into the very vacancy she had kept for Moore, planting himself solidly on her gown, her gloves, and her handkerchief. Mr. Sam was one of the objects of her aversion, and the more so because he showed serious symptoms of an aim at her hand. The old gentleman, too, had publicly declared that the Fieldhead estate and the De Walden estate were delightfully contagious, a malapropism which rumour had not failed to repeat to Shirley. Caroline's ears yet rung with that thrilling whisper, "I expect Mr. Moore." Her heart yet beat, and her cheek yet glowed with it, when a note from the organ pealed above the confused hum of the place. Dr. Boltby, Mr. Helstone, and Mr. Hall rose, so did all present, and grace was sung to the accompaniment of the music, and then tea began. She was kept too busy with her office for a while to have leisure for looking round, but the last cup being filled, she threw a restless glance over the room. There were some ladies and several gentlemen standing about, yet unaccommodated with seats. Amidst a group she recognized her spinster friend, Miss Mann, whom the fine weather had tempted, or some urgent friend had persuaded, to leave her drear solitude for 1 hour of social enjoyment. Miss Mann looked tired of standing. A lady in a yellow bonnet brought her a chair. Caroline knew well that chapeau en satin jaune. She knew the black hair, and the kindly though rather opinionated and froward-looking face under it. She knew that robe de soie noire. She knew even that châle gris de lin. She knew, in short, Hortense Moore, and she wanted to jump up and run to her and kiss her, to give her 1 embrace for her own sake and 2 for her brother's. She half rose, indeed, with a smothered exclamation, and perhaps, for the impulse was very strong, she would have run across the room and actually saluted her, but a hand replaced her in her seat, and a voice behind her whispered, "Wait till after tea, Lina, and then I'll bring her to you." And when she could look up, she did, and there was Robert himself close behind, smiling at her eagerness, looking better than she had ever seen him look, looking indeed to her partial eyes so very handsome that she dared not trust herself to hazard a second glance, for his image struck on her vision with painful brightness, and pictured itself on her memory as vividly as if there daguerreotyped by a pencil of keen lightning. He moved on and spoke to Miss Keelder. Shirley, irritated by some unwelcome attentions from Sam Wynne, and by the fact of that gentleman being still seated on her gloves and handkerchief, and probably also by Moore's want of punctuality, was by no means in good humour. She first shrugged her shoulder at him, and then she said a bitter word or two about his insupportable tardiness. Moore neither apologised nor retorted. He stood near her quietly, as if waiting to see whether she would recover her temper, which she did in little more than 3 minutes, indicating the change by offering him her hand. Moore took it with a smile, half corrective, half grateful. The slightest possible shake of the head delicately marked the former quality. It is probable a gentle pressure indicated the latter. "You may sit where you can now, Mr. Moore," said Shirley, also smiling. "You see there is not an inch of room for you here. But I discern plenty of space at Mrs. Boltby's table between Miss Armitage and Miss Birtwistle. Go. John Sykes will be your vis-à-vis, and you will sit with your back towards us." Moore, however, preferred lingering about where he was. He now and then took a turn down the long room, pausing in his walk to interchange greetings with other gentlemen in his own placeless predicament, but still he came back to the magnet, Shirley, bringing with him, each time he returned, observations it was necessary to whisper in her ear. Meantime poor Sam Wynne looked far from comfortable. His fair neighbour, judging from her movements, appeared in a mood the most unquiet and unaccommodating. She would not sit still 2 seconds. She was hot. She fanned herself, complained of want of air and space. She remarked that, in her opinion, when people had finished their tea they ought to leave the tables, and announced distinctly that she expected to faint if the present state of things continued. Mr. Sam offered to accompany her into the open air, just the way to give her her death of cold, she alleged. In short, his post became untenable, and having swallowed his quantum of tea, he judged it expedient to evacuate. Moore should have been at hand, whereas he was quite at the other extremity of the room, deep in conference with Christopher Sykes. A large corn factor, Timothy Ramsden, Esquire, happened to be nearer, and feeling himself tired of standing, he advanced to fill the vacant seat. Shirley's expedients did not fail her. A sweep of her scarf upset her teacup. Its contents were shared between the bench and her own satin dress. Of course it became necessary to call a waiter to remedy the mischief. Mr. Ramsden, a stout, puffy gentleman, as large in person as he was in property, held aloof from the consequent commotion. Shirley, usually almost culpably indifferent to slight accidents affecting dress, etc., now made a commotion that might have become the most delicate and nervous of her sex. Mr. Ramsden opened his mouth, withdrew slowly, and as Miss Keelder again intimated her intention to give way and swoon on the spot, he turned on his heel and beat a heavy retreat. End of chapter 17, part 1. Chapter 17, part 2 of Shirley. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Philippa. Shirley by Charlotte Brontë. Chapter 17, The School Feast, Part 2. Moore at last returned. Calmly surveying the bustle, and somewhat quizzically scanning Shirley's enigmatical-looking countenance, he remarked that in truth this was the hottest end of the room, that he found a climate there calculated to agree with none but cool temperaments like his own, and, putting the waiters, the napkins, the satin robe, the whole turmoil, in short, to one side, he installed himself where destiny evidently decreed he should sit. Shirley subsided. Her features altered their lines. The raised knit brow and inexplicable curve of the mouth became straight again, Wilfulness and roguery gave place to other expressions, and all the angular movements with which she had vexed the soul of Sam Wynne were conjured to rest as by a charm. Still no gracious glance was cast on Moore. On the contrary, he was accused of giving her a world of trouble, and roundly charged with being the cause of depriving her of the esteem of Mr. Ramsden and the invaluable friendship of Mr. Samuel Wynne. "Wouldn't have offended either gentleman for the world," she averred. "I have always been accustomed to treat both with the most respectful consideration, and there, owing to you, how they have been used! I shall not be happy till I have made it up. I never am happy till I am friends with my neighbours. So to-morrow I must make a pilgrimage to Royd Cornmill, smooth the miller, and praise the grain, and next day I must call at Dewalden, where I hate to go, and carry in my reticule half an oat-cake to give to Mr. Sam's favourite pointers." "You know the surest path to the heart of each swain, I doubt not," said Moore quietly. He looked very content to have at last secured his present place, but he made no fine speech expressive of gratification, and offered no apology for the trouble he had given. His phlegm became him wonderfully. It made him look handsomer, he was so composed. It made his vicinage pleasant, it was so peace-restoring. You would not have thought, to look at him, that he was a poor, struggling man, seated beside a rich woman. The calm of equality stilled his aspect. Perhaps that calm, too, reigned in his soul. Now and then, from the way in which he looked down on Miss Keeldar as he addressed her, you would have fancied his station towered above hers as much as his stature did. Almost stern light sometimes crossed his brow and gleamed in his eyes. Their conversation had become animated, though it was confined to a low key. She was urging him with questions. Evidently he refused to her curiosity all the gratification it demanded. She sought his eye once with hers. You read in its soft yet eager expression that it solicited clearer replies. Moore smiled pleasantly, but his lips continued sealed. Then she was piqued and turned away, but he recalled her attention in 2 minutes. He seemed making promises, which he soothed her into accepting in lieu of information. It appeared that the heat of the room did not suit Miss Helstone. She grew paler and paler as the process of tea-making was protracted. The moment thanks were returned, she quitted the table, and hastened to follow her cousin Hortense, who, with Miss Mann, had already sought the open air. Robert Moore had risen when she did. Perhaps he meant to speak to her, but there was yet a parting word to exchange with Miss Keeldar, and while it was being uttered, Caroline had vanished. Hortense received her former pupil with a demeanour of more dignity than warmth. She had been seriously offended by Mr. Helstone's proceedings, and had all along considered Caroline to blame in obeying her uncle too literally. "You are a very great stranger," she said austerely, as her pupil held and pressed her hand. The pupil knew her too well to remonstrate or complain of coldness. She let the punctilious whim pass, sure that her natural BRONTÄ, I use this French word because it expresses just what I mean, neither goodness nor good nature, but something between the two, would presently get the upper hand. It did. Hortense had no sooner examined her face well, and observed the changes its somewhat wasted features betrayed, than her mien softened. Kissing her on both cheeks, she asked anxiously after her health. Caroline answered gaily. It would, however, have been her lot to undergo a long cross-examination, followed by an endless lecture on this head, had not Miss Mann called off the attention of the questioner by requesting to be conducted home. The poor invalid was already fatigued. Her weariness made her cross, too cross almost to speak to Caroline, and besides, that young person's white dress and lively look were displeasing in the eyes of Miss Mann. The everyday garb of brown stuff or grey gingham, and the everyday air of melancholy, suited the solitary spinster better. She would hardly know her young friend to-night, and quitted her with a cool nod. Hortense having promised to accompany her home, they departed together. Caroline now looked round for Shirley. She saw the rainbow scarf and purple dress in the centre of a throng of ladies, all well known to herself, but all of the order whom she systematically avoided whenever avoidance was possible. Shyer at some moments than at others, she felt just now no courage at all to join this company. She could not, however, stand alone where all others went in pairs or parties, so she approached a group of her own scholars, great girls, or rather young women, who were standing watching some hundreds of the younger children playing at blindman's buff. Miss Helstone knew these girls liked her, yet she was shy even with them out of school. They were not more in awe of her than she of them. She drew near to them now, rather to find protection in their company than to patronize them with her presence. By some instinct they knew her weakness, and with natural politeness they respected it. Her knowledge commanded their esteem when she taught them, her gentleness attracted their regard, and because she was what they considered wise and good when on duty, they kindly overlooked her evident timidity when off. They did not take advantage of it. Peasant girls as they were, they had too much of her own English sensibility to be guilty of the coarse error. They stood round her still, civil, friendly, receiving her slight smiles and rather hurried efforts to converse, with a good feeling and good breeding, the last quality being the result of the first, which soon set her at ease. Mr. Sam Wynne, coming up with great haste to insist on the elder girls joining in the game as well as the younger ones, Caroline was again left alone. She was meditating a quiet retreat to the house, when Shirley, perceiving from afar her isolation, hastened to her side. "Let us go to the top of the fields," she said. "I know you don't like crowds, Caroline." "But it will be depriving you of a pleasure, Shirley, to take you from all these fine people who court your society so assiduously, and to whom you can without art or effort make yourself so pleasant." "Not quite without effort. I am already tired of the exertion. It is but insipid, barren work, talking and laughing with the good gentlefolks of Briarfield. I have been looking out for your white dress for the last 10 minutes. I like to watch those I love in a crowd, and to compare them with others. I have thus compared you. You resemble none of the rest, Lina. There are some prettier faces than yours here. You are not a model beauty like Harriet Sykes, for instance. Beside her your person appears almost insignificant, but you look agreeable, you look reflective, you look what I call interesting." "Hush, Shirley, you flatter me." "I don't wonder that your scholars like you." "Nonsense, Shirley, talk of something else." "We will talk of more, then, and we will watch him. I see him even now." "Where?" And as Caroline asked the question, she looked not over the fields, but into Miss Keelder's eyes, as was her wont whenever Shirley mentioned any object she descried afar. Her friend had quicker vision than herself, and Caroline seemed to think that the secret of her eagle acuteness might be read in her dark grey irids, or rather perhaps she only sought guidance by the direction of those discriminating and brilliant spheres. "There is more," said Shirley, pointing right across the wide field where 1,000 children were playing, and now nearly 1,000 adult spectators walking about. "There! Can you miss the tall stature and straight port? He looks amidst the set that's around him like Eliab amongst humbler shepherds, like Saul in a war council, and a war council it is, if I am not mistaken." "Why so, Shirley?" asked Caroline, whose eye had at last caught the object it sought. "Robert is just now speaking to my uncle, and they're shaking hands. They are then reconciled." "Reconciled not without good reason, depend on it, making common cause against some common foe. And why, think you, are Messrs. Wynne and Sykes and Armitage and Ramsden gathered in such a close circle round them? And why is Malone beckoned to join them? When he is summoned, be sure a strong arm is needed." Shirley, as she watched, grew restless. Her eyes flashed. "They won't trust me," she said. "That is always the way when it comes to the point." "What about?" "Cannot you feel? There is some mystery afloat. Some event is expected. Some preparation is to be made. I am certain. I saw it all in Mr. Moore's manner this evening. He was excited, yet hard." "Hard to you, Shirley?" "Yes, to me. He often is hard to me. We seldom converse tête-à-tête, but I am made to feel that the basis of his character is not of eiderdown. Yet he seemed to talk to you softly." "Did he not? Very gentle tones and quiet manner. Yet the man is peremptory and secret. His secrecy vexes me. Yes, Robert is secret, which he has scarcely a right to be with me, especially as he commenced by giving me his confidence. Having done nothing to forfeit that confidence, it ought not to be withdrawn. But I suppose I am not considered iron-souled enough to be trusted in a crisis. He fears, probably, to occasion you uneasiness. An unnecessary precaution. I am of elastic materials, not soon crushed. He ought to know that. But the man is proud. He has his faults, say what you will, Lina. Observe how engaged that group appear. They do not know we are watching them. If we keep on the alert, Shirley, we shall perhaps find the clue to their secret. There will be some unusual movements ere long, perhaps tomorrow, possibly tonight. But my eyes and ears are wide open. Mr. Moore, you shall be under surveillance. Be you vigilant also, Lina. I will. Robert is going. I saw him turn. I believe he noticed us. They're shaking hands. Shaking hands with emphasis, added Shirley, as if they were ratifying some solemn league and covenant. They saw Robert quit the group, pass through a gate, and disappear. "And he has not bid us good-bye," murmured Caroline. Scarcely had the words escaped her lips when she tried by a smile to deny the confession of disappointment they seemed to imply. An unbidden suffusion for one moment both softened and brightened her eyes. "Oh, that is soon remedied," exclaimed Shirley. "We'll make him bid us good-bye." "Make him? That is not the same thing," was the answer. "It shall be the same thing." "But he is gone. You can't overtake him." "I know a shorter way than that he has taken. We will intercept him." "But, Shirley, I would rather not go." Caroline said this as Miss Keeldar seized her arm and hurried her down the fields. It was vain to contend. Nothing was so wilful as Shirley when she took a whim into her head. Caroline found herself out of sight of the crowd almost before she was aware, and ushered into a narrow shady spot, embowered above with hawthorns, and enamelled underfoot with daisies. She took no notice of the evening sun chequering the turf, nor was she sensible of the pure incense exhaling at this hour from tree and plant. She only heard the wicket opening at one end, and knew Robert was approaching. The long sprays of the hawthorns shooting out before them served as a screen. They saw him before he observed them. At a glance Caroline perceived that his social hilarity was gone. He had left it behind him in the joy-echoing fields round the school. What remained now was his dark, quiet, business countenance. As Shirley had said, a certain hardness characterized his air, while his eye was excited but austere. So much the worse timed was the present freak of Shirley's. If he had looked disposed for holiday mirth, it would not have mattered much, but now... "I told you not to come," said Caroline somewhat bitterly to her friend. She seemed truly perturbed. To be intruded on Robert thus, against her will and his expectation, when he evidently would rather not be delayed, keenly annoyed her. It did not annoy Miss Keeldar in the least. She stepped forward and faced her tenant, barring his way. "You omitted to bid us good-bye," she said. "Omitted to bid you good-bye? Where did you come from? Are you fairies? I left two like you, one in purple and one in white, standing at the top of a bank 4 fields off but a minute ago. You left us there and find us here. We have been watching you, and shall watch you still. You must be questioned one day, but not now. At present, all you have to do is to say good night and then pass." Moore glanced from one to the other without unbending his aspect. "Days of fate have their privileges, and so have days of hazard," observed he gravely. "Come, don't moralise. Say good night and pass," urged Shirley. "Must I say good night to you, Miss Keeldar?" "Yes, and to Caroline likewise. It is nothing new, I hope. You have bid us both good night before." He took her hand, held it in one of his, and covered it with the other. He looked down at her gravely, kindly, yet commandingly. The heiress could not make this man her subject. In his gaze on her bright face there was no civility, hardly homage, but there was interest and affection, heightened by another feeling, Something in his tone when he spoke, as well as in his words, marked that last sentiment to be gratitude. "Your debtor bids you good night. May you rest safely and serenely till morning. And you, Mr. Moore, what are you going to do? What have you been saying to Mr. Helstone, with whom I saw you shake hands? Why did all those gentlemen gather round you? Put away reserve for once. Be frank with me." "Who can resist you? I will be frank. To-morrow, if there is anything to relate, you shall hear it." "Just now," pleaded Shirley. "Don't procrastinate." "But I could only tell half a tale, and my time is limited. I have not a moment to spare. Hereafter I will make amends for delay by candour. But are you going home?" "Yes." "Not to leave it any more to-night?" "Certainly not. At present, farewell to both of you." He would have taken Caroline's hand and joined it in the same clasp in which he held Shirley's, but somehow it was not ready for him. She had withdrawn a few steps apart. Her answer to Moore's adieu was only a slight bend of the head and a gentle, serious smile. He sought no more cordial token. Again he said farewell, and quitted them both. "There, it is over," said Shirley when he was gone. "We have made him bid us good night, and yet not lost ground in his esteem, I think, Carry." "I hope not," was the brief reply. "I consider you very timid and undemonstrative," remarked Miss Keelder. "Why did you not give Mr. Moore your hand when he offered you his? He is your cousin. You like him. Are you ashamed to let him perceive your affection?" "He perceives all of it that interests him. No need to make a display of feeling." "You are laconic. You would be stoical if you could. Is love in your eyes a crime, Caroline?" "Love a crime? No, Shirley. Love is a divine virtue. But why drag that word into the conversation? It is singularly irrelevant." "Good," pronounced Shirley. The two girls paced the green lane in silence. Caroline first resumed. "Obtrusiveness is a crime, forwardness is a crime, and both discussed. But love! No purest angel need blush to love. And when I see or hear either man or woman couple shame with love, I know their minds are coarse, their associations debased. Many who think themselves refined ladies and gentlemen, and on whose lips the word vulgarity is forever hovering, cannot mention love without betraying their own innate and imbecile degradation. It is a low feeling in their estimation, connected only with low ideas for them." "You describe 3/4 of the world, Caroline." "They are cold, they are cowardly, they are stupid on the subject, Shirley. They never loved, they never were loved." "Thou art right, Lina, and in their dense ignorance they blaspheme living fire seraph brought from a divine altar. They confound it with sparks mounting from Tophet." The sudden and joyous clash of bells here stopped the dialogue by summoning all to the church. End of chapter 17.
Chapter 18 of Shirley. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Elizabeth Klett. Shirley by Charlotte Brontë. Chapter 18. Which the genteel reader is recommended to skip, low persons being here introduced. The evening was still and warm, close and sultry it even promised to become. Round the descending sun the clouds glowed purple, summer tints rather Indian than English suffused the horizon, and cast rosy reflections on hillside, house-front, tree-bole, on winding road, and undulating pasture-ground. The two girls came down from the field slowly. By the time they reached the churchyard the bells were hushed. The multitudes were gathered into the church. The whole scene was solitary. "How pleasant and calm it is," said Caroline. "And how hot it will be in the church," responded Shirley. "And what a dreary long speech Dr. Boltby will make! And how the curates will hammer over their prepared orations! For my part I would rather not enter." But my uncle will be angry if he observes our absence." "I will bear the brunt of his wrath. He will not devour me. I shall be sorry to miss his pungent speech. I know it will be all sense for the church, and all causticity for schism. He'll not forget the battle of Royd Lane. I shall be sorry also to deprive you of Mr. Hall's sincere friendly homily, with all its racy Yorkshireisms, but here I must stay. The grey church and greyer tombs look divine with this crimson gleam on them. Nature is now at her evening prayers. She is kneeling before those red hills. I see her prostrate on the great steps of her altar, praying for a fair night for mariners at sea, for travellers in deserts, for lambs on moors, and unfledged birds in woods. Caroline, I see her, and I will tell you what she is like. She is like what Eve was when she and Adam stood alone on earth." "And that is not Milton's Eve, Shirley." "Milton's Eve? Milton's Eve? I repeat, no, by the pure mother of God, she is not. Carrie, we are alone. May we speak what we think? Milton was great, but was he good? His brain was right. How was his heart? He saw heaven. He looked down on hell. He saw Satan, and sin his daughter, and death their horrible offspring. Angels serried before him their battalions. The long lines of adamantine shields flashed back on his blind eyeballs the unutterable splendour of heaven. Devils gathered their legions in his sight. Their dim, discrowned, and tarnished armies passed rank and file before him. Milton tried to see the first woman, but Carrie, he saw her not." "You are bold to say so, Shirley." "Not more bold than faithful. It was his cook that he saw, or it was Mrs. Gill, as I have seen her, making custards in the heat of summer, in the cool dairy, with rose-trees and nasturtiums about the latticed window, preparing a cold collation for the rectors, preserves and dulcet creams, puzzled what choice to choose for delicacy best, what order so contrived as not to mix tastes, not well joined, inelegant, but bring taste after taste, upheld with kindliest change." "All very well too, Shirley." "I would beg to remind him that the first men of the earth were Titans, and that Eve was their mother. From her sprang Saturn, Hyperion, Oceanus. She bore Prometheus." "Pagan that you are! What does that signify?" "I say there were giants on the earth in those days, giants that strove to scale heaven. The first woman's breast that heaved with life on this world yielded the daring which could contend with omnipotence, the strength which could bear 1,000 years of bondage, the vitality which could feed that vulture death through uncounted ages, the unexhausted life and uncorrupted excellence, sisters to immortality, which after millenniums of crimes, struggles, and woes, could conceive and bring forth a Messiah. The first woman was heaven-born. Vast was the heart whence gushed the wellspring of the blood of nations, and grand the undegenerate head where rested the consort crown of creation. She coveted an apple, and was cheated by a snake. But you have got such a hash of scripture and mythology into your head that there is no making any sense of you. You have not told me yet what you saw kneeling on those hills." I now see, a woman Titan. Her robe of blue air spreads to the outskirts of the heath, where yonder flock is grazing. A veil white as an avalanche sweeps from her head to her feet, and arabesques of lightning flame on its borders. Under her breast I see her zone, purple like that horizon. Through its blush shines the star of evening. Her steady eyes I cannot picture. They are clear. They are deep as lakes. They are lifted and full of worship. They tremble with the softness of love and the lustre of prayer. Her forehead has the expanse of a cloud, and is paler than the early moon, risen long before dark gathers. She reclines her bosom on the ridge of Stilbrow Moor. Her mighty hands are joined beneath it. So kneeling, face to face, she speaks with God. That Eve is Jehovah's daughter, as Adam was his son. She is very vague and visionary. Come, Shirley, we ought to go into church." "Caroline, I will not. I will stay out here with my mother Eve, in these days called Nature. I love her, undying, mighty being. Heaven may have faded from her brow when she fell in paradise, but all that is glorious on earth shines there still. She is taking me to her bosom, and showing me her heart. Hush, Caroline. You will see her and feel her as I do if we are both silent." I will humour your whim, but you will begin talking again ere 10 minutes are over." Miss Keeldar, on whom the soft excitement of the warm summer evening seemed working with unwonted power, leaned against an upright headstone. She fixed her eyes on the deep burning west, and sank into a pleasurable trance. Caroline, going a little apart, paced to and fro beneath the rectory garden wall, dreaming too in her way. Shirley had mentioned the word "mother." That word suggested to Caroline's imagination not the mighty and mystical parent of Shirley's visions, but a gentle human form, the form she ascribed to her own mother, unknown, unloved, but not unlonged for. Oh, that the day would come when she would remember her child! Oh, that I might know her, and knowing, love her! Such was her aspiration. The longing of her childhood filled her soul again, the desire which many a night had kept her awake in her crib, and which fear of its fallacy had of late years almost extinguished, relit suddenly, and glowed warm in her heart, that her mother might come some happy day and send for her to her presence, look upon her fondly with loving eyes, and say to her tenderly in a sweet voice, "Caroline, my child, I have a home for you. You shall live with me. All the love you have needed and not tasted, from infancy, I have saved for you carefully. Come, it shall cherish you now." A noise on the road roused Caroline from her filial hopes, and Shirley from her Titan visions. They listened and heard the tramp of horses, they looked and saw a glitter through the trees, they caught through the foliage glimpses of martial scarlet, helm shone, plume waved. Silent and orderly 6 soldiers rode softly by. "The same we saw this afternoon," whispered Shirley. "They have been halting somewhere till now. They wish to be as little noticed as possible, and are seeking their rendezvous at this quiet hour, while the people are at church. Did I not say we should see unusual things ere long?" Scarcely were sight and sound of the soldiers lost, when another and somewhat different disturbance broke the night hush, a child's impatient scream. They looked. A man issued from the church, carrying in his arms an infant, a robust, ruddy little boy of some 2 years old, roaring with all the power of his lungs. He had probably just awaked from a church sleep. 2 little girls of 9 and 10 followed. The influence of the fresh air, and the attraction of some flowers gathered from a grave, soon quieted the child. The man sat down with him, dandling him on his knee as tenderly as any woman. The 2 little girls took their places, one on each side. "Good evening, William," said Shirley, after due scrutiny of the man. He had seen her before, and apparently was waiting to be recognized. He now took off his hat, and grinned a smile of pleasure. He was a rough-headed, hard-featured personage, not old, but very weather-beaten. His attire was decent and clean, that of his children singularly neat. It was our old friend, Farron. The young ladies approached him. "You're not going into the church?" he inquired, gazing at them complacently, yet with a mixture of bashfulness in his look. A sentiment not by any means the result of awe of their station, but only of appreciation of their elegance and youth. Before gentlemen, such as Moore or Helston, for instance, William was often a little dogged; with proud or insolent ladies, too, he was quite unmanageable, sometimes very resentful; but he was most sensible of, most tractable to, good humour and civility. His nature, a stubborn one, was repelled by inflexibility in other natures, for which reason he had never been able to like his former master, Moore, and unconscious of that gentleman's good opinion of himself, and of the service he had secretly rendered him in recommending him as gardener to Mr. Yorke, and by this means to other families in the neighbourhood, he continued to harbour a grudge against his austerity. Latterly he had often worked at Fieldhead. Miss Keeldar's frank, hospitable manners were perfectly charming to him. Caroline he had known from her childhood. Unconsciously she was his ideal of a lady. Her gentle mien, step, gestures, her grace of person and attire, moved some artist fibres about his peasant heart. He had a pleasure in looking at her, as he had in examining rare flowers, or in seeing pleasant landscapes. Both the ladies liked William. It was their delight to lend him books, to give him plants, and they preferred his conversation far before that of many coarse, hard, pretentious people, immeasurably higher in station. "Who was speaking, William, when you came out?" asked Shirley. "A gentleman you set a deal of store on, Miss Shirley, Mr. Dunn." "You look knowing, William. How did you find out my regard for Mr. Dunn?" "Ay, Miss Shirley, there's a gleg light at your een sometimes which betrays you. You look right down scornful sometimes when Mr. Dunn is by." "Do you like him yourself, William?" "Me?
I'm stalled at a curate's, and so is t' wife. They've no manners. They talk to poor folk fair as if they thought they were beneath them. They're allus magnifying their office. It is a pity, but their office could magnify them. But it does nowt o' the sort. I fair hate pride."
"But you are proud in your own way yourself," interposed Caroline. "You are what you call house-proud. You like to have everything handsome about you. Sometimes you look as if you were almost too proud to take your wages. When you are out of work you are too proud to get anything on credit. But for your children I believe you would rather have starved than gone to the shops without money. And when I wanted to give you something, what a difficulty I had in making you take it."
"It is partly true, Miss Caroline. Ony day I'd rather give than take, especially from such as ye. Look at the difference between us. You're a little, young, slender lass, and I'm a great strong man. I'm rather more'n twice your age. It is not my part, then, I think, to take from you, to be under obligations, as they say to you. And that day you came to our house, and called me to door, and offered me 5 shillings, which I doubt you could ill spare, for you've no fortin, I know. That day I was fair a rebel, and radical, and insurrectionist, and you made me so. I thought it shameful that, willing and able as I was to work, I should be in such a condition, that a young creetur about the age of my own eldest lass could think it needful to come and offer me her bit o' brass."
"I suppose you were angry with me, William."
"I almost was, in a way. But I forgave you very soon. You meant well. I am proud, and so are you, but your pride and mine is to right make. What we call a Yorkshire clean pride, such as Mr. Malone and Mr. Dunn knows nowt about. Theirs is mucky pride. Now I shall teach my lasses to be as proud as Miss Shirley there, and my lads to be as proud as myseln, but I dare ony of 'em to be like the curates. I'd lick little Michael if I seed him showing any signs of that feeling."
"What is the difference, William?"
"You know the difference, Willano, but you want me to get agate at talking. Mr. Malone and Mr. Dunn is almost too proud to do aught for theirseln. We're almost too proud to let anybody do aught for us. The curates can hardly bide to speak a civil word to them they think beneath them. We can hardly bide to take an uncivil word for them that thinks themselves aboon us."
"Now, William, be humble enough to tell me how truly you are getting on in the world. Are you well off?"
"Miss Shirley, I am very well off. Since I got to the gardening line with Mr. Yorke's help, and since Mr. Hall, another of the right sort, helped my wife to set up a bit of a shop, I've nowt to complain of. My family has plenty to eat and plenty to wear. My pride makes me find means to save an odd pound now and then against rainy days, for I think I'd die afore I'd come to parish, and me and mine is content, but the neighbours is poor yet. I see a great deal of distress."
"And consequently there is still discontent, I suppose?" inquired Miss Keeldar.
"Consequently, you say right, consequently. In course, starving folk cannot be satisfied or settled folk. The country is not in a safe condition, I'll say so much."
"But what can be done? What more can I do, for instance?"
"Do? You cannot do much, poor young lass. You've given your brass, you've done well. If you could transport your tenant, Mr. Moore, to Botany Bay, you'd happen do better. Folks hate him."
"William, for shame!" exclaimed Caroline warmly. "If folks do hate him, it is to their disgrace, not his. Mr. Moore himself hates nobody. He only wants to do his duty and maintain his rights. You are wrong to talk so."
"I talk as I think. He has a cold, unfeeling heart, yond Moore."
"But," interposed Shirley, "supposing Moore was driven from the country and his mill razed to the ground, would people have more work?"
"They'd have less. I know that, and they know that, and there is many an honest lad driven desperate by the certainty that whichever way he turns he cannot better himself, and there is dishonest men plenty to guide them to the devil, scoundrels that reckons to be the people's friends, and that knows nought about the people, and is as insincere as Lucifer. I've lived aboon 40 year in the world, and I believe that the people will never have any true friends but theirseln, and them 2 or 3 good folk at different stations that is friends to all the world. Human nature, taking it to the lump, is nought but selfishness. It is but excessive few. It is but just an exception here or there, now and then, such as ye 2 young'uns and me, that being in a different sphere can understand to one t'other, and be friends without slavishness o' one hand or pride o' the other. Them that reckons to be friends to a lower class than their own for political motives is never to be trusted. They always try to make their inferiors tools. For my own part, I will neither be patronized nor misled for no man's pleasure. I've had overtures made to me lately that I saw were treacherous, and I flung 'em back i' the faces o' them that offered 'em."
"You won't tell us what overtures?"
"I will not. It would do no good. It would make no difference. Them they concerned can look after theirseln." "Aye, we's look after weirseln," said another voice. Joe Scott had sauntered forth from the church to get a breath of fresh air, and there he stood. "I'll warrant you, Joe," observed William, smiling. "And I'll warrant my master," was the answer. "Young ladies," continued Joe, assuming a lordly air, "you'd better go into the house." "I wonder what for?" inquired Shirley, to whom the overlooker's somewhat pragmatical manners were familiar, and who was often at war with him, for Joe, holding supercilious theories about women in general, resented greatly, in his secret soul, the fact of his master and his master's mill being, in a manner, under petticoat government, and had felt as wormwood and gall certain business visits of the heiress to the Hollows counting-house. "Because there is not a gate that fits women to be consarned in." "Indeed? There is prayer and preaching agate in that church. Are we not concerned in that?" "Ye have been present neither at the prayer nor preaching, ma'am, if I have observed aright. What I alluded to was politics. William Farren here was touching on that subject, if I'm not mistaken." "Well, what then? Politics are our habitual study, Joe. Do you know, I see a newspaper every day, and two of a Sunday." "I should think you'll read the marriages, probably, miss, and the murders, and the accidents, and such like." "I read the leading articles, Joe, and the foreign intelligence, and I look over the market prices. In short, I read just what gentlemen read." Joe looked as if he thought this talk was like the chattering of a pie. He replied to it by a disdainful silence. "Joe," continued Miss Keeldar, "I never yet could ascertain properly whether you are a Whig or a Tory. Pray, which party has the honour of your alliance?" "It is rather difficult to explain where you are not sure to be understood," was Joe's haughty response. "But as to being a Tory, I'd as soon be an old woman, or a young one, which is a more flimsier article still. It is the Tories that carries on the war and ruins trade, and if I be of any party, though political parties is all nonsense, I'm of that which is most favourable to peace, and by consequence to the mercantile interests of this here land." "So am I, Joe," replied Shirley, who had rather a pleasure in teasing the overlooker by persisting in talking on subjects with which he opined she, as a woman, had no right to meddle. "Partly, at least. I have rather a leaning to the agricultural interest too, as good reason is, seeing that I don't desire England to be under the feet of France, and that if a share of my income comes from Hollow's Mill, a larger share comes from the landed estate around it. It would not do to take any measure injurious to the farmers, Joe, I think." "The dews at this hour is unwholesome for females," observed Joe. "If you make that remark out of interest to me, I have merely to assure you that I am impervious to cold. I should not mind taking my turn to watch the mill one of these summer nights, armed with your musket, Joe." Joe Scott's chin was always rather prominent. He poked it out at this speech some inches further than usual. "But to go back to my sheep," she proceeded, "clothier and mill owner as I am, besides farmer, I cannot get out of my head a certain idea that we manufacturers and persons of business are sometimes a very little selfish and short-sighted in our views, and rather too regardless of human suffering, rather heartless in our pursuit of gain. Don't you agree with me, Joe?" "I cannot argue where I cannot be comprehended," was again the answer. "Man of mystery! Your master will argue with me sometimes, Joe. He is not so stiff as you are." "May be not. We've all our own ways." "Joe, do you seriously think all the wisdom in the world is lodged in male skulls?" "I think that women are a kittle and a froward generation, and I've a great respect for the doctrines delivered in the 2nd chapter of St. Paul's 1st epistle to Timothy." "What doctrines, Joe?" "Let the woman learn in silence with all subjection. I suffer not a woman to teach, nor to usurp authority over the man, but to be in silence. For Adam was first formed, then Eve." "What has that to do with the business?" interjected Shirley. "That smacks of rights of primogeniture. I'll bring it up to Mr. Yorke the first time he inveighs against those rights." "And," continued Joe Scott, "Adam was not deceived, but the woman, being deceived, was in the transgression." "More shame to Adam to sin with his eyes open," cried Miss Keeldar. "To confess the honest truth, Joe, I never was easy in my mind concerning that chapter. It puzzles me." "It is very plain, miss. He that runs may read." "He may read it in his own fashion," remarked Caroline, now joining in the dialogue for the first time. "You allow the right of private judgment, I suppose, Joe?" My certy, that I do. I allow and claim it for every line of the holy book.
Women may exercise it as well as men.
Nay, women is to take their husband's opinion, both in politics and religion. It's wholesomest for them.
Oh, oh, exclaimed both Shirley and Caroline.
To be sure, no doubt on't, persisted the stubborn overlooker.
Consider yourself groaned down and cried shame over for such a stupid observation, said Miss Keeldar. You might as well say men are to take the opinions of their priests without examination. Of what value would a religion so adopted be? It would be mere blind, besotted superstition.
And what is your reading, Miss Helston, of these words of St. Paul's?
I account for them in this way. He wrote that chapter for a particular congregation of Christians, under peculiar circumstances, and besides, I dare say, if I could read the original Greek, I should find that many of the words have been wrongly translated, perhaps misapprehended altogether. It would be possible, I doubt not, with a little ingenuity, to give the passage quite a contrary turn, to make it say, let the woman speak out whenever she sees fit to make an objection. It is permitted to a woman to teach and to exercise authority as much as may be. Man, meantime, cannot do better than hold his peace, and so on.
That willn't wash, miss.
I dare say it will. My notions are dyed in faster colours than yours, Joe. Mr. Scott, you are a thoroughly dogmatical person, and always were. I like William better than you. Joe is well enough in his own house, said Shirley. I have seen him as quiet as a lamb at home. There is not a better nor a kinder husband in Briarfield. He does not dogmatize to his wife.
My wife is a hard-working, plain woman. Time and trouble has ta'en all the conceit out of her, but that is not the case with you, young missus. And then you reckon to have so much knowledge, and to my thoughts it's only superficial sort of vanities you're acquainted with. I can tell, happen a year sin', one day Miss Caroline coming into our counting-house when I were packing up summat behind a great desk, and she didn't see me, and she brought a slate with a sum on it to the master. It were only a bit of a sum in practice, that our Harry would have settled in 2 minutes. She couldn't do it. Mr. Moore had to show her how, and when he did show her, she couldn't understand him.
Nonsense, Joe.
Nay, it's no nonsense, and Miss Shirley there reckons to hearken to the master when he's talking o' her trade, so attentive-like, as if she followed him word for word, and all was as clear as lady's looking-glass to her een, and all the while she's peeping and peeping out of the window to see if the mare stands quiet, and then looking at a bit of splash on her riding-skirt, and then glancing glegly round at our counting-house cobwebs and dust, and thinking what mucky folk we are, and what a grand ride she'll have just enow o'er Nullily Common. She hears no more of Mr. Moore's talk, nor if he spake Hebrew.
Joe, you are a real slanderer. I would give you your answer, only the people are coming out of church. We must leave you. Man of prejudice, good-bye. William, good-bye. Children, come up to Fieldhead tomorrow, and you shall choose what you like best out of Mrs. Gill's storeroom. End of chapter 18. Chapter 19 of Shirley. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Elizabeth Klett. Shirley, by Charlotte Brontë. Chapter 19. A Summer Night. Part 1. The hour was now that of dusk. A clear air favoured the kindling of the stars. There will be just light enough to show me the way home, said Miss Keeldar, as she prepared to take leave of Caroline at the rectory garden door. You must not go alone, Shirley. Fanny shall accompany you. That she shall not. Of what need I be afraid in my own parish? I would walk from Fieldhead to the church any fine midsummer night, 3 hours later than this, for the mere pleasure of seeing the stars, and the chance of meeting a fairy. But just wait till the crowd is cleared away. Agreed. There are the 5 Mrs. Armitage streaming by. Here comes Mrs. Sykes' phaeton, Mr. Wynn's close carriage, Mrs. Birtwhistle's car. I don't wish to go through the ceremony of bidding them all good-bye, so we will step into the garden and take shelter among the laburnums for an instant. The rectors, their curates and their churchwardens, now issued from the church porch. There was a great confabulation, shaking of hands, congratulation on speeches, recommendation to be careful of the night air, etc. By degrees the throng dispersed, the carriages drove off. Miss Keeldar was just emerging from her flowery refuge, when Mr. Helston entered the garden and met her. "Oh, I want you," he said. "I was afraid you were already gone. Caroline, come here." Caroline came, expecting, as Shirley did, a lecture on not having been visible at church. Other subjects, however, occupied the rector's mind. "I shall not sleep at home tonight," he continued. "I have just met with an old friend, and promised to accompany him. I shall return probably about noon tomorrow. Thomas, the clerk, is engaged, and I cannot get him to sleep in the house, as I usually do when I am absent for a night. Now—" "Now," interrupted Shirley, "you want me as a gentleman, the first gentleman in Briarfield, in short, to supply your place, be master of the rectory, and guardian of your niece and maids while you are away." "Exactly, Captain. I thought the post would suit you. Will you favour Caroline so far as to be her guest for one night? Will you stay here instead of going back to Fieldhead?" "And what will Mrs. Pryor do? She expects me home." "I will send her word. Come, make up your mind to stay. It grows late. The dew falls heavily. You and Caroline will enjoy each other's society, I doubt not." "I promise you then to stay with Caroline," replied Shirley. "As you say, we shall enjoy each other's society. We will not be separated tonight. Now rejoin your old friend, and fear nothing for us." "If there should chance to be any disturbance in the night, Captain, if you should hear the picking of a lock, the cutting out of pane of glass, a stealthy tread of steps about the house, and I need not fear to tell you, who bear a well-tempered, mettlesome heart under your girl's ribbon sash, that such little incidents are very possible in the present time, what would you do?" "Don't know. Faint, perhaps, fall down, and have to be picked up again. But, doctor, if you assign me the post of honour, you must give me arms. What weapons are there in your stronghold?" "You could not wield a sword?" "No, I could manage the carving knife better." "You will find a good one in the dining-room sideboard, a lady's knife, light to handle and as sharp-pointed as a poniard." "It will suit Caroline, but you must give me a brace of pistols. I know you have pistols." "I have 2 pairs. 1 pair I can place at your disposal. You will find them suspended over the mantelpiece of my study in cloth cases." "Loaded?" "Yes, but not on the cock. Cock them before you go to bed. It is paying you a great compliment, Captain, to lend you these. Were you one of the awkward squad, you should not have them." "I will take care. You need delay no longer, Mr. Helston. You may go now. He is gracious to me to lend me his pistols," she remarked as the rector passed out at the garden gate. "But come, Lina," she continued, "let us go in and have some supper. I was too much vexed at tea with the vicinage of Mr. Sam Wynne to be able to eat, and now I am really hungry." Entering the house, they repaired to the darkened dining-room, through the open windows of which apartment stole the evening air, bearing the perfume of flowers from the garden, the very distant sound of far-retreating steps from the road, and a soft vague murmur, whose origin Caroline explained by the remark, uttered as she stood listening at the casement, "Shirley, I hear the beck in the hollow." Then she rung the bell, asked for a candle and some bread and milk, Miss Keeldar's usual supper and her own. Fanny, when she brought in the tray, would have closed the windows and the shutters, but was requested to desist for the present. The twilight was too calm, its breath too balmy, to be yet excluded. They took their meal in silence. Caroline rose once to remove to the window-sill a glass of flowers which stood on the sideboard, the exhalation from the blossoms being somewhat too powerful for the sultry room. In returning she half opened a drawer, and took from it something that glittered clear and keen in her hand. "You assigned this to me, then, Shirley, did you? It is bright, keen-edged, finely tapered. It is dangerous-looking. I never yet felt the impulse which could move me to direct this against a fellow creature. It is difficult to fancy what circumstances could nerve my arm to strike home with this long knife." "I should hate to do it," replied Shirley, "but I think I could do it, if goaded by certain exigencies which I can imagine." And Miss Keeldar quietly sipped her glass of new milk, looking somewhat thoughtful, and a little pale, though indeed, when did she not look pale? She was never florid. The milk sipped and the bread eaten, Fanny was again summoned. She and Eliza were recommended to go to bed, which they were quite willing to do, being weary of the day's exertions, of much cutting of currant buns, and filling of urns and teapots, and running backwards and forwards with trays. Ere long the maid's chamber door was heard to close. Caroline took a candle, and went quietly all over the house, seeing that every window was fast and every door barred. She did not even evade the haunted back kitchen, nor the vault-like cellars. These visited, she returned. "There is neither spirit nor flesh in the house at present," she said, "which should not be there. It is now near 11 o'clock, fully bedtime, yet I would rather sit up a little longer, if you do not object, Shirley. Here," she continued, "I have brought the brace of pistols from my uncle's study. You may examine them at your leisure." She placed them on the table before her friend. "Why would you rather sit up longer?" asked Miss Keeldar, taking up the firearms, examining them, and again laying them down. "Because I have a strange, excited feeling in my heart." "So have I." "Is this state of sleeplessness and restlessness caused by something electrical in the air, I wonder?" "No. The sky is clear, the stars numberless. It is a fine night." "But very still. I hear the water fret over its stony bed in hollow copse as distinctly as if it ran below the churchyard wall." "I am glad it is so still a night. A moaning wind or rushing rain would vex me to fever just now." "Why, Shirley?" "Because it would baffle my efforts to listen." "Do you listen towards the hollow?" "Yes. It is the only quarter whence we can hear a sound just now." "The only one, Shirley." They both sat near the window, and both leaned their arms on the sill, and both inclined their heads towards the open lattice. They saw each other's young faces by the starlight, and that dim June twilight which does not wholly fade from the west till dawn begins to break in the east. "Mr. Helston thinks we have no idea which way he has gone," murmured Miss Keeldar, "nor on what errand, nor with what expectations, nor how prepared, but I guess much, do not you?" "I guess something." "All those gentlemen, your cousin Moore included, think that you and I are now asleep in our beds, unconscious." "Caring nothing about them, hoping and fearing nothing for them," added Caroline. Both kept silence for full half an hour. The night was silent too, only the church clock measured its course by quarters. Some words were interchanged about the chill of the air. They wrapped their scarves closer round them, resumed their bonnets which they had removed, and again watched. Towards midnight the teasing, monotonous bark of the house-dog disturbed the quietude of their vigil. Caroline rose, and made her way noiselessly through the dark passages to the kitchen, intending to appease him with a piece of bread. She succeeded. On returning to the dining-room she found it all dark, Miss Keeldar having extinguished the candle. The outline of her shape was visible near the still open window, leaning out. Miss Helston asked no questions. She stole to her side. The dog recommenced barking furiously. Suddenly he stopped and seemed to listen. The occupants of the dining-room listened too, and not merely now to the flow of the mill-stream. There was a nearer, though a muffled sound on the road below the churchyard, a measured, beating, approaching sound, a dull tramp of marching feet. It drew near. Those who listened by degrees comprehended its extent. It was not the tread of 2, nor of a dozen, nor of a score of men. It was the tread of hundreds. They could see nothing. The high shrubs of the garden formed a leafy screen between them and the road. To hear, however, was not enough, and this they felt as the troop trod forwards, and seemed actually passing the rectory. They felt it more when a human voice, though that voice spoke but one word, broke the hush of the night. "Halt!" A halt followed. The march was arrested. Then came a low conference, of which no word was distinguishable from the dining-room. "We must hear this," said Shirley. She turned, took her pistols from the table, silently passed out through the middle window of the dining-room, which was in fact a glass door, stole down the walk to the garden wall, and stood listening under the lilacs. Caroline would not have quitted the house had she been alone, but where Shirley went she would go. She glanced at the weapon on the sideboard, but left it behind her, and presently stood at her friend's side. They dared not look over the wall for fear of being seen. They were obliged to crouch behind it. They heard these words: "It looks a rambling old building. Who lives in it besides the damned parson?" "Only 3 women, his niece and 2 servants." "Do you know where they sleep?" "The lasses behind, the niece in a front room." "And Helston?" "Yonder is his chamber. He uses burning a light, but I see none now." "Where would you get in?" "If I were ordered to do his job, and he deserves it, I'd try yon long window. It opens to the dining-room. I could grope my way upstairs, and I know his chamber." "How would you manage about the women-folk?" "Let 'em alone, except they shrieked, and then I'd soon quiet 'em. I could wish to find the old chap asleep. If he waked he'd be dangerous." "Has he arms?" "Firearms, allus, and allus loaded."
Then you're a fool to stop us here. A shot would give the alarm. More would be on us before we could turn around. We should miss our main object. You might go on, I tell you. I'd engaged Helston alone. A pause. One of the party dropped some weapon, which rang on the stone causeway. At this sound the rectory dog barked again furiously, fiercely. "That spoils all," said the voice. "He'll awake. A noise like that might rouse the dead. You did not say there was a dog, damn you! Forward!" Forward they went, tramp, tramp, with mustering manifold, slow filing tread. They were gone. Shirley stood erect, looked over the wall, along the road. "Not a soul remains," she said. She stood and mused. "Thank God," was the next observation. Caroline repeated the ejaculation, not in so steady a tone. She was trembling much, her heart was beating fast and thick, her face was cold, her forehead damp. "Thank God for us," she reiterated. "But what will happen elsewhere? They have passed us by, that they may make sure of others." "They have done well," returned Shirley with composure. "The others will defend themselves. They can do it. They are prepared for them. With us it is otherwise. My finger was on the trigger of this pistol. I was quite ready to give that man if he had entered such a greeting as he little calculated on. But behind him followed 300. I had neither 300 hands nor 300 weapons. I could not have effectually protected either you, myself, or the 2 poor women asleep under that roof. Therefore I again earnestly thank God for insult and peril escaped." After a second pause she continued, "What is it my duty and wisdom to do next? Not to stay here inactive, I am glad to say, but of course to walk over to the Hollow." "To the Hollow, Shirley?" "To the Hollow. Will you go with me?" "Where those men are gone?" "They have taken the highway. We should not encounter them. The road over the fields is as safe, silent, and solitary as a path through the air would be. Will you go?" "Yes," was the answer, given mechanically, not because the speaker wished or was prepared to go, or indeed was otherwise than scared at the prospect of going, but because she felt she could not abandon Shirley. "Then we must fasten up these windows, and leave all as secure as we can behind us. Do you know what we are going for, Carrie?" "Yes, no, because you wish it." "Is that all? And you are so obedient to a mere caprice of mine? What a docile wife you would make to a stern husband! The moon's face is not whiter than yours at this moment, and the aspen at the gate does not tremble more than your busy fingers, and so tractable and terror-struck and dismayed and devoted, you would follow me into a thick of real danger. Carrie, let me give your fidelity a motive. We are going for Moore's sake, to see if we can be of use to him, to make an effort to warn him of what is coming." "To be sure. I am a blind, weak fool, and you are acute and sensible, Shirley. I will go with you. I will gladly go with you." "I do not doubt it. You would die blindly and meekly for me, but you would intelligently and gladly die for Moore. But in truth there is no question of death tonight. We run no risk at all." Caroline rapidly closed shutter and lattice. "Do not fear that I shall not have breath to run as fast as you can possibly run, Shirley. Take my hand. Let us go straight across the fields." "But you cannot climb walls." "Tonight I can." "You are afraid of hedges, and the beck which we shall be forced to cross." "I can cross it." They started. They ran. Many a wall checked, but did not baffle them. Shirley was sure-footed and agile. She could spring like a deer when she chose. Caroline, more timid and less dexterous, fell once or twice, and bruised herself, but she rose again directly, saying she was not hurt. A quick-set hedge bounded the last field. They lost time in seeking a gap in it. The aperture, when found, was narrow, but they worked their way through. The long hair, the tender skin, the silks and the muslins suffered, but what was chiefly regretted was the impediment this difficulty had caused to speed. On the other side they met the beck, flowing deep in a rough bed. At this point a narrow plank formed the only bridge across it. Shirley had trodden the plank successfully and fearlessly many a time before. Caroline had never yet dared to risk the transit. "I will carry you across," said Miss Keeldar. "You are light, and I am not weak. Let me try." "If I fall in you may fish me out," was the answer, as a grateful squeeze compressed her hand. Caroline, without pausing, trod forward on the trembling plank, as if it were a continuation of the firm turf. Shirley, who followed, did not cross it more resolutely or safely. In their present humour, on their present errand, a strong and foaming channel would have been a barrier to neither.
At the moment they were above the control either of fire or water. All Stilbro Moor, alight and alow with bonfires, would not have stopped them, nor would Calder or air thundering in flood. Yet one sound made them pause. Scarce had they set foot on the solid opposite bank, when a shot split the air from the north. 1 second elapsed. Further off burst a like note in the south. Within the space of 3 minutes, similar signals boomed in the east and west. "I thought we were dead at the first explosion," observed Shirley, drawing a long breath. "I felt myself hit in the temples, and I concluded your heart was pierced, but the reiterated voice was an explanation. Those are signals. It is their way. The attack must be near. We should have had wings. Our feet have not borne us swiftly enough." A portion of the copse was now to clear. When they emerged from it, the mill lay just below them. They could look down upon the buildings, the yard. They could see the road beyond. And the first glance in that direction told Shirley she was right in her conjecture. They were already too late to give warning. It had taken more time than they calculated on to overcome the various obstacles which embarrassed the short cut across the fields. End of Chapter 19, Part 1. Chapter 19, Part 2 of Shirley. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Elizabeth Klett. Shirley, by Charlotte Brontë. Chapter 19. A Summer Night, Part 2. The road, which should have been white, was dark with a moving mass. The rioters were assembled in front of the closed yard gates, and a single figure stood within, apparently addressing them. The mill itself was perfectly black and still. There was neither life, light, nor motion around it. "Surely he is prepared. Surely that is not Moore meeting them alone," whispered Shirley. "It is. We must go to him. I will go to him." "That you will not." "Why did I come, then? I came only for him. I shall join him." "Fortunately it is out of your power. There was no entrance to the yard." "There is a small entrance at the back, besides the gates in front. It opens by a secret method which I know. I will try it." "Not with my leave." Miss Keeldar clasped her round the waist with both arms, and held her back. "Not one step shall you stir," she went on authoritatively. "At this moment Moore would be both shocked and embarrassed if he saw either you or me. Men never want women near them in time of real danger." "I would not trouble. I would help him," was the reply. "How? By inspiring him with heroism? Pooh! These are not the days of chivalry. It is not a tilt at a tournament we are going to behold, but a struggle about money, and food, and life." "It is natural that I should be at his side." "As queen of his heart? His mill is his lady-love, Carrie. Backed by his factory and his frames, he has all the encouragement he wants or can know. It is not for love or beauty, but for ledger and broadcloth he is going to break a spear. Don't be sentimental. Robert is not so." "I can help him. I will seek him." "Off, then. I let you go. Seek more. You'll not find him." She loosened her hold. Caroline sped like levelled shaft from bent bow. After her rang a jesting, gibing laugh. "Look well, there is no mistake," was the warning given. But there was a mistake. Miss Helston paused, hesitated, gazed. The figure had suddenly retreated from the gate, and was running back hastily to the mill. "Make haste, Lina!" cried Shirley. "Meet him before he enters." Caroline slowly returned. "It is not Robert," she said. "It has neither his height, form, nor bearing." "I saw it was not Robert when I let you go. How could you imagine it? It is a shabby little figure of a private soldier. They have posted him as sentinel. He is safe in the mill now. I saw the door open and admit him. My mind grows easier. Robert is prepared. Our warning would have been superfluous, and now I am thankful we came too late to give it. It has saved us the trouble of a scene. How fine to have entered the counting-house tout éperdu, and to have found oneself in presence of Monsieur Armitage and Ramsden smoking, Malone swaggering, your uncle sneering, Mr. Sykes sipping a cordial, and Moore himself in his cold man-of-business vein. I am glad we missed it all." I wonder if there are many in the mill, Shirley.
Plenty to defend it. The soldiers we have twice seen today were going there no doubt, and the group we noticed surrounding your cousin in the fields will be with him.
What are they doing now, Shirley? What is that noise?
Hatchets and crowbars against the yard gates. They are forcing them. Are you afraid?
No, but my heart throbs fast. I have a difficulty in standing. I will sit down.
Do you feel unmoved? Hardly that, but I am glad I came. We shall see what transpires with our own eyes. We are here on the spot, and none know it. Instead of amazing the curate, the clothier, and the corn dealer with a romantic rush on the stage, we stand alone with the friendly night, its mute stars, and these whispering trees, whose report our friends will not come to gather.
Shirley, Shirley, the gates are down! That crash was like the felling of great trees. Now they are pouring through. They will break down the mill doors as they have broken the gate. What can Robert do against so many? Would to God I were a little nearer him, could hear him speak, could speak to him. With my will, my longing to serve him, I could not be a useless burden in his way. I could be turned to some account.
They come on, cried Shirley. How steadily they march in! There is discipline in their ranks. I will not say there is courage. Hundreds against tens are no proof of that quality. But, she dropped her voice, there is suffering and desperation enough amongst them. These goads will urge them forwards.
Forwards against Robert, and they hate him. Surely is there much danger they will win the day?
We shall see. Moore and Helston are of earth's first blood, no bunglers, no cravens. A crash, smash, shiver, stopped their whispers. A simultaneously hurled volley of stones had saluted the broad front of the mill, with all its windows, and now every pane of every lattice lay in shattered and pounded fragments. A yell followed this demonstration, a rioter's yell, a north of England, a Yorkshire, a West Riding clothing district of Yorkshire rioter's yell. You never heard that sound, perhaps, reader? So much the better for your ears, perhaps for your heart. Since if it rends the air in hate to yourself, or to the men or principles you approve, the interest to which you wish well. Wrath wakens to the cry of hate. The lion shakes his mane and rises to the howl of the hyena. Caste stands up ireful against caste, and the indignant, wronged spirit of the middle rank bears down in zeal and scorn on the famished and furious mass of the operative class. It is difficult to be tolerant, difficult to be just in such moments. Caroline rose. Shirley put her arm round her. They stood together as still as the straight stems of two trees. That yell was a long one, and when it ceased, the night was yet full of the swaying and murmuring of a crowd. What next? Was the question of the listeners. Nothing came yet. The mill remained mute as a mausoleum.
He cannot be alone, whispered Caroline.
I would stake all I have that he is as little alone as he is alarmed, responded Shirley. Shots were discharged by the rioters. Had the defenders waited for this signal? It seemed so. The hitherto inert and passive mill woke. Fire flashed from its empty window frames. A volley of musketry pealed sharp through the hollow. Moore speaks at last, said Shirley, and he seems to have the gift of tongues. That was not a single voice.
He has been forbearing. No one can accuse him of rashness, alleged Caroline. Their discharge preceded his. They broke his gates and his windows. They fired at his garrison before he repelled them.
What was going on now? It seemed difficult in the darkness to distinguish, but something terrible, a still renewing tumult, was obvious. Fierce attacks, desperate repulses. The mill yard, the mill itself, was full of battle movements. There was scarcely any cessation now of the discharge of firearms, and there was struggling, rushing, trampling, and shouting between. The aim of the assailants seemed to be to enter the mill, that of the defendants to beat them off. They heard the rebel leader cry, "To the back, lads!" They heard a voice retort, "Come round, we will meet you." "To the counting-house," was the order again. "Welcome, we shall have you there," was the response. And accordingly the fiercest blaze that had yet glowed, the loudest rattle that had yet been heard, burst from the counting-house front, when the mass of rioters rushed up to it. The voice that is spoken was Moore's own voice. They could tell by its tones that his soul was now warm with the conflict. They could guess that the fighting animal was roused in every one of those men there struggling together, and was for the time quite paramount above the rational human being. Both the girls felt their faces glow and their pulses throb. Both knew they would do no good by rushing down into the melee. They desired neither to deal nor to receive blows, but they could not have run away, Caroline no more than Shirley. They could not have fainted, they could not have taken their eyes from the dim, terrible scene, from the mass of cloud, of smoke, the musket lightning, for the world. How and when would it end? Was the demand throbbing in their throbbing pulses. Would a juncture arise in which they could be useful? Was what they waited to see. For though Shirley put off their too late arrival with a jest, and was ever ready to satirize her own or any other person's enthusiasm, she would have given a farm of her best land for a chance of rendering good service. The chance was not vouchsafed her. The looked-for juncture never came. It was not likely. Moore had expected this attack for days, perhaps weeks. He was prepared for it at every point. He had fortified and garrisoned his mill, which in itself was a strong building. He was a cool, brave man. He stood to the defence with unflinching firmness. Those who were with him caught his spirit and copied his demeanour. The rioters had never been so met before. At other mills they had attacked, they had found no resistance. An organized, resolute defence was what they never dreamed of encountering. When their leaders saw the steady fire kept up from the mill, witnessed the composure and determination of its owner, heard themselves coolly defied and invited on to death, and beheld their men falling wounded round them, they felt that nothing was to be done here. In haste they mustered their forces, drew them away from the building. A roll was called over, in which the men answered to figures instead of names. They dispersed wide over the fields, leaving silence and ruin behind them. The attack, from its commencement to its termination, had not occupied an hour. Day was by this time approaching. The west was dim, the east beginning to gleam. It would have seemed that the girls who had watched this conflict would now wish to hasten to the victors, on whose side all their interest had been enlisted, but they only very cautiously approached the now battered mill, and when suddenly a number of soldiers and gentlemen appeared at the great door opening into the yard, they quickly stepped aside into a shed, the deposit of old iron and timber, whence they could see without being seen. It was no cheering spectacle. These premises were now a mere blot of desolation on the fresh front of the summer dawn. All the copse up the hollow was shady and dewy, the hill at its head was green, but just here in the centre of the sweet glen, Discord, broken loose in the night from control, had beaten the ground with his stamping hoofs, and left it waste and pulverized. The mill yawned all ruinous with unglazed frames. The yard was thickly bestrewn with stones and brickbats, and close under the mill, with the glittering fragments of the shattered windows, muskets and other weapons lay here and there. More than one deep crimson stain was visible on the gravel. A human body lay quiet on its face near the gates, and 5 or 6 wounded men writhed and moaned in the bloody dust. Miss Keeldar's countenance changed at this view. It was the aftertaste of the battle, death and pain replacing excitement and exertion. It was the blackness the bright fire leaves when its blaze is sunk, its warmth failed, and its glow faded. "This is what I wished to prevent," she said, in a voice whose cadence betrayed the altered impulse of her heart. "But you could not prevent it. You did your best, but it was in vain," said Caroline comfortingly. "Don't grieve, Shirley." "I am sorry for those poor fellows," was the answer, while the spark in her glance dissolved to dew. "Are any within the mill hurt, I wonder? Is that your uncle?" "It is, and there is Mr. Malone, and oh, Shirley, there is Robert." "Well," resuming her former tone, "don't squeeze your fingers quite into my hand. I see there is nothing wonderful in that. We knew he, at least, was here, whoever might be absent." "He is coming here towards us, Shirley." "Towards the pump, that is to say, for the purpose of washing his hands and his forehead, which has got a scratch, I perceive." "He bleeds, Shirley. Don't hold me. I must go." "Not a step." "He is hurt, Shirley." "Fiddlestick." "But I must go to him. I wish to go so much. I cannot bear to be restrained." "What for?" "To speak to him, to ask how he is, and what I can do for him." "To tease and annoy him, to make a spectacle of yourself and him before these soldiers, Mr. Malone, your uncle, etc. Would he like it, think you? Would you like to remember it a week hence?" Am I always to be curbed and kept down?" demanded Caroline a little passionately. "For his sake, yes, and still more for your own. I tell you, if you showed yourself now, you would repent it an hour hence, and so would Robert." "You think that he would not like it, Shirley?" "Far less than he would like our stopping him to say good night, which you were so sore about." "But that was all play. There was no danger." "And this is serious work. He must be unmolested." "I only wish to go to him because he is my cousin. You understand?" "I quite understand. But now watch him. He has bathed his forehead, and the blood has ceased trickling. His hurt is really a mere graze. I can see it from hence. He is going to look after the wounded men." Accordingly Mr. Moore and Mr. Helston went round the yard, examining each prostrate form. Then they gave directions to have the wounded taken up and carried into the mill. This duty being performed, Joe Scott was ordered to saddle his master's horse and Mr. Helston's pony, and the two gentlemen rode away at full gallop, to seek surgical aid in different directions. Caroline was not yet pacified. "Shirley, Shirley, I should have liked to speak one word to him before he went," she murmured, while the tears gathered glittering in her eyes. "Why do you cry, Lina?" asked Miss Keeldar a little sternly. "You ought to be glad instead of sorry. Robert has escaped any serious harm. He is victorious. He has been cool and brave in combat. He is now considerate in triumph. Is this a time? Are these causes for weeping?" "You do not know what I have in my heart," pleaded the other. "What pain, what distraction, nor whence it arises. I can understand that you should exult in Robert's greatness and goodness. So do I, in one sense, but in another I feel so miserable. I am too far removed from him. I used to be nearer. Let me alone, Shirley. Do let me cry a few minutes. It relieves me." Miss Keeldar, feeling her tremble in every limb, ceased to expostulate with her. She went out of the shed and left her to weep in peace. It was the best plan. In a few minutes Caroline rejoined her, much calmer. She said with her natural, docile, gentle manner, "Come, Shirley, we will go home now. I promise not to try to see Robert again till he asks for me. I never will try to push myself on him. I thank you for restraining me just now." "I did it with a good intention," returned Miss Keeldar. "Now, dear Lina," she continued, "let us turn our faces to the cool morning breeze, and walk very quietly back to the rectory. We will steal in as we stole out. None shall know where we have been, or what we have seen tonight. Neither taunt nor misconstruction can consequently molest us. Tomorrow we will see Robert, and be of good cheer. But I will say no more, lest I should begin to cry too. I seem hard towards you, but I am not so." End of chapter 19.
Chapter 20 of Shirley. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Elizabeth Klett. Shirley, by Charlotte Brontë. Chapter 20. Tomorrow. The two girls met no living soul on their way back to the rectory. They let themselves in noiselessly. They stole upstairs unheard. The breaking morning gave them what light they needed. Shirley sought her couch immediately, and though the room was strange, for she had never slept at the rectory before, and though the recent scene was one unparalleled for excitement and terror by any it had hitherto been her lot to witness, yet scarce was her head laid on the pillow, ere a deep, refreshing sleep closed her eyes, and calmed her senses. Perfect health was Shirley's enviable portion. Though warm-hearted and sympathetic, she was not nervous. Powerful emotions could rouse and sway without exhausting her spirit. The tempest troubled and shook her while it lasted, but it left her elasticity unbent, and her freshness quite unblighted. As every day brought her stimulating emotion, so every night yielded her recreating rest. Caroline now watched her sleeping, and read the serenity of her mind in the beauty of her happy countenance. For herself, being of a different temperament, she could not sleep. The commonplace excitement of the tea-drinking and school-gathering would alone have sufficed to make her restless all night. The effect of the terrible drama which had just been enacted before her eyes was not likely to quit her for days. It was vain even to try to retain a recumbent posture. She sat up by Shirley's side, counting the slow minutes, and watching the June sun mount the heavens. Life wastes fast in such vigils as Caroline had of late but too often kept.
vigils during which the mind, having no pleasant food to nourish it, no manna of hope, no hived honey of joyous memories, tries to live on the meagre diet of wishes, and failing to derive thence either delight or support, and feeling itself ready to perish with craving want, turns to philosophy, to resolution, to resignation, calls on all these gods for aid, calls vainly, is unheard, unhelped, and languishes. Caroline was a Christian, therefore in trouble she framed many a prayer after the Christian creed, preferred it with deep earnestness, begged for patience, strength, relief. This world, however, we all know, is the scene of trial and probation, and for any favourable result her petitions had yet wrought, it seemed to her that they were unheard and unaccepted. She believed sometimes that God had turned his face from her. At moments she was a Calvinist, and sinking into the gulf of religious despair, she saw darkening over her the doom of reprobation. Most people have had a period or periods in their lives when they have felt thus forsaken, when having long hoped against hope, and still seen the day of fruition deferred, their hearts have truly sickened within them. This is a terrible hour, but it is often that darkest point which precedes the rise of day, that turn of the year when the icy January wind carries over the waste at once the dirge of departing winter and the prophecy of coming spring. The perishing birds, however, cannot thus understand the blast before which they shiver, and as little can the suffering soul recognize, in the climax of its affliction, the dawn of its deliverance. Yet let whoever grieves still cling fast to love and faith in God. God will never deceive, never finally desert him. Whom he loveth, he chasteneth. These words are true, and should not be forgotten. The household was astir at last, the servants were up, the shutters were opened below. Caroline, as she quitted the couch, which had been but a thorny one to her, felt that revival of spirits which the return of day, of action, gives to all but the wholly despairing or actually dying. She dressed herself as usual, carefully, trying so to arrange her hair and attire that nothing of the forlornness she felt at heart should be visible externally. She looked as fresh as Shirley when both were dressed, only that Miss Keeldar's eyes were lively, and Miss Helston's languid. "To-day I shall have much to say to Moore," were Shirley's first words, and you could see in her face that life was full of interest, expectation, and occupation for her. "He will have to undergo cross-examination," she added. "I dare say he thinks he has outwitted me cleverly, and this is the way men deal with women, still concealing danger from them. Thinking, I suppose, to spare them pain. They imagined we little knew where they were to-night. We know they little conjectured where we were. Men, I believe, fancy women's minds something like those of children. Now that is a mistake." This was said as she stood at the glass, training her naturally waved hair into curls by twining it round her fingers. She took up the theme again 5 minutes after, as Caroline fastened her dress and clasped her girdle. "If men could see us as we really are, they would be a little amazed. But the cleverest, the acutest men are often under an illusion about women. They do not read them in a true light. They misapprehend them, both for good and evil. Their good woman is a queer thing, half doll, half angel. Their bad woman almost always a fiend. Then to hear them fall into ecstasies with each other's creations, worshipping the heroine of such a poem, novel, drama, thinking it fine, divine. Fine and divine it may be, but often quite artificial, false as the rose in my best bonnet there. If I spoke all I think on this point, if I gave my real opinion of some first-rate female characters in first-rate works, where should I be? Dead under a cairn of avenging stones in half an hour." "Shirley, you chatter so, I can't fasten you. Be still. And after all, authors' heroines are almost as good as authoresses' heroes." "Not at all. Women read men more truly than men read women. I'll prove that in a magazine paper some day when I've time. Only it will never be inserted. It will be 'declined with thanks' and left for me at the publisher's." "To be sure. You could not write cleverly enough. You don't know enough. You are not learned, Shirley." "God knows I can't contradict you, Carrie. I'm as ignorant as a stone. There's one comfort, however. You are not much better." They descended to breakfast. "I wonder how Mrs. Pryor and Hortense Moore have passed the night," said Caroline as she made the coffee. Selfish being that I am, I never thought of either of them till just now. They will have heard all the tumult. Fieldhead and the cottage are so near, and Hortense is timid in such matters. No doubt is Mrs. Pryor. Take my word for it, Lina, Moore will have contrived to get his sister out of the way. She went home with Miss Mann. He will have quartered her there for the night. As to Mrs. Pryor, I own I am uneasy about her, but in another half-hour we will be with her." By this time the news of what had happened at the Hollow was spread all over the neighbourhood. Fanny, who had been to Fieldhead to fetch the milk, returned in panting haste, with tidings that there had been a battle in the night at Mr. Moore's mill, and that some said 20 men were killed. Eliza, during Fanny's absence, had been apprised by the butcher's boy that the mill was burnt to the ground. Both women rushed into the parlour to announce these terrible facts to the ladies, terminating their clear and accurate narrative by the assertion that they were sure master must have been in it all. He and Thomas, the clerk, they were confident, must have gone last night to join Mr. Moore and the soldiers. Mr. Malone, too, had not been heard of at his lodging since yesterday afternoon, and Joe Scott's wife and family were in the greatest distress, wondering what had become of their head. Scarcely was this information imparted when a knock at the kitchen door announced the Fieldhead errand-boy, arrived in hot haste, bearing a billet from Mrs. Pryor. It was hurriedly written, and urged Miss Keeldar to return directly, as the neighbourhood and the house seemed likely to be all in confusion, and orders would have to be given which the mistress of the Hall alone could regulate. In a postscript it was entreated that Miss Helston might not be left alone at the rectory. She had better, it was suggested, accompany Miss Keeldar. "There are not two opinions on that head," said Shirley, as she tied on her own bonnet, and then ran to fetch Caroline's. "But what will Fanny and Eliza do? And if my uncle returns?" "Your uncle will not return yet. He has other fish to fry. He will be galloping backwards and forwards from Briarfield to Stillborough all day, rousing the magistrates in the court-house, and the officers at the barracks, and Fanny and Eliza can have in Joe Scott's and the clerks' wives to bear them company. Besides, of course, there is no real danger to be apprehended now. Weeks will elapse before the rioters can again rally, or plan any other attempt, and I am much mistaken if Moore and Mr. Helston will not take advantage of last night's outbreak to quell them altogether. They will frighten the authorities of Stillborough into energetic measures. I only hope they will not be too severe, not pursue the discomfited too relentlessly." "Robert will not be cruel. We saw that last night," said Caroline. "But he will be hard," retorted Shirley, "and so will your uncle." As they hurried along the meadow and plantation path to Fieldhead, they saw the distant highway already alive with an unwonted flow of equestrians and pedestrians, tending in the direction of the usually solitary Hollow. On reaching the Hall they found the backyard gates open, and the court and kitchen seemed crowded with excited milk-fetchers, men, women, and children, whom Mrs. Gill, the housekeeper, appeared vainly persuading to take their milk-cans and depart. It is, or was, by-the-by, the custom in the north of England for the cottagers on a country squire's estate to receive their supplies of milk and butter from the dairy of the manor-house, on whose pastures a herd of milch kine was usually fed for the convenience of the neighbourhood. Miss Keeldar owned such a herd, all deep dewlapped craven cows, reared on the sweet herbage and clear waters of bonny Airedale, and very proud she was of their sleek aspect and high condition. Seeing now the state of matters, and that it was desirable to effect a clearance of the premises, Shirley stepped in amongst the gossiping groups. She bade them good morning with a certain frank, tranquil ease, the natural characteristic of her manner when she addressed numbers, especially if those numbers belonged to the working class. She was cooler amongst her equals, and rather proud to those above her. She then asked them if they had got all their milk measured out, and understanding that they had, she further observed that she wondered what they were waiting for then. "We're just talking a bit over this battle there has been at your mill, mistress," replied a man. "Talking a bit! Just like you," said Shirley. "It is a queer thing all the world is so fond of talking over events. You talk if anybody dies suddenly, you talk if a fire breaks out, you talk if a mill owner fails, you talk if he's murdered. What good does your talking do?" There is nothing the lower orders like better than a little downright good-humoured rating. Flattery they scorn very much. Honest abuse they enjoy. They call it speaking plainly, and take a sincere delight in being the objects thereof. The homely harshness of Miss Keeldar's salutation won her the ear of the whole throng in a second. "We're no war nor some at is aboon us, are we?" asked a man, smiling. "Nor a whit better. You that should be models of industry are just as gossip-loving as the idle. Fine, rich people that have nothing to do may be partly excused for trifling their time away. You who have to earn your bread with the sweat of your brow are quite inexcusable." "That's queer, mistress. S'uld we never have a holiday because we work hard?" "Never," was the prompt answer. "Unless," added the mistress, with a smile that half belied the severity of her speech, "unless you knew how to make a better use of it than to get together over rum and tea if you are women, or over beer and pipes if you are men, and talk scandal at your neighbours' expense. Come, friends," she added, changing at once from bluntness to courtesy, "oblige me by taking your cans and going home. I expect several persons to call to-day, and it will be inconvenient to have the avenues to the house crowded." Yorkshire people are as yielding to persuasion as they are stubborn against compulsion. The yard was clear in 5 minutes. "Thank you, and good-bye to you, friends," said Shirley, as she closed the gates on a quiet court. Now let me hear the most refined of Cockneys presume to find fault with Yorkshire manners. Taken as they ought to be, the majority of the lads and lasses of the West Riding are gentlemen and ladies, every inch of them. It is only against the weak affectation and futile pomposity of a would-be aristocrat they turn mutinous. Entering by the back way, the young ladies passed through the kitchen, or house, as the inner kitchen is called, to the hall. Mrs. Pryor came running down the oak staircase to meet them. She was all unnerved. Her naturally sanguine complexion was pale. Her usually placid, though timid, blue eye was wandering, unsettled, alarmed. She did not, however, break out into any exclamations, or hurried narrative of what had happened. Her predominant feeling had been in the course of the night, and was now, this morning, a sense of dissatisfaction with herself that she could not feel firmer, cooler, more equal to the demands of the occasion. "You are aware," she began with a trembling voice, and yet the most conscientious anxiety to avoid exaggeration in what she was about to say, "that a body of rioters has attacked Mr. Moore's mill to-night. We heard the firing and confusion very plainly here. We none of us slept. It was a sad night. The house has been in great bustle all the morning, with people coming and going. The servants have applied to me for orders and directions, which I really did not feel warranted in giving. Mr. Moore has, I believe, sent up for refreshments for the soldiers and others engaged in the defence, for some conveniences also for the wounded. I could not undertake the responsibility of giving orders or taking measures. I fear delay may have been injurious in some instances. But this is not my house. You were absent, my dear Miss Keeldar. What could I do?" "Were no refreshments sent?" asked Shirley, while her countenance, hitherto so clear, propitious, and quiet, even while she was rating the milk-fetchers, suddenly turned dark and warm. "I think not, my dear." "And nothing for the wounded? No linen, no wine, no bedding?" "I think not. I cannot tell what Mrs. Gill did, but it seemed impossible to me at the moment to venture to dispose of your property by sending supplies to soldiers. Provisions for a company of soldiers sounds formidable. How many there are I did not ask, but I could not think of allowing them to pillage the house, as it were. I intended to do what was right, yet I did not see the case quite clearly, I own." "It lies in a nutshell, notwithstanding. These soldiers have risked their lives in defence of my property. I suppose they have a right to my gratitude. The wounded are our fellow creatures. I suppose we should aid them. Mrs. Gill!" She turned, and called in a voice more clear than soft. It rung through the thick oak of the hall and kitchen doors more effectually than a bell's summons. Mrs. Gill, who was deep in bread-making, came with hands and apron in culinary case, not having dared to stop to rub the dough from the one, or to shake the flour from the other. Her mistress had never called a servant in that voice, save once before, and that was when she had seen from the window Tartar in full tug with 2 carriers' dogs, each of them a match for him in size, if not in courage, and their masters standing by, encouraging their animals, while hers was unbefriended. Then, indeed, she had summoned John as if the day of judgment were at hand. Nor had she waited for the said John's coming, but had walked out into the lane bonnetless, and after informing the carriers that she held them far less of men than the 3 brutes whirling and whirring in the dust before them, had put her hands round the thick neck of the largest of the curs, and given her whole strength to the essay of choking it from Tartar's torn and bleeding eye, just above and below which organ the vengeful fangs were inserted. 5 or 6 men were presently on the spot to help her, but she never thanked one of them. "They might have come before, if their will had been good," she said. She had not a word for anybody during the rest of the day, but sat near the hall fire till evening, watching and tending Tartar, who lay all gory, stiff, and swelled on a mat at her feet. She wept furtively over him sometimes, and murmured the softest words of pity and endearment, in tones whose music the old scarred canine warrior acknowledged by licking her hand or her sandal alternately with his own red wounds. As to John, his lady turned a cold shoulder on him for a week afterwards. Mrs. Gill, remembering this little episode, came all of a tremble, as she said herself. In a firm, brief voice Miss Keeldar proceeded to put questions and give orders. That at such a time Fieldhead should have evinced the inhospitality of a miser's hovel stung her haughty spirit to the quick, and the revolt of its pride was seen in the heaving of her heart, stirred stormily under the lace and silk which veiled it. "How long is it since that message came from the mill?" "Not an hour yet, ma'am," answered the housekeeper soothingly. "Not an hour! You might almost as well have said not a day. They will have applied elsewhere by this time. Send a man instantly down to tell them that everything this house contains is at Mr. Moore's, Mr. Helston's, and the soldiers' service. Do that first." While the order was being executed, Shirley moved away from her friends and stood at the hall window, silent, unapproachable. When Mrs. Gill came back she turned. The purple flush which painful excitement kindles on a pale cheek glowed on hers. The spark which displeasure lights in a dark eye fired her glance. "Let the contents of the larder and the wine cellar be brought up, put into the hay carts, and driven down to the hollow. If there does not happen to be much bread or much meat in the house, go to the butcher and baker and desire them to send what they have, but I will see for myself." She moved off. "All will be right soon. She will get over it in an hour," whispered Caroline to Mrs. Pryor. "Go upstairs, dear madam," she added affectionately, "and try to be as calm and easy as you can. The truth is, Shirley will blame herself more than you before the day is over." By dint of a few more gentle assurances and persuasions, Miss Helston contrived to soothe the agitated lady. Having accompanied her to her apartment, and promised to rejoin her there when things were settled, Caroline left her to see, as she said, if she could be useful. She presently found that she could be very useful, for the retinue of servants at Fieldhead was by no means numerous, and just now their mistress found plenty of occupation for all the hands at her command, and for her own also. The delicate good nature and dexterous activity which Caroline brought to the aid of the housekeeper and maids, all somewhat scared by their lady's unwonted mood, did a world of good at once. It helped the assistants and appeased the directress. A chance glance and smile from Caroline moved Shirley to an answering smile directly. The former was carrying a heavy basket up the cellar stairs. "This is a shame," cried Shirley, running to her. "It will strain your arm." She took it from her, and herself bore it out into the yard. The cloud of temper was dispelled when she came back. The flash in her eye was melted, the shade on her forehead vanished. She resumed her usual cheerful and cordial manner to those about her, tempering her revived spirits with a little of the softness of shame at her previous unjust anger. She was still superintending the lading of the cart, when a gentleman entered the yard and approached her ere she was aware of his presence. "I hope I see Miss Keeldar well this morning," he said, examining with rather significant scrutiny her still flushed face. She gave him a look, and then again bent to her employment, without reply. A pleasant enough smile played on her lips, but she hid it. The gentleman repeated his salutation, stooping that it might reach her ear with more facility. "Well enough, if she be good enough," was the answer, "and so is Mr. Moore too, I dare say. To speak truth, I am not anxious about him. Some slight mischance would be only his just due. His conduct has been, we will say strange, just now, till we have time to characterize it by a more exact epithet. Meantime, may I ask what brings him here?" "Mr. Helston and I have just received your message that everything at Fieldhead was at our service. We judged, by the unlimited wording of the gracious intimation, that you would be giving yourself too much trouble. I perceive our conjecture was correct. We are not a regiment, remember, only about half a dozen soldiers, and as many civilians. Allow me to retrench something from these too abundant supplies." Miss Keeldar blushed, while she laughed at her own over-eager generosity and most disproportionate calculations. Moore laughed too, very quietly though, and as quietly he ordered basket after basket to be taken from the cart, and remanded vessel after vessel to the cellar. "The rector must hear of this," he said. "He will make a good story of it. What an excellent army contractor Miss Keeldar would have been!" Again he laughed, adding, "It is precisely as I conjectured." "You ought to be thankful," said Shirley, "and not mock me. What could I do? How could I gauge your appetites, or number your band? For aught I knew, there might have been 50 of you at least to victual. You told me nothing, and then in application to provision soldiers naturally suggests large ideas." "It appears so," remarked Moore, levelling another of his keen, quiet glances at the discomfited Shirley. "Now," he continued, addressing the carter, "I think you might take what remains to the hollow. Your load will be somewhat lighter than the one Miss Keeldar destined you to carry." As the vehicle rumbled out of the yard, Shirley, rallying her spirits, demanded what had become of the wounded. "There was not a single man hurt on our side," was the answer. "You were hurt yourself, on the temples," interposed a quick, low voice, that of Caroline, who, having withdrawn within the shade of the door, and behind the large person of Mrs. Gill, had till now escaped Moore's notice. When she spoke, his eye searched the obscurity of her retreat. "Are you much hurt?" she inquired. "As you might scratch your finger with a needle in sewing." "Lift your hair and let us see." He took his hat off and did as he was bid, disclosing only a narrow slip of court plaster. Caroline indicated by a slight movement of the head that she was satisfied, and disappeared within the clear obscure of the interior. "How did she know I was hurt?" asked Moore. "By rumour, no doubt. But it is too good in her to trouble herself about you. For my part, it was of your victims I was thinking when I inquired after the wounded. What damage have your opponents sustained?" "One of the rioters, or victims, as you called them, was killed, and 6 were hurt." "What have you done with them?" "What you will perfectly approve. Medical aid was procured immediately, and as soon as we can get a couple of covered wagons and some clean straw, they will be removed to Stilbro." "Straw? You must have beds and bedding. I will send my wagon directly, properly furnished, and Mr. Yorke, I am sure, will send his." "You guess correctly. He has volunteered already, and Mrs. Yorke, who, like you, seems disposed to regard the rioters as martyrs, and me, and especially Mr. Helston, as murderers, is at this moment, I believe, most assiduously engaged in fitting it up with feather beds, pillows, bolsters, blankets, etc. The victims lack no attentions, I promise you. Mr. Hall, your favourite parson, has been with them ever since 6 o'clock, exhorting them, praying with them, and even waiting on them, like any nurse; and Caroline's good friend, Miss Ainley, that very plain old maid, sent in a stock of lint and linen, something in the proportion of another lady's allowance of beef and wine." "That will do. Where is your sister?" "Well cared for. I had her securely domiciled with Miss Mann. This very morning the two set out for Wormwood Wells, a noted watering place, and will stay there some weeks." "So Mr. Helston domiciled me at the rectory. Mighty clever you gentlemen think you are. I make you heartily welcome to the idea, and hope its savour, as you chew the cud of reflection upon it, gives you pleasure. Acute and astute, why are you not also omniscient? How is it that events transpire under your very noses of which you have no suspicion? It should be so, otherwise the requisite gratification of out-manoeuvring you would be unknown. Ah, friend, you may search my countenance, but you cannot read it." Moore, indeed, looked as if he could not. "You think me a dangerous specimen of my sex, don't you now?" "A peculiar one, at least." "But Caroline, is she peculiar?" "In her way, yes." "Her way? What is her way?" "You know her as well as I do." "And knowing her, I assert that she is neither eccentric nor difficult of control. Is she?" "That depends." "However, there is nothing masculine about her." "Why lay such emphasis on her? Do you consider her a contrast, in that respect, to yourself?" "You do, no doubt. But that does not signify. Caroline is neither masculine, nor of what they call the spirited order of women." "I have seen her flash out." "So have I, but not with manly fire. It was a short, vivid, trembling glow, that shot up, shone, vanished." "And left her scared at her own daring. You describe others besides Caroline." "The point I wish to establish is, that Miss Helston, though gentle, tractable, and candid enough, is still perfectly capable of defying even Mr. Moore's penetration." "What have you and she been doing?" asked Moore suddenly. "Have you had any breakfast?" "What is your mutual mystery?" "If you are hungry, Mrs. Gill will give you something to eat here. Step into the oak parlour and ring the bell. You will be served as if at an inn, or, if you like better, go back to the hollow." "The alternative is not open to me. I must go back. Good morning. The first leisure I have, I will see you again."
End of chapter 20.
Chapter 21, Part 2 of Shirley. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Shirley by Charlotte Brontë. Chapter 21, Part 2. Today, for instance, as they walked along, Mrs. Pryor talked to her companion about the various birds singing in the trees, discriminated their species, and said something about their habits and peculiarities. English natural history seemed familiar to her. All the wild flowers round their path were recognized by her. Tiny plants springing near stones and peeping out of chinks in old walls, plants such as Caroline had scarcely noticed before, received a name and an intimation of their properties. It appeared that she had minutely studied the botany of English fields and woods. Having reached the head of the ravine, they sat down together on a ledge of grey and mossy rock, jutting from the base of a steep green hill, which towered above them. She looked round her, and spoke of the neighbourhood as she had once before seen it, long ago. She alluded to its changes, and compared its aspect with that of other parts of England, revealing in quiet, unconscious touches of description, a sense of the picturesque, an appreciation of the beautiful or commonplace, a power of comparing the wild with the cultured, the grand with the tame, that gave to her discourse a graphic charm as pleasant as it was unpretending. The sort of reverent pleasure with which Caroline listened, so sincere, so quiet, yet so evident, stirred the elder lady's faculties to a gentle animation. Rarely, probably, had she, with her chill, repellent outside, her diffident mien and incommunicative habits, known what it was to excite, in one whom she herself could love, feelings of earnest affection and admiring esteem. Delightful, doubtless, was the consciousness that a young girl toward whom it seemed, judging by the moved expression of her eyes and features, her heart turned with almost a fond impulse, looked up to her as an instructor, and clung to her as a friend. With a somewhat more marked accent of interest than she often permitted herself to use, she said, as she bent toward her youthful companion, and put aside from her forehead a pale brown curl which had strayed from the confining comb, "I do hope this sweet air blowing from the hill will do you good, my dear Caroline. I wish I could see something more of the colour in these cheeks. But perhaps you were never florid?" "I had red cheeks once," returned Miss Helstone, smiling. "I remember a year, 2 years ago, when I used to look in the glass, I saw a different face there to what I see now, rounder and rosier. But when we are young," added the girl of 18, "our minds are careless and our lives easy." "Do you," continued Mrs. Pryor, mastering by an effort that tyrant timidity which made it difficult for her, even under present circumstances, to attempt the scrutiny of another's heart, "do you, at your age, fret yourself with cares for the future? Believe me, you had better not. Let the morrow take thought for the things of itself." "True, dear madam, it is not over the future I pine. The evil of the day is sometimes oppressive, too oppressive, and I long to escape it." "That is, the evil of the day, that is, your uncle perhaps is not, you find it difficult to understand, he does not appreciate—" Mrs. Pryor could not complete her broken sentences. She could not manage to put the question whether Mr. Helstone was too harsh with his niece, but Caroline comprehended. "Oh, that is nothing," she replied. "My uncle and I get on very well. We never quarrel. I don't call him harsh. He never scolds me. Sometimes I wish somebody in the world loved me, but I cannot say that I particularly wish him to have more affection for me than he has. As a child I should perhaps have felt the want of attention, only the servants were very kind to me, but when people are long indifferent to us, we grow indifferent to their indifference. It is my uncle's way not to care for women and girls, unless they be ladies that he meets in company. He could not alter, and I have no wish that he should alter, as far as I am concerned. I believe it would merely annoy and frighten me were he to be affectionate towards me now. But you know, Mrs. Pryor, it is scarcely living to measure time as I do at the rectory. The hours pass, and I get over them somehow, but I do not live. I endure existence, but I rarely enjoy it. Since Miss Kildare and you came, I have been, I was going to say, happier, but that would be untrue. She paused. How untrue? You are fond of Miss Kildare, are you not, my dear? Very fond of Shirley. I both like and admire her. But I am painfully circumstanced, for a reason I cannot explain. I want to go away from this place, and to forget it. You told me before you wished to be a governess, but, my dear, if you remember, I did not encourage the idea. I have been a governess myself great part of my life. In Miss Kildare's acquaintance I esteem myself most fortunate. Her talents and her really sweet disposition have rendered my office easy to me. But when I was young, before I married, my trials were severe, poignant, I should say, not like I should not like you to endure similar ones. It was my lot to enter a family of considerable pretensions to good birth and mental superiority, and the members of which also believed that on them was perceptible an usual endowment of the Christian graces, that all their hearts were regenerate, and their spirits in a peculiar state of discipline. I was early given to understand that as I was not their equal, so I could not expect to have their sympathy. It was in no sort concealed from me that I was held a burden and a restraint in society. The gentlemen, I found, regarded me as a tabooed woman, to whom they were interdicted from granting the usual privileges of the sex, and yet who annoyed them by frequently crossing their path. The ladies, too, made it plain that they thought me a bore. The servants, it was signified, detested me. Why, I could never clearly comprehend. My pupils, I was told, and how deep soever the interest I might take in them, could not be my friends. It was intimated that I must live alone, and never transgress the invisible but rigid line which established the difference between me and my employers. My life in this house was sedentary, solitary, constrained, joyless, toilsome. The dreadful crushing of the animal spirits, the ever-prevailing sense of friendlessness and homelessness, consequent on this state of things, began ere long to produce mortal effects on my constitution. I sickened. The lady of the house told me coolly I was the victim of wounded vanity. She hinted that if I did not make an effort to quell my ungodly discontent, to cease murmuring against God's appointment, and to cultivate the profound humility befitting my station, my mind would very likely go to pieces on the rock that wrecked most of my sisterhood, morbid self-esteem, and that I should die an inmate of a lunatic asylum. I said nothing to Mrs. Hartman. It would have been useless. But to her eldest daughter I one day dropped a few observations, which were answered thus. There were hardships, she allowed, in the position of a governess. Doubtless they had their trials, but, she averred, with a manner it makes me smile now to recall, but it must be so. She, Miss H., had neither view, hope, nor wish to see these things remedied, for in the inherent constitution of English habits, feelings, and prejudices, there was no possibility that they should be. Governesses, she observed, must ever be kept in a sort of isolation. It is the only means of maintaining that distance which the reserve of English manners and the decorum of English families exact. I remember. I sighed as Miss Hartman quitted my bedside. She caught the sounds, and turning, said severely, "I fear, Miss Grey, you have inherited in fullest measure the worst sin of our fallen nature, the sin of pride. You are proud, and therefore you are ungrateful too. Mamma pays you a handsome salary, and if you had average sense you would thankfully put up with much that is fatiguing to do and irksome to bear, since it is so well made worth your while. Miss Hardman, my love, was a very strong-minded young lady, of most distinguished talents. The aristocracy are decidedly a very superior class, you know, both physically and morally and mentally. As a high Tory I acknowledge that. I could not describe the dignity of her voice and mien as she addressed me thus. Still, I fear she was selfish, my dear. I would never wish to speak ill of my superiors in rank, but I think she was a little selfish. I remember, continued Mrs. Pryor, after a pause, another of Miss H.'s observations, which she would utter with quite a grand air. We, she would say, we need the imprudences, extravagances, mistakes, and crimes of a certain number of fathers to sow the seed from which we reap the harvest of governesses. The daughters of tradespeople, however well educated, must necessarily be underbred, and as such unfit to be inmates of our dwellings, or guardians of our children's minds and persons. We shall ever prefer to place those about our offspring who have been born and bred with somewhat of the same refinement as ourselves. Miss Hartman must have thought herself something better than her fellow creatures, ma'am, since she held that their calamities and even crimes were necessary to minister to her convenience. You say she was religious? Her religion must have been that of the Pharisee, who thanked God that he was not as other men are, nor even as that publican. My dear, we will not discuss the point. I should be the last person to wish to instill into your mind any feeling of dissatisfaction with your lot in life, or any sentiment of envy or insubordination towards your superiors. Implicit submission to authorities, scrupulous deference to our betters, under which term I, of course, include the higher classes of society, are, in my opinion, indispensable to the well-being of every community. All I mean to say, my dear, is that you had better not attempt to be a governess, as the duties of the position would be too severe for your constitution. Not one word of disrespect would I breathe towards either Mrs. or Miss Hartman, only, recalling my own experience, I cannot but feel that, were you to fall under auspices such as theirs, you would contend a while courageously with your doom. Then you would pine away and grow too weak for your work. You would come home, if you still had a home, broken down. Those languishing years would follow, of which none but the invalid and her immediate friends feel the heart sickness and know the burden. Consumption or decline would close the chapter. Such is the history of many a life. I would not have it yours. My dear, we will now walk about a little, if you please." They both rose, and slowly paced a green natural terrace bordering the chasm. "My dear," ere long again began Mrs. Pryor, a sort of timid, embarrassed abruptness marking her manner as she spoke, "the young, especially those to whom nature has been favorable, often, frequently, anticipate, look forward to marriage as the end, the goal of their hopes." And she stopped. Caroline came to her relief with promptitude, showing a great deal more self-possession and courage than herself on the formidable topic now broached. "They do, and naturally," she replied, with a calm emphasis that startled Mrs. Pryor. "They look forward to marriage with some one they love as the brightest, the only bright destiny that can await them. Are they wrong?" "Oh, my dear!" exclaimed Mrs. Pryor, clasping her hands, and again she paused. Caroline turned a searching and eager eye on the face of her friend. That face was much agitated. "My dear," she murmured, "life is an illusion." "But not love! Love is real, the most lasting, the sweetest and yet the bitterest thing we know." "My dear, it is very bitter. It is said to be strong as death. most of the cheats of existence are strong. As to their sweetness, nothing is so transitory. Its date is a moment, the twinkling of an eye, the sting remains forever. It may perish with the dawn of eternity, but it tortures through time into its deepest night. Yes, it tortures through time, agreed Caroline, except when it is mutual love. Mutual love, my dear! Romances are pernicious. You do not read them, I hope. Sometimes, whenever I can get them, indeed. But romance writers might know nothing of love, judging by the way in which they treat of it. Nothing whatever, my dear, assented Mrs. Pryor eagerly. Nor of marriage, and the false pictures they give of those subjects cannot be too strongly condemned. They are not like reality. They show you only the green, tempting surface of the marsh, and give not one faithful or truthful hint of the slough underneath. But it is not always slough, objected Caroline. There are happy marriages, where affection is reciprocal and sincere, and minds are harmonious. Marriage must be happy. It is never wholly happy. Two people can never literally be as one. There is perhaps a possibility of content under peculiar circumstances, such as are seldom combined, but it is as well not to run the risk. You may make fatal mistakes. Be satisfied, my dear. Let all the single be satisfied with their freedom. You echo my uncle's words, exclaimed Caroline in a tone of dismay. You speak like Mrs. Yorke in her most gloomy moments, like Miss Mann when she is most sourly and hypochondriacally disposed. This is terrible. No, it is only true. Oh, child, you have only lived the pleasant morning time of life. The hot, weary noon, the sad evening, the sunless night, are yet to come for you. Mr. Helstone, you say, talks as I talk, and I wonder how Mrs. Matthewson Helstone would have talked had she been living. She died. She died. And alas, my own mother and father! exclaimed Caroline, struck by a sombre recollection. What of them? Did I never tell you that they were separated? I have heard it. They must have been very miserable. You see, all facts go to prove what I say. In this case there ought to be no such thing as marriage. There ought, my dear, were it only to prove that this life is a mere state of probation, wherein neither rest nor recompense is to be vouchsafed. But your own marriage, Mrs. Pryor? Mrs. Pryor shrunk and shuddered, as if a rude finger had pressed a naked nerve. Caroline felt she had touched what would not bear the slightest contact. My marriage was unhappy, said the lady, summoning courage at last. But yet she hesitated. But yet, suggested Caroline, not immitigably wretched. Not in its results, at least. No, she added, in a softer tone. God mingles something of the balm of mercy even in vials of the most corrosive woe. He can so turn events that from the very same blind, rash act, whence sprang the curse of half our life, may flow the blessing of the remainder. Then, I am of a peculiar disposition, I own that, far from facile, without address, in some points eccentric. I ought never to have married. Mine is not the nature easily to find a duplicate, or likely to assimilate with the contrast. I was quite aware of my own ineligibility, and if I had not been so miserable as a governess, I never should have married, and then Caroline's eyes asked her to proceed. They entreated her to break the thick cloud of despair which her previous words had seemed to spread over life. And then, my dear, Mr. that is, the gentleman I married, was perhaps rather an exceptional than an average character. I hope, at least, the experience of few have been such as mine was, or that few have felt their sufferings as I felt mine. They nearly shook my mind. Relief was so hopeless, redress so unattainable. But, my dear, I do not wish to dishearten, I only wish to warn you, and to prove that the single should not be too anxious to change their state, as they may change for the worse." "Thank you, my dear madam. I quite understand your kind intentions. But there is no fear of my falling into the error to which you allude. I, at least, have no thoughts of marriage, and for that reason I want to make myself a position by some other means." "My dear, listen to me. On what I am going to say I have carefully deliberated, having, indeed, resolved the subject in my thoughts ever since you first mentioned your wish to obtain a situation. You know I at present reside with Miss Keeldar in the capacity of companion. Should she marry, and that she will marry ere long many circumstances induce me to conclude, I shall cease to be necessary to her in that capacity. I must tell you that I possess a small independency, arising partly from my own savings and partly from a legacy left me some years since. Whenever I leave Fieldhead, I shall take a house of my own. I could not endure to live in solitude. I have no relations whom I care to invite to close intimacy, for, as you must have observed, and as I have already avowed, my habits and tastes have their peculiarities. To you, my dear, I need not say I am attached. With you I am happier than I have ever been with any living thing." This was said with marked emphasis. "Your society I should esteem a very dear privilege, an inestimable privilege, a comfort, a blessing." "You shall come to me, then. Caroline, do you refuse me? I hope you can love me." And with these two abrupt questions she stopped. "Indeed, I do love you," was the reply. "I should like to live with you, but you are too kind." "All I have," went on Mrs. Pryor, "I would leave to you. You should be provided for. But never again say I am too kind. You pierce my heart, child." "But, my dear madam, this generosity I have no claim." "Hush! You must not talk about it. There are some things we cannot bear to hear. Oh, it is too late to begin, but I may yet live a few years. I can never wipe out the past, but perhaps a brief space in the future may yet be mine." Mrs. Pryor seemed deeply agitated. Large tears trembled in her eyes and rolled down her cheeks. Caroline kissed her in her gentle caressing way, saying softly, "I love you dearly. Don't cry." But the lady's whole frame seemed shaken. She sat down, bent her head to her knee, and wept aloud. Nothing could console her till the inward storm had had its way. At last the agony subsided of itself. "Poor thing!" she murmured, returning Caroline's kiss. "Poor lonely lamb! But come," she added abruptly, "come, we must go home." For a short distance Mrs. Pryor walked very fast. By degrees, however, she calmed down to her wonted manner, fell into her usual characteristic pace, a peculiar one, like all her movements, and by the time they reached Fieldhead she had re-entered into herself. The outside was, as usual, still and shy. End of Section 36. Recording by Katie Riley. October 2009.
Chapter 22 of Shirley. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Tina Horning. Shirley by Charlotte Brontë. Only half of Moore's activity and resolution had been seen in his defense of the mill. He showed the other half, and a terrible half it was, in the indefatigable, the relentless assiduity with which he pursued the leaders of the riot. The mob, the mere followers, he let alone. Perhaps an innate sense of justice told him that men misled by false counsel, goaded by privations, are not fit objects of vengeance, and that he who would visit an even violent act on the bent head of suffering is a tyrant, not a judge. At all events, though he knew many of the number, having recognized them during the latter part of the attack when day began to dawn, he let them daily pass him on the street and rode without notice or threat. The leaders he did not know. They were strangers, emissaries from the large towns. Most of these were not members of the operative class. They were chiefly downdrafts, bankrupts, men always in debt and often in drink, men who had nothing to lose and much in the way of character, cash, and cleanliness to gain. These persons Moore hunted like any sleuth hound, and well he liked the occupation. Its excitement was of a kind pleasant to his nature. He liked it better than making cloth. His horse must have hated these times, for it was ridden both hard and often. He almost lived on the road, and the fresh air was welcome to his lungs as the policeman's quest to his mood. He preferred it to the steam of dye-houses. The magistrates of the district must have dreaded him. They were slow, timid men. He liked both to frighten and to rouse them. He liked to force them to betray a certain fear, which made them alike falter in resolve and recoil in action. The fear, simply, of assassination. This, indeed, was the dread which had hitherto hampered every manufacturer, and almost every public man in the district. Helston alone had ever repelled it. The old Cossack knew well he might be shot. He knew there was risk, but such a death had for his nerves no terrors. It would have been his chosen, might he have had a choice. Moore likewise knew his danger. The result was an unquenchable scorn of the quarter whence such danger was to be apprehended. The consciousness that he hunted assassins was the spur in his high-mettled temper's flank. As for fear, he was too proud, too hard-natured, if you will, too phlegmatic a man to fear. Many a time he rode belated over moors, moonlit or moonless as the case might be, with feelings far more elate, faculties far better refreshed, than when safety and stagnation environed him in the counting-house. 4 was the number of the leaders to be accounted for. 2 in the course of a fortnight were brought to bay near Stilbroe. The remaining 2 it was necessary to seek further off. Their haunts were supposed to lie near Birmingham. Meantime the clothier did not neglect his battered mill. Its reparation was esteemed a light task, carpenters' and glaziers' work alone being needed. The rioters not having succeeded in effecting an entrance, his grim metal darlings, the machines, had escaped damage. Whether during this busy life, whether while stern justice and exacting business claimed his energies and harassed his thoughts, he now and then gave one moment, dedicated one effort, to keep alive gentler fires than those which smoulder in the fane of Nemesis, it was not easy to discover. He seldom went near Fieldhead. If he did, his visits were brief. If he called at the rectory, it was only to hold conferences with the rector in his study. He maintained his rigid course very steadily. Meantime, the history of the year continued troubled. There was no lull in the tempest of war. Her long hurricanes still swept the continent. There was not the faintest sign of serene weather, no opening amid the clouds of battle dust and smoke, no fall of pure dews genial to the olive, no cessation of the red rain which nourishes the baleful and glorious laurel. Meantime, ruin had her sappers and miners at work under Moore's feet, and whether he rode or walked, whether he only crossed his counting-house hearth, or galloped over sullen Rush Edge, he was aware of a hollow echo, and felt the ground shake to his tread. While the summer thus passed with Moore, how did it lapse with Shirley and Caroline? Let us first visit the heiress. How does she look? Like a lovelorn maiden, pale and pining for a neglectful swain? Does she sit the day long, bent over some sedentary task? Has she forever a book in her hand, or sewing on her knee, and eyes only for that, and words for nothing, and thoughts unspoken? By no means. Shirley is all right. If her wistful cast of physiognomy is not gone, no more is her careless smile. She keeps her dark old manor-house light and bright with her cheery presence. The gallery and the low-ceiled chambers that open into it have learned lively echoes from her voice. The dim entrance hall, with its one window, has grown pleasantly accustomed to the frequent rustle of a silk dress as its wearer sweeps across from room to room, now carrying flowers to the barbarous peach-bloom salon, now entering the dining-room to open its casements and let in the scent of mignonette and sweetbriar, anon bringing plants from the staircase window to place in the sun at the open porch door. She takes her sewing occasionally, but by some fatality she is doomed never to sit steadily at it for above 5 minutes at a time. Her thimble is scarcely fitted on, her needle scarce threaded, when a sudden thought calls her upstairs. Perhaps she goes to seek some just then remembered old ivory-backed needle-book, or older china-topped work-box, quite unneeded, but which seems at the moment indispensable. Perhaps to arrange her hair, or a drawer which she recollects to have seen that morning in a state of curious confusion. Perhaps only to take a peep from a particular window at a particular view, whence Briarfield Church and Rectory are visible, pleasantly bowered in the trees. She has scarcely returned, and again taken up the slip of cambric, or square of half-wrought canvas, when Tartar's bold scrape and strangled whistle are heard at the porch door, and she must run to open it for him. It is a hot day. He comes in panting. She must convoy him to the kitchen and see with her own eyes that his water bowl is replenished. Through the open kitchen door the court is visible, all sunny and gay, and peopled with turkeys and their poults, pea-hens and their chicks, pearl-flecked guinea fowls, and a bright variety of pure white and purple-necked and blue and cinnamon-plumed pigeons. Irresistible spectacle to Shirley. She runs to the pantry for a roll, and she stands on the doorstep scattering crumbs. Around her throng her eager, plump, happy, feathered vassals. John is about the stables, and John must be talked to, and her mare looked at. She is still petting and patting it when the cows come in to be milked. This is important. Shirley must stay and take a review of them all. There are perhaps some little calves, some little new-yeaned lambs. It may be twins, whose mothers have rejected them. Miss Keeldar must be introduced to them by John, must permit herself the treat of feeding them with her own hand, under the direction of her careful foreman. Meantime, John moots doubtful questions about the farming of certain Crofts and Ings and Holmes, and his mistress is necessitated to fetch her garden hat, a gypsy straw, and accompany him over stile and along hedgerow to hear the conclusion of the whole agricultural matter on the spot, and with the said Crofts, Ings, and Holmes under her eye. Bright afternoon thus wears into soft evening, and she comes home to a late tea, and after tea she never sews. After tea Shirley reads, and she is just about as tenacious of her book as she is lax of her needle. Her study is the rug, her seat a footstool, or perhaps only the carpet at Mrs. Prior's feet. There she always learned her lessons when a child, and old habits have a strong power over her. The tawny and lion-like bulk of Tartar is ever stretched beside her, his negro muzzle laid on his forepaws, straight, strong, and shapely as the limbs of an alpine wolf. One hand of the mistress generally reposes on the loving serf's rude head, because if she takes it away he groans and is discontented. Shirley's mind is given to her book. She lifts not her eyes. She neither stirs nor speaks, unless indeed it be to return a brief respectful answer to Mrs. Prior, who addresses deprecatory phrases to her now and then. "My dear, you had better not have that great dog so near you. He is crushing the border of your dress." "Oh, it is only muslin. I can put a clean one on tomorrow." "My dear, I wish you could acquire the habit of sitting to a table when you read." "I will try, ma'am, some time, but it is so comfortable to do as one has always been accustomed to do." "My dear, let me beg of you to put that book down. You are trying your eyes by the doubtful firelight." "No, ma'am, not at all. My eyes are never tired." At last, however, a pale light falls on the page from the window. She looks. The moon is up. She closes the volume, rises, and walks through the room. Her book has perhaps been a good one. It has refreshed, refilled, rewarmed her heart. It has set her brain astir, furnished her mind with pictures. The still parlour, the clean hearth, the window opening on the twilight sky, and showing its sweet regent, new-throned and glorious, sufficed to make earth an Eden, life a poem, for Shirley. A still, deep, inborn delight glows in her young veins, unmingled, untroubled, not to be reached or ravished by human agency, because by no human agency bestowed. The pure gift of God to his creature, the free dower of nature to her child. This joy gives her experience of a genie life. Buoyant, by green steps, by glad hills, all verdure and light, she reaches a station scarcely lower than that whence angels look down on the dreamer of Bethel, and her eye seeks, and her soul possesses, the vision of life as she wishes it. No, not as she wishes it. She has not time to wish. The swift glory spreads out, sweeping and kindling, and multiplies its splendor faster than thought can effect his combinations, faster than aspiration can utter her longings. Shirley says nothing while the trance is upon her. She is quite mute, but if Mrs. Pryor speaks to her now, she goes out quietly and continues her walk upstairs in the dim gallery. If Shirley were not an indolent, a reckless, an ignorant being, she would take a pen at such moments, or at least while the recollection of such moments was yet fresh on her spirit. She would seize, she would fix the apparition, tell the vision revealed. Had she a little more of the organ of acquisitiveness in her head, a little more of the love of property in her nature, she would take a good-sized sheet of paper and write plainly out, in her own queer but clear and legible hand, the story that has been narrated, the song that has been sung to her, and thus possess what she was enabled to create. But indolent she is, reckless she is, and most ignorant, for she does not know her dreams are rare, her feelings peculiar. She does not know, has never known, and will die without knowing, the full value of that spring whose bright fresh bubbling in her heart keeps it green. Shirley takes life easily. Is not that fact written in her eye? In her good-tempered moments, is it not as full of lazy softness as in her brief fits of anger it is fulgent with quick-flashing fire? Her nature is in her eye. So long as she is calm, indolence, indulgence, humor, and tenderness possess that large gray sphere. Incense her, a red ray pierces the dew, it quickens instantly to flame. Ere the month of July was past, Miss Keeldar would probably have started with Caroline on that northern tour they had planned. But just as that epoch an invasion befell Fieldhead. A genteel foraging party besieged Shirley in her castle and compelled her to surrender at discretion. An uncle, an aunt, and 2 cousins from the south, a Mr., Mrs., and 2 Misses Simpson of Simpson Grove, shire, came down upon her in state. The laws of hospitality obliged her to give in, which she did with a facility which somewhat surprised Caroline, who knew her to be prompt in action and fertile in expedient, where a victory was to be gained for her will. Miss Helston even asked her how it was she submitted so readily. She answered, old feelings had their power. She had passed 2 years of her early youth at Simpson Grove. How did she like her relatives? She had nothing in common with them, she replied. Little Harry Simpson, indeed, the sole son of the family, was very unlike his sisters, and of him she had formerly been fond, but he was not coming to Yorkshire, at least not yet. The next Sunday the Fieldhead pew in Briarfield Church appeared peopled with a prim, trim, fidgety, elderly gentleman, who shifted his spectacles and changed his position every 3 minutes, a patient, placid-looking elderly lady in brown satin, and 2 pattern young ladies in pattern attire with pattern deportment. Shirley had the air of a black swan or a white crow in the midst of this party, and very forlorn was her aspect. Having brought her into respectable society, we will leave her there a while, and look after Miss Helston. Separated from Miss Keeldar for the present, as she could not seek her in the midst of her fine relatives, scared away from Fieldhead by the visiting commotion which the new arrivals occasioned in the neighbourhood, Caroline was limited once more to the grey rectory, the solitary morning walk in remote by-paths, the long lonely afternoon sitting in a quiet parlour which the sun forsook at noon, or in the garden alcove where it shone bright yet sad on the ripening red currants trained over the trellis, and on the fair monthly roses entwined between, and through them fell checkered on Caroline, sitting in her white summer dress, still as a garden statue. There she read. Old books taken from her uncle's library. the Greek and Latin were of no use to her, and its collection of light literature was chiefly contained on a shelf which had belonged to her Aunt Mary. Some venerable ladies' magazines that had once performed a sea voyage with their owner, and undergone a storm, and whose pages were stained with salt water. Some mad Methodist magazines, full of miracles and apparitions, of preternatural warnings, ominous dreams, and frenzied fanaticism. The equally mad letters of Mrs. Elizabeth Rowe from the dead to the living, a few old English classics. From these faded flowers Caroline had in her childhood extracted the honey. They were tasteless to her now. By way of change, and also of doing good, she would sew, make garments for the poor, according to good Miss Ainsley's direction. Sometimes, as she felt and saw her tears fall slowly on her work, she would wonder how the excellent woman who had cut it out and arranged it for her managed to be so equably serene in her solitude. "I never find Miss Ainslie oppressed with despondency or lost in grief," she thought. "Yet her cottage is a still, dim little place, and she is without a bright hope or near friend in the world. I remember, though, she told me once, she had tutored her thoughts to tend upwards to heaven. She allowed there was, and ever had been, little enjoyment in this world for her, and she looks, I suppose, to the bliss of the world to come. So do nuns, with their close cell, their iron lamp, their robe straight as a shroud, their bed narrow as a coffin. She says often she has no fear of death, no dread of the grave. No more, doubtless, had St. Simeon's stylites, lifted up terrible on his wild column in the wilderness. No more has the Hindu votary stretched on his couch of iron spikes. Both these having violated nature, their natural likings and antipathies are reversed. They grow altogether morbid. I do fear death as yet, but I believe it is because I am young. Poor Miss Ainslie would cling closer to life if life had more charms for her. God surely did not create us and cause us to live with the sole end of wishing always to die. I believe in my heart we were intended to prize life and enjoy it so long as we retain it. Existence never was originally meant to be that useless, blank, pale, slow, trailing thing it often becomes to many, and is becoming to me among the rest. Nobody, she went on, nobody in particular is to blame, that I can see, for the state in which things are, and I cannot tell, however much I puzzle over it, how they are to be altered for the better. But I feel there is something wrong somewhere. I believe single women should have more to do, better chances of interesting and profitable occupation than they possess now. And when I speak thus, I have no impression that I displease God by my words, that I am either impious or impatient, irreligious or sacrilegious. My consolation is, indeed, that God hears many a groan, and compassionates much grief which man stops his ears against, or frowns on with impotent contempt. I say impotent, for I observe that to such grievances as society cannot readily cure, it usually forbids utterance, on pain of its scorn. This scorn being only a sort of tinselled cloak to its deformed weakness. People hate to be reminded of ills they are unable or unwilling to remedy. Such reminder, enforcing on them a sense of their own incapacity, or a more painful sense of an obligation to make some unpleasant effort, troubles their ease and shakes their self-complacency. Old maids, like the houseless and unemployed poor, should not ask for a place and an occupation in the world. The demand disturbs the happy and rich. It disturbs parents. Look at the numerous families of girls in this neighbourhood, the Armitages, the Birtwhistles, the Sykes. The brothers of these girls are every one in business or in professions. They have something to do. Their sisters have no earthly employment but household work and sewing, no earthly pleasure but an unprofitable visiting, and no hope in all their life to come of anything better. This stagnant state of things makes them decline in health. They are never well, and their minds and views shrink to wondrous narrowness. The great wish, the sole aim of every one of them is to be married, but the majority will never marry. They will die as they now live. They scheme, they plot, they dress to ensnare husbands. The gentlemen turn them into ridicule. They don't want them. They hold them very cheap. They say, I have heard them say it with sneering laughs many a time, the matrimonial market is overstocked. Fathers say so likewise, and are angry with their daughters when they observe their manoeuvres. They order them to stay at home. What do they expect them to do at home? If you ask, they would answer, sew and cook. They expect them to do this and this only, contentedly, regularly, uncomplainingly, all their lives long, as if they had no germs of faculties for anything else. A doctrine as reasonable to hold as it would be that the fathers have no faculties but for eating what their daughters cook, or for wearing what they sew. Could men live so themselves? Would they not be very weary? And when there came no relief to their weariness, but only reproaches at its slightest manifestation, would not their weariness ferment in time to frenzy? Lucretia spinning at midnight in the midst of her maidens, and Solomon's virtuous woman, are often quoted as patterns of what the sex, as they say, ought to be. I don't know. Lucretia, I dare say, was a most worthy sort of person, much like my cousin Hortense Moore, but she kept her servants up very late. I should not have liked to be amongst the number of the maidens. Hortense would just work me and Sarah in that fashion, if she could, and neither of us would bear it. The virtuous woman, again, had her household up in the very middle of the night. She got breakfast over, as Mrs. Sykes says, before 1 o'clock a.m. But she had something more to do than spin and give out portions. She was a manufacturer. She made fine linen and sold it. She was an agriculturist. She bought estates and planted vineyards. That woman was a manager. She was what the matrons hereabouts call a clever woman. On the whole, I like her a good deal better than Lucretia, but I don't believe either Mr. Armitage or Mr. Sykes could have got the advantage of her in a bargain. Yet I like her. Strength and honor were her clothing. The heart of her husband safely trusted in her. She opened her mouth with wisdom. In her tongue was the law of kindness. Her children rose up and called her blessed. Her husband also praised her. King of Israel, your model of a woman is a worthy model. But are we in these days brought up to be like her? Men of Yorkshire, do your daughters reach this royal standard? Can they reach it? Can you help them to reach it? Can you give them a field in which their faculties may be exercised and grow? Men of England, look at your poor girls, many of them fading round you, dropping off in consumption or decline, or what is worse, degenerating to sour old maids, envious, backbiting, wretched because life is a desert to them, or, what is worst of all, reduced to strive by scarce modest coquetry and debasing artifice to gain that position and consideration by marriage which to celibacy is denied. Fathers, cannot you alter these things? Perhaps not all at once, but consider the matter well when it is brought before you. Receive it as a theme worthy of thought. Do not dismiss it with an idle jest or an unmanly insult. You would wish to be proud of your daughters and not to blush for them. Then seek for them an interest and an occupation which shall raise them above the flirt, the manoeuvrer, the mischief-making tale-bearer. Keep your girls' minds narrow and fettered, they will still be a plague and a care, sometimes a disgrace to you. Cultivate them, give them scope and work, they will be your gayest companions in health, your tenderest nurses in sickness, your most faithful prop in age. End of chapter 22.